Will I end up as a hero or a demon king? Volume 6 by Nito, translated by NYX, audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 209, Across Borders. The eastern border is the Rubilium boundary. A deep valley extending from the south is the only connection to this area, forming a man-made bridge that allows east-west travel. While it's somewhat understandable that magical elements were used to build this bridge, it's impossible to imagine how much effort was required. The valley is incredibly deep. Fortresses on both sides also serve as checkpoints. The bridge is approximately 100 meters long. It is less than 10 meters wide. Even to the untrained eye, it's clear that the defensive side would have a significant advantage in the event of an attack. To bypass the bridge, one would have to travel south to the Pomera Great Forest or north to the Abraum Mountains, where Hansan's pet keeps watch. This makes the bridge's importance to both countries clear. I've been standing here for about 3 hours. Should I stay here or cross the valley where there are no people? I've been asking myself that question for a while now. According to the guerrilla mayor, I'll probably have to pay a toll to cross the checkpoint. If I pass through without paying, does that make me a criminal? With that in mind, I reluctantly wait in line. This is taking a long time. That's all I can say. But there are some things to enjoy while waiting. Of course, people from the Kingdom of Waltz are also coming here. Among them are people who clearly appear to be beastmen. I don't know much about this country's history, but I was moved by the sight. Ah, that king who bowed down really did eliminate discrimination. Some are carriage drivers, others carry large baskets on their backs. When I think about how trade has been successfully revived, I can't help but smile. It was worth asking the goddesses for help. Then, another hour passed. Finally, it was my turn, so I clutched my leather bag and prepared to pay. I should have enough money, right? I'm okay, right? First, show me your proof of identity. Yes. Now show me the contents of your basket. Hi. If we confirm that the items are for commercial purposes, you'll have to pay a goods tax. This is to confirm that. I let my guard down. I was feeling cocky because I wasn't selling anything. However, it seems my special basket caught their eye. I'm not hiding anything. Why do you have 4 pairs of women's sandals? It's a hobby. I see. Phew, that was close. I was nervous the conversation would turn for the worse, and I'd be accused of killing women and children. I'm relieved that it was only revealed that I'm a pervert. After paying 50,000 beacon tolls, I crossed a bridge that would make some people faint. Then, at the other checkpoint, what? Again? After more careful negotiations, I paid an additional 50,000 beak and finally set foot in the Kingdom of Waltz. Yeah. Honestly, I don't think I can do this again. It's not just about the money. There are too many other issues, such as time. From what I overheard the merchant and the soldier talking about, it seems that many trade restrictions have been lifted, and now the merchants are busy. The soldier apologized to the merchant, saying it would require patience for a period of time. I nodded in agreement behind them. This must be the peak earnings season, and I'm sure coffee beans and other goods are being transported in large quantities from the Kingdom of Waltz. Putting aside the time issue, my biggest concern is that my ID details were recorded in a register for the first time. I don't know how much data they're collecting, but as a modern Japanese person, I prefer to share the least amount of personal data possible. To make matters worse, even though I buried some items made on Earth in wooden boxes, the Waltz Kingdom soldiers saw the aluminum cases and everyday items inside, such as a calculator and a flashlight. While being identified as an outsider is acceptable, I would prefer not to be identified as a transmigrator. Therefore, crossing the border through official channels will be a one-time occurrence. In the future, I will avoid risk by crossing the border secretly from the air when no one is around. With that in mind, I enter the mountains cautiously in this foreign country. After a while, I fly into the air to get a better view of the surroundings. Is that a town I can see in the distance? I see a road stretching endlessly toward the east. In the distance, I think I can see a man-made structure. If so, let's head there first. I flew toward what I thought was the town. Section. The town of Grillorgg is located at the westernmost tip of the Kingdom of Waltz. It is comparable to Lipsum in terms of size and vitality, with a moderate population. However, the impression from above was very different from that of Lagraith. The streets are narrow. That was my first impression. Unlike Lagraith, whose wide streets stretch out like huge boulevards, Grillorgg can be described in one word. Maze. Just when you think you're on the main street, a T-junction suddenly appears. The streets twist and turn so much that it's hard to tell which direction you're walking in. The roads are wide enough for carriages to pass, but with so many twists and turns, reaching the center would take quite a while. Well, that doesn't really matter to me. I only hesitated once when I first passed through the checkpoint. I figured I'd have to go through one sooner or later in this country. Once I realized how inconvenient the town was, I quickly gave up. I flew to the roof of a large building. Unfortunately, the first place I found was an inn, but at least it had a bath, so I quickly secured a room. After putting down my luggage, I wandered around the town in high spirits, looking for the Hunters Guild. I'd say about 2 or 3 out of every 10 people are beastmen. Just as I had seen in Hanson's country, people with animal-like faces were casually working at shops or cooking at street stalls. Can I have one of these? Sure, one for 1,200 beak. I spoke to the dog-like shopkeeper, attracted by the goods on sale. Although his intonation was a little strange due to the language barrier, he seemed normal enough. The food he handed me was, "Oh, by the way, what kind of meat is this?" "Pork, we raise a lot of pigs, so it's cheap and delicious." Ho ho. The dog shopkeeper's friendly manner made my body tremble. Here it comes, here it comes, here it comes. It looks like a slightly larger kushikatsu. However, there is no sauce. Instead, it is dipped in a fruity-smelling liquid before being handed over. The mysterious sauce is honey-colored and slightly sticky, but when I try it, it has a strange, sweet, and spicy flavor. I prefer the sauce I'm used to, but this one is also quite delicious. The meat is actually juicy and delicious. At 1,200 beak, it's a bit pricey compared to the average Lagraith food stall price, but it's worth it. Maybe the oil is expensive, or maybe this is just the cost of meat. But now that I think about it, money is beak. As Xing Kun and the others said, it's nice that beak is used as a common currency. While eating next to the shop and talking to the dog owner, I learned that livestock farming is the most prosperous industry in the Kingdom of Waltz and that beef and chicken are widely available, as they are in Japan. However, there isn't much flat land, and grain imports from Lagraith were recently halted, so bread is expensive, and most people eat mostly meat. I was worried that, once trade resumed and wheat started coming in, meat consumption would decrease. I said, when bread gets cheaper, sandwiches with that cutlet in them will sell like crazy. I imitated him and taught him, but he was more grateful than I expected for some reason. Even though they are beastmen, they seem normal. Other than their appearance, I can't tell the difference between them and humans. There are good people and bad people, regardless of race. Recalling Hanson's words, I took the route the dog shop owner had taught me to the Hunters Guild. It was past noon, so the reception area was empty, and I rushed straight to the archives. I wonder what the hunting grounds in other countries are like. Chapter 210, Front and Back. It's similar to Lagraith. The hunting grounds near Grillorgg are arranged in a staircase formation. One F-rank hunting ground is followed by a D-rank hunting ground, much like Lipsum. The size of the town depends on the hunting conditions in the surrounding area, making it clear that monsters are a direct source of food for the people. Even in D-rank hunting grounds, there's a new monster species, the first in a while, though there's only one type. Skill collection and money-making. Both require effort, so, as usual, I approach the auntie, or whoever she is, out of curiosity. The D-rank Isla Wilderness is about an hour southeast, and the E-rank Warrow Hills is about an hour and a half north. The highest-ranked hunting ground in Waltz is the B-rank Antonia Fire Rock Cave in the northeast, right. That's right, but don't push yourself too hard. It's better to start with Nicolog Forest. Warrow Hills is very popular and crowded, and Isla Wilderness is full of poisonous monsters. Haha, don't let my appearance fool you. I'm actually B-rank, even though I look weak. You're quite talented. I misunderstood because you're not wearing armor. Are you from the Kingdom of Lagraith? That's right. I just arrived today, so I thought I'd earn some travel money. The female tanuki speaks in a slightly unusual manner. She's very polite, but I wonder how old she is. It's hard to tell the age of beastmen, and their voices don't give much away, so it's tricky. Maybe I'll get used to it. I wish I could figure them out faster so I can gather information from their appearance. Don't stare at me like that. You're making me blush. You're embarrassing this auntie. Oh, I'm sorry. No, I couldn't help but stare, wondering if there were any aging points. I apologized and decided to head to the E-rank hunting ground, Warrow Hills, where I had some time, to try hunting the undefeated Fodal sheep monster. I knew from the illustrations in the reference book that the target was clearly a fluffy sheep, at first glance. The Tanuki auntie said it as if it were obvious, but there is a demand for its fur, meat, and skin. No wonder it's such a popular monster in this world. On top of that, depending on the location, the hills are probably a place where you can spot monsters from a distance. Should I go all out or be careful of my surroundings? The method I use will greatly affect my efficiency. Excuse me, may I ask you something? As I was lost in thought, a man approached me as I left the guild. It sounded like something I'd heard before. Could it be the audit bureau or something? Thinking this, I looked at him warily, but he said something unexpected. Are you interested in being a mercenary? Section. A man named Beloya was currently leading me to a place called the Mercenary Guild. He was a sort of recruiter who approached newcomers who seemed to meet the Hunter Guild standards and offered them a position as mercenaries. If they were setting a net for hunters coming from Lagraith in the west, keeping an eye on this town, the entrance should be enough. This man, Beloya, quickly made the following statement. If you're really a B-rank hunter, you can earn 200,000 beak just by registering as a mercenary right now. It was a suspiciously enticing offer. Seriously, what a stupid thing to say. It might have worked on a naive shut-in neat, but a man with some sales experience wouldn't fall for such a lame trick. There's no way I'd be fooled by something so trivial, yet here I am, following him. I must be even more foolish than he is. It's not that I'm blinded by money, though. I'd be happy to earn extra money for food, but ultimately, I'm just curious about the Mercenary Guild system and name. Orlando-san, the guild master in Malta, told me that a B-rank hunter who had graduated from the Big Hole of Devour was heading east to be hired as a mercenary. However, trade has already resumed, and the war route has been abandoned. There's no reason to rush to gather soldiers. What's the point of throwing money around and asking people to register? What kind of work do they do, and how is the guild run? All sorts of questions came to mind. After walking for about 5 minutes, we arrived at the Mercenary Guild. This is the Mercenary Guild, I was told. Looking up, I saw that the building itself was about half the size of the Hunter Guild. At the entrance was a symbol I had never seen before, 2 crossed swords. I've never seen that in Lagraith. Of course not. Until recently, it was a country of only humans. Some people might have understood what he meant, but his answer made even less sense to me. Could mercenaries only be for beastmen? But then, why did he call out to me? With that question in mind, I entered the building and was immediately captivated by something that excited me. The first thing that caught my eye was a thick, square pillar in the middle of the first-floor lobby. Attached to each side of the pillar, which was about 2 meters wide, was a large request board with bodyguard requests and capture and execution of criminals written at the top. I could only see 2 sides, but requests were written on wooden boards and hung on the boards in this manner. What caught my attention the most was a large wooden board displayed in the office space behind the reception desk. It had numbers from 1 to 40 in order, with interchangeable wooden boards next to them. Each board bore what appeared to be a personal name. The lower the number, the larger the board with the name on it. First place. Julmenekis, second place. Bari Og, third place. Funny, is this a ranking board? The words slipped out before I could stop them. The suspicious man, Beloya, seemed to have achieved his purpose. He exchanged a few words with the receptionist and left the guild. I suppose it was his job to bring people who met the conditions here. Welcome to the Mercenary Guild. I'm Milfy, and I'll be introducing you to the guild. Nice to meet you. I'm Loki. I'm not sure if I want to join yet. Please take care of me. Of course, you can listen to the explanation first. This way, please. She walks with a strangely swaying gait. The Hunter Guild didn't seem to be pushing hard, but judging from the receptionist, the Mercenary Guild places a lot of importance on appearance and age. Following Milfy, I was led to the back of the building. She showed me into a small room with chairs and tables similar to those in the Hunter Guild, and a wooden box about the size of a bucket in the corner. After proving my rank with my guild card, the explanation began and lasted about an hour. I gained a general understanding of the Mercenary Guild system, which didn't seem too difficult. I asked questions to confirm my understanding. The difference between the Hunter Guild and the Mercenary Guild is that one is an independent organization and the other is state-run. One deals with monsters, and the other deals with people, right? Technically, we are an independent organization that spans the same country as the Hunter and commercial guilds, but our operations and request management are basically handled on a national basis. Also, although this is not always the case, you can think of the Mercenary Guild as mediating requests that the Hunter Guild does not actively accept. So that includes guarding important people in shops, as well as capturing and exterminating criminals. The requests vary widely, though. As a B-rank hunter, you probably haven't heard of any requests involving people other than escorting carriages. That's true. The Hunter Guild's philosophy is to serve the people. We don't accept requests that could be exploited for political gain by the privileged few. That's why the Mercenary Guild handles those kinds of private requests for money. Is that legal? Mercenaries don't get caught doing their jobs. The head of the Mercenary Guild is Duke Oswald. That's not an answer. That's because I'm from Earth. For people in this country, though, that's a perfectly valid answer. Did Milfi-san notice my discomfort? As hunters grow older and their physical strength declines, they look for work where they can demonstrate their experience and short-term abilities. Alternatively, retired hunters may work at contracted establishments and eat meals there while preparing for emergencies. Could you please give me a few specific examples of such cases? It makes sense for escorts or bodyguards. It benefits both parties, and there's a certain demand for it. However, if the Hunter Guild is at the front, then the Mercenary Guild is at the back. Given my knowledge of Earth, that impression is hard to shake. It's also strange that the state-run organization is the underworld and the private sector is the surface. I'd like to know if I can do such work in my own way and at my own pace. Is it okay to work as a hunter at the same time? Of course. In fact, you won't be able to make a living at first. No one will request an unknown newcomer. So, at first, I'll take the requests posted on that pillar and build up my experience bit by bit. There are exceptions, but that's the basic idea. As a mercenary, your strength, achievements, and completion rate of requests matter. As you gain credibility, bigger jobs will come your way. So, that big ranking board clearly shows that, right? It's easy to understand, isn't it? Just being on that ranking board can change your life as a mercenary, and of course, your finances as well. Well, I guess so. I missed one answer to your first question, so let's review. The biggest difference between hunters and mercenaries is that only the chosen few can become mercenaries. The strong do jobs that only they can do and earn high rewards. If you're recognized and in demand, you can earn as much as you want. Isn't that wonderful? What a scary smile. Seeing that expression, which would make many people stare in awe, I couldn't help but think that. The minimum requirement to become a mercenary is a D rank as a hunter. Of course, you can become a mercenary even if you don't have any experience as a hunter. In other words, if you lose your hunter license, it doesn't matter. However, there is no classification for mercenaries. She explained that to me. The ranking board is merely a public display of domestic registered mercenary rankings. From the moment you become a mercenary, everyone is on the same level, and there are no restrictions on publicly posted requests. Clients may individually reject mercenaries in rare cases, but generally, it's first come, first served. You take on requests that match your skills and the reward. This system fuels competition. Isn't the death rate among mercenaries pretty high? I couldn't help but ask. Even after the issues between the two countries were resolved, the practice of distributing 200,000 beak to register as a mercenary continued. This is the only reason I can think of. In response, Milfi-san said, "It's higher than hunters, but you can earn more efficiently." Of course, right? She answered so casually as if continuing her sentence. Yes, this is also a common value in this world. I'm the weird one for feeling a little uneasy about it. After that, I reviewed the details of the current situation. By this point, I had a pretty good idea of what I was thinking. I knew the approximate total number of mercenaries in the country. I considered the popularity and unpopularity of different types of requests and their completion rates. I considered the flow of events and predicted inconveniences when changing the base town. I also reviewed the process from accepting a request to completion and how to simplify it. I knew why there were no mercenary guilds in Lagraith and how mercenary guilds worked in other countries. The disadvantages of registering with a mercenary guild and more. Milfi-san had seemed relaxed throughout but began to look tense halfway through. I didn't care, though. This person seemed to be treating me as a business partner, a kind of mark. Then I have no reason to hold back either. I'll use this person to extract as much information as possible. Unfortunately, her proud appearance doesn't faze me. I know 6 people who are more attractive. In the end, I registered as a mercenary that day. For being a B-rank hunter, I received a registration bonus of 200,000 beak and a bangle with a hole in the center. Chapter 211, A Strategy Guide That Stirs the Imagination. I returned to the inn and stared blankly at the bangle I had received. I played with it between my fingers. It looks like ordinary iron. Is this really a magic tool? When Milfi-san gave it to me, she said it was proof that I was a mercenary and that I should wear it on my arm at all times. The surface had simple decorations, and on the back were my name and the name of the town where it was issued, Grillorgg. Now, there was a hollowed-out center with a hole in it. Only certain guild-recognized mercenaries are given a stone called a resonant stone to insert into the hollow. When you shine a light magic spell on one half of a split resonance stone, the other half will also glow, even if it's far away. It's a remarkable item from another world. The bangle also functions as a simple magical tool that glows for a certain amount of time once activated. Mercenaries wear it on their arms, where it's easily visible to notify them of a request for their services. So, not being given the stone means there's no possibility of receiving a request, right? The stone is a rare ore mined in the Fravel mine. I was told that if I wanted it, I had to prove my worth by accumulating achievements. Considering the purpose of my mercenary registration, though, it's fine as it is. I just wanted to find a way to earn money more efficiently now that Loki has shown up, but I'm still mainly a hunter. I put the bangle back in my leather bag and took out 3 books instead. Finally, I could relax and read. I lay down on the bed and started skimming the first book to see what it was about. It didn't take long before I couldn't just skim it. I was discouraged by the content right from the start, or rather, that's how I'd put it. I couldn't help but flip the book over and look at the title on the back cover, Differences in Skill Characteristics by System. I let out a deep sigh. Combat Tactics System Skills. Proficiency Speed, Delta. Benefits of Advancement. Prior Knowledge, X. Immediate Effect, Y. Experience accumulates slowly through repeated actions, leading to natural skill acquisition and level advancement. Many skills do not require prior knowledge, so you can use them immediately after acquiring them in many situations. Magic System Skills, Proficiency Speed, X. Benefits of Advancement, 0. Prior Knowledge, X. Immediate Effect, Delta. Acquiring natural skills is extremely difficult, requiring prerequisite knowledge and repetition. However, acquiring skills and leveling up offer some of the best benefits in the skill system. It is difficult to use them immediately, though, as it depends on the user's knowledge. Job System Skills, Proficiency Speed. Benefits of Advancement, 0. Prior Knowledge, Y. Immediate Effect, X. Many of these skills are specialized, work-related skills that naturally lead to repetitive actions, making them the easiest and most accessible to acquire. However, the benefits of acquiring these skills and advancing in level are minimal, as they tend to supplement and amplify the knowledge and experience you have already cultivated. Daily Life System Skills, Proficiency Speed. Delta. Benefits of Advancement, 0. Prior Knowledge, X. Immediate Effect, Y. Daily life skills are directly linked to everyday actions. However, the speed at which these skills are acquired is slower than in the job system. Once acquired, however, many of these skills can be applied intuitively, and most prerequisite knowledge is unnecessary. Pure passive skills, Proficiency Speed, 0. Benefits of advancement. Prior knowledge, X. Immediate effectiveness, Y. Similar to daily life skills, it is difficult to feel the benefits of acquiring skills and increasing levels. Although acquiring natural skills is quick, many of them are accompanied by pain and suffering, so opinions on the speed of mastery are divided. Other special, proficiency speed, not applicable. Benefits of advancement, 0. Prior knowledge, 0. Immediate effect, Y. Since these are occupation-specific skills obtained through revelation, they cannot be acquired naturally. However, once obtained, there are many examples of significant abilities that can be utilized immediately without requiring extensive prior knowledge. In addition to these general trends, there are also individual manifest talents and latent talents, which can promote or inhibit skill growth. Examples of manifest talents include any, mentioned earlier, and Potter, who has been strong since childhood. Some people demonstrate their talent in terms of skill level from an early age, while others are precocious and progress faster than others. Conversely, some people have hidden weaknesses, and no matter how much effort they put in, they grow significantly slower. This book states that such patterns are not uncommon. I often heard about this phenomenon when I was on Earth, and I can relate to it because I'm good at arithmetic but not so good at memorization. However, this raises a slight problem that could hinder my secret base project. Job-related skills are tough. It will be difficult for me to master these skills. After all, I have almost no knowledge of specialized skills, such as farming or raising livestock. The only things I can say I still have are the knowledge and experience I gained in sales, such as conversational and negotiation skills. However, if the job-specific skills described in this book are about applying existing knowledge to real-world situations, then no matter how much you multiply knowledge by 0, the result is still 0. Ultimately, it's useless. I guess that's why so many people used to work in agriculture. I've reached farming skill level 6 by destroying the bandits, but I can't come up with any knowledge about farming, even if I try to imagine it. I thought that if I had architecture skills, I would be able to build houses naturally. I also thought that if I learned how to make sake, I would be able to make it. However, it seems that this different world is not so easy, which is disappointing. Still, there were quite a few detailed evaluations of each skill, so I gained a lot of knowledge from this book. Next, I picked up the thinnest book with unknown magic skills written on the cover. It was more interesting to read than educational. Skill name, Activation Standby. This is a skill that can be acquired by deliberately refraining from activating it when it is available. Its main effect is delaying the timing of attacks against others, allowing you to dodge defensive magic and land your main attack. It can also eliminate the difference between old-style chanting and new-style chanting. At first, I was confused, but after reading it carefully, I understood. Old-style chanting is the method I currently practice. You weave your own words and feed magic to the spirits to activate your unique magic. This method varies from person to person in terms of magic manipulation and power usage. The most important factor is the manifestation image, which makes it suitable for powerful individual spells, but not for group combat. The new chanting method was introduced to address this issue. In this method, everyone chants the same chant, so even if they cannot maintain a strong image after activation, they can perform the same action with the same level of magic power consumption. This allows for group combat, where even elderly court mages can coordinate their movements and unleash magic simultaneously, creating a significant synergistic effect, as described in the records. The downside is that the text of the incantation inevitably becomes lengthy to ensure that everyone achieves the same manifestation result. However, in modern times, this method is more widely used due to its accessibility. I finally understand why Laren, the flashy, pants-wearing guy who fought in the B-rank promotion exam, had such a long incantation, and why Mei-chan said my chant was weird back then. From the opposite perspective, if I were the only one with a long chant and it caused problems, I would have tried to solve the problem early on. However, if it works fine as is, there's no need to change it. That's the conclusion I came to, and I completely forgot about it. And then, Once you reach a certain level of activation standby, you can apparently reach a state called multiple activation. I'm not sure what appropriate level means, but I guess there isn't a specific number, so there's nothing I can do about it. More importantly, though, there's multiple activation. What a romantic term. I don't know how many can be activated at the same time, but I suppose that depends on one's skill level. On top of that, it seems there are even higher skills beyond this. Skill name, synthesis magic. Apparently, there were multiple activation users, but there were no synthesis magic users, even in ancient times when the golden tablet text, Rigram, which served as the information source for this book, was created. So the question remains, how did they know about this skill back then? I'm so excited I could burst. This thick book seems completely irrelevant. It's so interesting that I don't even feel like reading the history and prospects of the Lagraith Kingdom. Huff, huff, huff. Someday, I'll use multiple activation repeatedly, turn it all into synthesis magic, and then proclaim, wait, isn't that magic actually the universe? I'll be so awesome. With such fantasies swirling in my head, I drifted off to sleep with the strategy guide by my pillow. Chapter 215, The Start of Mercenary Life. This feels unusually heavy. Did the scale break? No, I don't think so. There's quite a lot of it. At the dismantling site, inside the Hunters Guild, in Grillorgg. There, an old man weighs finely crushed magic stones in leather bags. I was nervous he would notice my inner thoughts, but I had to keep a straight face and act cool. It took me half a day to break the large magic stone, and I cried while doing so. I smashed the magic stone against another magic stone. When it was roughly broken, I covered it with a leather bag and used all my strength to punch it. My fists needed time to recover, and the physical discomfort was excruciating. Needless to say, I vowed to myself that next time, I would go to the dismantling site with confidence. Next time, I won't stop halfway with such a half-hearted contraction. I managed to crush them all. Though it was half-hearted, the old man was surprisingly sensitive when I brought today's haul to the dismantling site. Looking inside, he picked up a single piece and said, "There's something oddly round about this part. The color is a bit different from the others, isn't it?" He started nitpicking, and I couldn't help but think, this old man is actually pretty impressive, despite his appearance. Then he said, "It's heavy. Come on, give me a break. It's evening and everyone is waiting in line, so hurry up. The total weight is 52 kg. Did you handle a giant one?" "Why?" "There was a sighting today. A poison cloud was seen high in the sky. It seems to have scattered quickly in the wind." Really? Does that happen sometimes?" "It only happens once every few years, and spreads to a height of several tens of meters. Sometimes, on days when the wind is strong, it absorbs other magic stones, but the wind ends up dispersing it quickly." Ho ho. Now that I think about it, the wind wasn't that strong today. The magic stones the hunters collected weren't big enough to cause something that huge. What's going on? Everyone was lining up, so please hurry. I hurried the old man, who had started some strange speculation, to collect the wooden boards. Then, I ran away from the demolition site as fast as I could. I'm grateful to have learned that the poison cloud grew larger due to the wind rather than the passage of time, but my thinking was a little too simplistic. With such dense mist rising so high into the sky, it wouldn't be surprising if someone saw it, no matter how remote the location. In reality, it wasn't even dozens of meters high. This is it. If I had just waited, I probably would have had a serious battle with the hidden boss, assuming everyone around me would have noticed. I had planned to secretly hunt the boss, but it didn't go as smoothly as I had hoped. I finished exchanging it for money, and my shoulders slumped. From there, I avoided growing too large and split the currency exchange into 2 sessions, morning and afternoon. I focused on prioritizing the number of monsters defeated. If growing larger accelerates skill level-ups, then I would grow until I could reliably defeat the boss within my current range. No skill changes were observed while contracting into black mist, so it must emerge after the poison cloud and contraction are complete. These 2 patterns must categorize the monsters completely separately. Enlarging similar monsters halfway in the future would only be a waste. Understanding this is another step forward. After a day of hunting, I always stop by the Mercenary Guild to check the request board. Incidentally, I only check 2 boards. capture and extermination of criminals and high-reward requests. I ignore escort requests and large-scale domestic requests or long-term requests because hunting is my top priority. There are still some left today. I'm particularly interested in information related to bandits and thieves. Capture and defeat criminals requests are special because many of them don't require you to accept the request after viewing the public information. Some may be requests from the Lord, but they're similar to emergency search requests for hunters. It's basically first come, first served. Once I complete a request, I just need to report back with proof to receive the reward. I want to know how quickly these requests disappear. I tracked their progress daily. I found that about 5 bandit or thief-related requests or escaped criminals were posted daily, and one of them was replaced daily. While this is not always the case, I was able to determine that requests rotate at this approximate pace. Today is the 9th day. The other day, I successfully reached level 8 for poison resistance and vaporization, and I've become quite wealthy. It's about time to move on to another town. At that moment, I noticed the 2 remaining requests. As someone obsessed with efficiency, wasting my time on a fruitless mission is the last thing I want. To avoid that, I decided to consider all possibilities and ask around first. I grabbed the request board. I can't reach it. I jumped up, tore down 2 wooden boards, and rushed over to Milfisan, breathing heavily. "Excuse me, can you help me?" It's the sudden rush. These are 2 capture and defeat requests that have been pending for over 9 days. Do you know why that is? Let me see. I see. There are a few possible reasons. I'm trying to decide what to do, so could you give me some advice? Sure, I can help. If the requests stay open too long, it'll lower our evaluation here. The most likely reason is the area. By area, do you mean it's far from this town? That's not entirely wrong, but it makes it hard to find the target. The Mattenbalsa mountain path is extremely wide and rugged, and there are multiple routes through it. I see. So it's like a territory, and it's hard to narrow down their base. Exactly. If they're stupid bandits, they'll stick to an easy spot and get wiped out quickly. But if they're smart, they'll move around to avoid being tracked. There's also a chance they've left this area and are hiding somewhere else. Then there's the simple case where the target is just too strong. It's not very common, but it's possible, especially with this one. It's been over half a month since the request was made, and I've heard the damage continues, so that's likely. So this is the one with a 9.5 million beak bounty for extermination, with the possibility of a bonus, depending on the circumstances if captured. That's right. As a related point, the reward itself might be too low, causing mercenaries to avoid it. Strong mercenaries won't move for low rewards, right? Correct. You haven't accepted a single request yet, but you've already figured out how the mercenary system works. I feel like I'm being made fun of, but I'll just endure it. It seems like I'm getting payback for asking so many questions during the initial explanation. After that, I asked a barrage of questions, and now I'm being crushed as I was in the past. It's as if I'm not even a mercenary. I've been here for a while, so I'm waiting for the client to raise the reward. Now that time has passed, the bargaining has begun. There are also rare cases where the client is a noble's protege, and the information was leaked before the request was made, so they've already disappeared. They even told me about some really crazy cases. Yeah, maybe Milfisan is actually a nice person. The town in the north is called Musco, and there's a mountain pass called Mattenbalsa on the way there. The estimated numbers are around 10 to 15 people. The reward for extermination is low, but I think I'll go for it. The south is more likely to be stronger. For now, I want to aim for the B-rank hunting ground in the northeast, so I'll efficiently target the likely candidates on the route. Go ahead. It's supposedly B-rank, but you might die right away. I am not that weak, you know. Sigh until you complete about 5 requests. What? More than 20% of mercenaries die by then. Keep that in mind. I understood when I looked into Milfisan's eyes. This is serious, I thought. The risk of death probably isn't that high for escort requests. Judging by the reward amount, this seems like a reasonable, long-term, stable job. So I'll go with this one. I'll target the criminal and take on short-term, high-reward jobs. These two will account for a significant portion of the death rate. there also seem to be some confidential requests where the details aren't disclosed. However, they're not the kind of requests a rookie mercenary like me can take on. Thank you for the advice. I thank her sincerely and leave the guild. Don't get carried away. Don't let your guard down. Just when you think you're safe, death can strike at any moment in this world. Despite my advantage of game knowledge, which allows me to predict some future possibilities, this is still the case. This means that I'm still shallow in my thinking. I'm not cautious enough. I'm too focused on short-term gains. I'm inviting risk because of my flaws. On the other hand, I think my knowledge is also causing me to deliberately take risks. To avoid dying, I must strengthen my resolve. I will do so with renewed determination the next day. If masks are acceptable, then Kushikatsu should be as well. After stopping by the church to give Rill and the others some meat, I left Grillorgg, where I had stayed for about 10 days, and started mapping my route north. Chapter 216, The Destination in Sight. Since visiting the Kingdom of Waltz, I've noticed a new trend in the town where I arrived. I land on the roof of the Hunters Guild and head straight to the reference room to gather information. If it's not busy, I approach the receptionist and ask about nearby and top-ranked hunting grounds. As was the case in Lagraith, there are plenty of easy hunting grounds ranked F and E, but the number of hunting grounds ranked D and above suddenly decreases. Therefore, they have a mental map based on their work knowledge and know that there is a hunting ground like this to the east, even without a map. There should be a C-ranked hunting ground in this town to the south. With experience, I can gather a surprising amount of information just by asking around. By repeating this process wherever I go, the information becomes more reliable. Even if I don't mention the name of the town or hunting ground, they will sometimes answer as if they remember when I ask them directly. As a result, in addition to the B-rank hunting ground that I checked first, I found out that there is one more D-rank hunting ground and 2 C-rank hunting grounds in the Kingdom of Waltz. If everything goes according to plan, I will first head to the B-rank hunting ground in the northeast, then to the D-rank hunting ground in the southeast, and finally to the C-rank hunting ground in the southwest before returning to Grillorgg. Then I'll return to the royal capital of Falmenta in Lagraith, purchase a book, map the central area while heading east, stop by the royal capital, and continue eastward through Waltz. I think I'll proceed along this route. By the way, I'll skip the other C-rank hunting ground. The Bales Forest, which extends across the northern part of Lagraith and into the Kingdom of Waltz, didn't seem worth revisiting after reading the reference book. Ultimately, the monsters that live there seem to be the same green monsters. Even the ogres and upper-level orcs were defeated with the minimum necessary numbers while Lakish was away. Until now, I guess they were being eaten before they could multiply, but I think they were probably respawning somewhere invisible, and their numbers were being adjusted. Once I've gathered all the information I need from the Hunters Guild, I'll head to the Mercenary Guild. I have a feeling there are fewer of them than there are of the Hunters Guild. However, if there is an E-rank hunting ground, there will usually be a mercenary guild in town. The town of Rambart, in the northern part of the Kingdom of Waltz, where I am now, is no exception. I took the request for capturing and defeating criminals that I had confirmed in the previous town and submitted the wooden board to the receptionist. Since the operation is organized by country, it's helpful that some requests are shared among neighboring towns. Hello, I'd like to report on the completion of this request. Is that okay? Could you tell me the details? This was the 3rd time I was taken to a small room to report. I suppose it's to prevent information from leaking outside. During the initial explanation, I didn't pay much attention to it, but the wooden box in the corner of the room seemed to be a magical barrier to prevent external skill interference. In this world, the national and private sectors are in opposite positions. The Mercenary Guild invests a lot of money in things like building interiors and mercenaries' appearances to attract customers. On the other hand, the Hunter Guild is like a city hall. It doesn't spend money on appearances or customer service. Well, if you think about it, that money is probably going back to the hunters. Personally, I prefer hunters. Do you have anything to prove it? No, so please confirm it on site. Got it, the fee will be 10% of the guild's standard reward. Where is the location? This process has become routine, so I simply convey the leader's name, the number of members and bodies, and the hideout location verbally. In the case of the Mercenary Guild, even a rough map could lead to information leaking to the higher-ups in the country. Since the guild still has a strong, underground reputation, I'm careful not to share unnecessary information. Still, the information gets through because there's a clear landmark. I've erected a 30-meter tall stone pillar using magic. If you follow the road, you should be able to spot it from a distance. Got it. Once we confirm it, we'll pay the reward, but just deposit it for now. By then, I'll probably have moved on to another town. With that, the quick and efficient administrative procedures with the Mercenary Guild were mostly complete. Now, I'll look at the four-sided board, which is the same everywhere, and pick out a few targets to capture or defeat that I can stop by on the way to my next destination. If I find any while mapping, I'll hunt them down. This routine has become my favorite lately because it's efficient. By the way, I don't take food from bandits or thieves, but I bury everything else, except for cash, in an easy-to-find spot nearby. I store the loot in the hideout, mostly in wooden boxes or leather bags, as I did when I took it from someone. I bury leather equipment in a simple, stone-covered underground room to prevent it from rotting. I mark the burial locations on the map in my notebook, where I record town names and layouts. I add a special mark for buried items so I won't forget them. When I retrieve them, I can use the stone pillars I erected as landmarks. I don't think I'll be able to retrieve the items until I acquire spatial magic, but I'll retrieve everything at that time. Since leaving Grillorgg, I've relied on villains for skill collection and money. The next town is the long-awaited B-rank hunting ground. It's the town of Lowenfort, which houses the Antonia Fire Rock Cave. I really want to start boosting my stats at a monster hunting ground soon. Anticipation swelling in my chest, I continued eastward. Chapter 217, Exciting Developments. It was after 5 p.m. I arrived above the town of Lowenfort, drawn by the lights that were visible even from a distance. Looking down with night vision, the town appeared large. Unlike the other towns I had visited in Waltz, it did not seem to have a complex structure. However, a portion of light extended outward from the huge, slightly distorted circle that formed the town, creating a shape resembling a water pitcher. Gazing at this mysterious landscape, I descended, searching for the large building with the training grounds attached to it. My accuracy rate is about 90% now. In large towns like this one, the Hunters Guild is also large, so I rarely miss it. I immediately entered the Hunters Guild. Is there anyone here who can use ice magic to create an ice wall or water magic level 4 or higher, and is skilled at creating water walls? I'm a gladiator with an ice attribute weapon, and I'm a vanguard with a shield that's completely fire-resistant. Let me know if there's a party that can take me tomorrow. The unprecedented energy made me stop in my tracks. Wow, there are so many tough-looking people with flashy red and black equipment. Looking around the reception lobby, I saw tons of people who looked strong based on their equipment and demeanor. It was probably because it was just after hunting season and everyone was cashing in. Even though it was the same B rank, I could immediately tell that the quality of the hunting grounds was different from the big hole of Devour. That's why I quietly took a deep breath. Then, I made up my mind and used it. Insight. There are 2 suspicious ones. They seem weaker than the old lady. Unlike with Hansan, I don't feel the urge to escape immediately because there's no hopeless gap where no matter what I do, I'll end up losing. Rather, it's more like when I face Lockish, an excitement that this will be a good fight rather than fear. A human and a beastman. Still, they're just a tiny fraction of a large group. Hunters operating at B rank are estimated to be around level 40. As expected, that means I should have no problem with a B rank hunting ground at my current level. I head to the usual reference room with light steps. I carefully read through the reference book I'm looking for, Antonia Fire Rock Cave. It's a massive cave located underground in the northern Aubber Mountains. Its interior is mostly fire rock, making it extremely flammable and hot. Creatures that inhabit the cave include salamanders that breathe fire and are about 3 meters long, as well as fire bats that hover in the air and cast fire magic. Additionally, there are flame rocks that use magic stones as cores to manipulate fire rocks and ignite themselves, as well as other monsters that manipulate fire. Metal armor is strictly prohibited in the cave. To avoid a hellish ordeal, it is essential to equip yourself with fire-resistant armor made from salamander skin. Rarely, overflame rocks possessing high-demand seed fire magic stones may appear. The Fire Rock Cave's king, Varakan, resides in the cave's deepest part. Varakan is ranked at the bottom of the S rank when fighting alone, so if you challenge it with a mediocre force, you will surely be wiped out. Unless you are extremely confident, you should avoid venturing into the depths of the cave unnecessarily. I see. I had the impression that party recruitment was active, but after seeing the contents of the hunting ground, I understand why. Since the area heats up easily, metal armor is strictly prohibited, meaning your overall defense and agility are compromised. No matter how resistant your equipment is, the parts of your body that are exposed will still be affected, as verified by the superalloy Rill thigh check. Additionally, the monsters are divided into ground, aerial, and slashing types, each with their own challenges. It also seems like each monster has long-range attack capabilities. In other words, a balanced party composition is required in this hunting ground. You need a shield-wielding tank that can withstand attacks even with leather armor, healers, or buffers that can counter or mitigate the monster's ranged attacks while healing, and attackers with slashing, striking, and anti-air attack methods. If you don't carefully assemble a team like this, I think you'll find yourself in a tough situation in every scenario. That's the kind of hunting ground this is. It's hard to say which is better compared to the Great Hole of Devour, but I prefer this one because it's less tricky, considering the ants that spew acid while attacking all at once in the dark maze. Then there are the higher-rank species, or rather, rare species similar to golden frogs and the boss. I had forgotten about regular bosses, but will they appear frequently in B-rank hunting grounds or higher? There are hints at the presence of hidden bosses, but I'm not yet tempted to go take a look. At the lower end of S rank, it feels like it might still be too challenging. It's the deepest part, so I guess I just shouldn't go. Deep down, I know that, but I'll definitely go, right? I asked myself that question. For now, though, I've decided to check the request board. This is interesting. Smiling at the information I obtained, I completely forgot about my earlier resolve as I headed toward the Mercenary Guild. The next day, I think I'm still okay. I took my time eating breakfast at the inn and checked the condition of my weapons in my room. I'm not a professional, so I don't know the details, but as long as there are no chips or cracks, they should be fine. I came up with a plan last night while lying in bed. First, I'll go on a reconnaissance mission today to see how hot it is. If I decide that heat-resistant equipment is necessary, I'll hunt down a salamander, a creature that seems to be used for such equipment, kill it, and have a blacksmith craft some armor for me. While I'm there, I'll have my weapons maintained and focus on defeating the bandits with my secondary weapon. If I can manage without the armor, I'll stay there, collect skills, and earn money. Either way, I plan to stay in this town for at least 8 days. Recruitment. We are recruiting members to defeat Varakan. There will be a selection process at the guild training ground in the afternoon 8 days from now, so if you are confident in your skills, please join us. Your job will be decided during the selection process, so it doesn't matter for now. Your hunter rank must be at least B. We are looking for about 50 people. The reward will be divided among the members after the guild sells all the materials. A-rank hunter Fidel Markrant. The bulletin board for party recruitment was next to the request board. I saw the raid recruitment notice posted there. I had mixed feelings, thinking that I should have gone to other D-rank or C-rank hunting grounds to gain experience before coming to this town. If I had done that, I wouldn't have made it in time for this recruitment. After some deliberation, I decided to give it a try. Maybe I could take it down alone. These thoughts briefly crossed my mind, but when I saw the bulletin board, I suddenly activated my keen hearing skill. I couldn't hear anything from the 2 people who seemed to be the only ones in the guild evenly matched with me. However, I learned from a nearby woman that the human was called Fidel. And at that point, I immediately gave up on the idea of defeating it alone. A human of similar strength was deliberately recruiting a party of 50 people. That made it even harder to find a reason to take it on alone. From what they were saying, I'm sure the other beastmen will join them. I flew up from the inn's roof and headed for the watering can I had seen yesterday. The road to the mountains seemed close enough, about a 30-minute walk. Several carriages were climbing the gentle mountain road, seemingly transporting hunters from early morning on. Several restaurants that were clearly stalls were next to the road. In the direction of the hunting cave, I saw carriages piled high with the same materials heading down toward the town. The large buildings near the hunting grounds must have included a place that bought those materials. What was likely once a forest has been neatly divided by the wide path leading to the hunting grounds, creating an environment seemingly tailored for the Antonia Fire Rock Cave. Excited by the scale of the hunting grounds, I overtook the carriages and descended into the nearby forest. Chapter 218, Antonia Fire Rock Cave. Despite the fact that it was a hunting ground, 2 soldiers stood guard at the cave's entrance. I bowed slightly to them and entered the cave despite their suspicious glances. The passageway was fairly wide with a firmly secured rock floor. After advancing about 20 meters, I saw a huge cave that was probably 20 to 30 meters high. Its size varied depending on the location, but it was an enormous hollow space that did not feel cramped. Rock connected the ground and ceiling at key points. It reminded me of a limestone cave I visited on a school trip in elementary school. The atmosphere was similar, but the scale was much larger. There was enough space to move around freely inside. But what caught my eye the most was the pulsating rock. It flickered as if blood vessels were coursing through the rock, and the faint orange light it emitted illuminated the entire cave. Not everything was in sync, so I knew this wasn't some kind of giant creature's lair twist. And the monsters. Wow, this looks like an MMO dungeon. Near the entrance, a party of about 5 or 6 people was scattered around. Each person was aware of their role and moved smoothly while facing the monsters and collecting materials. Oh, that archer and tank are working well together. They're creating gaps in time and immediately luring the next monster. Did that staff wielder just combine a water barrier with a breath attack from a different direction without looking? Can you do that with presence detection? Unlike F rank and E rank monsters, they move efficiently, and I think they look cool too. No, I can't stop getting excited. Me too. I dash forward with my sword in hand, looking for an open hunting ground. Along the way, I catch the startled glances of hunters who make eye contact with me. Well, that's just how it goes. A boy wearing ragged, burnable clothes is charging alone into the depths with a sword in his hand. Most people are probably thinking, oh, that kid who got mixed up in this is going to die. Presence detection. Body strengthening. Investigation. The target is Firebet. But I don't care about that. If I did, I wouldn't be able to survive in this world. Yuhihi sei. Further in, I saw a huge, slow-moving, bright red, 4-legged lizard. I swung my sword with all my strength to see if I could decapitate it in one blow. All right, no problem at all. You have acquired Fire Breath LV1. You have acquired Fire Breath LV1. You have acquired Fire Resistance LV2. You have acquired Fire Resistance LV3. You have acquired Fire Resistance LV4. Okay, Salamander has Fire Breath Level 3 and Fire Resistance Level 5. HMPH. Although there have been few opportunities to use it thus far, the magic defense is adequate thanks to the bonus stats. Fire magic is unleashed from above by Fire Bat. As a test, I swing my arm as I did with Rill and deflect the fireball, which is larger than my head, onto the ground. No problem here either. My fire resistance is already working. Although my clothes are scorched, I don't feel much heat. The remaining flames from the deflected fireball touch the bedrock, which burns as if it had caught fire. I look at the culprit who threw the fireball. It flies toward the rock shadow near the ceiling, leaving a trail of sparks behind. After all, its wings are on fire. Of course, that fire bat must also have fire resistance. Nice. I couldn't help but smile as I flew upward. Then, unexpectedly, the fire bat began to move erratically. It wasn't moving that fast. I grabbed its 30-centimeter long body and threw it forcefully against the rock wall to stop it. You have acquired Fire Magic LV. 3. Ammo. The fire bat must have Fire Magic LV. 4 or 5. I ignored the falling bat carcass, which had been its home. From behind the rock wall, which I only noticed once I was flying, the fire bats all tried to shoot fire magic at me at once. I was able to stop their chants all at once using Roar. I obtained the Area of Effect Pressure effect from the ogre. It consumes a lot of magic power, but it feels incredibly effective as I swing my sword and bring the group of fire bats down to the ground. You have acquired Fire Magic LV4. You have acquired Fire Resistance LV5. Fire Magic is level 4. Besides that, it can fly, but not very high. It seems to possess some flying ability. Well, I instinctively grab a rock the size of a baseball that flew up from below. Like the other rocks scattered around, it pulsates and glows orange. It feels like it was thrown with brute force rather than formed with earth magic. Clearly, the culprit is a flame rock, though it's not burning yet. I'll try to distinguish between the two patterns and swoop down. I'll strike the chest, which somewhat resembles the upper half of a human body, with my left hand. My right hand is holding a sword. Ouch! Even with body strengthening, it still hurts a little. This proves that my defense is still lacking. However, the pulsating body scatters backward, and magic stones that look like ping-pong balls, as expected of B rank, roll onto the ground with a clattering sound. You have acquired combination LV1. You have acquired combination LV2. You have acquired combination LV3. You have acquired combination LV4. You have acquired separation LV1. You have acquired separation LV2. You have acquired separation LV3. You have acquired separation LV4. You have acquired ignition LV1. Wow! Combination and separation are at level 5, and ignition is at level 3. This one looks like the most delicious. I immediately began dismantling it, extracting only the magic stones and thinking about the most efficient way to do so. Unless there's a hole that allows me to escape to the ground halfway through, it's probably better not to go too deep. Both are things that need to be done. However, balancing skill collection and money-making is difficult. Still, let's start with about 20 of each for now. Today, I tried various things as a warm-up, checking the distribution of hunters and getting a feel for the situation. Section. That night, as I returned to the inn, I reflected on the information I had gathered and summarized it in my notebook. Fire breath, magic power. Fire resistance, magic defense. Combination, defense. Separation, dexterity. Ignite, magic power. The bonus stats for the new skills should suffice for now. There are 3 initial skill levels at level 5. There's still time before the raid, so I'd like to level them up to 8. This means agility will be slightly weak, but defense should be slightly better with the level 4 physical attack resistance from Flame Rock. I tried soul armor, thinking it might work in a B-rank hunting ground. It seems worth sticking with here. Since Flame Rock's defense has surpassed one of mine, if I persist, I should be able to increase it by over 50 with 2 of these. However, there are a lot of skills in the other slots this time. 4 out of the 5 new skills are monster-specific. I find 2 of those usable, which I find unexpected and confusing. It's a pleasant surprise, but I'm not sure how to use them. Ignite. When I mentally chant the skill name, the magic internalizes and doesn't manifest outwardly. However, flames wrap around my arms and hands. This is because I focused on using Ignite within that range. Incidentally, it only feels slightly warm with no actual heat. I'm not sure if this is due to fire resistance or because I'm the skill user. I've never felt my fingers get hot from a match, so I'm guessing it's the latter. Then there's fire breath, which I can't try right now. It was also an unexpected usable skill. It's like when I joked with Ria that I wanted to breathe fire. Now I can actually do it. I don't feel any heat, and my mouth doesn't get messy. However, unlike fire magic, there's almost no adjustment. When I use fire breath, I can only choose to burn the area in front of me to medium or well done. It's probably similar to spirit magic since it's specifically for monsters. The initial magic consumption is high, so I'll just brag about it to Ria the next time I see her. I don't think there will be many opportunities to use it though. The range is only 5 meters, so it's not very long range. So, this one is still the real charm, isn't it? I wrap a rag around my hand and cast Ignite again. It still doesn't burn, and it's affecting my inventory, which means if I extinguish it once and use it while holding a short sword, haha. Boom! Gah! The entire sword, including the hilt, is engulfed in flames. Regardless of its performance, this is the flame sword I once dreamed of. When I discovered this phenomenon by chance on the hunting ground, I was so excited that I almost lost control of my bladder. It would be foolish to use it in the Antonia Fire Rock Cave. I was so excited that I used it too much. However, if used in the right place, it could be an effective way to increase firepower. Using fire would be strictly prohibited if the goal were to collect materials. But I'm only collecting magic stones right now, so I don't care if the materials get burned. Well, in terms of future potential and expandability, the real possibilities lie in combination and separation, right? The subject is missing, but if I add it, it suddenly loses all sense of reality. If I use separation and my head or hands fly off, no matter how well they can be put back together, I wouldn't like it. After finishing my work, I roll my ballpoint pen around and sink deeply into my chair. Those are the skills I gained today. Gaining skills is a plus for me. If there's even one skill that could be useful in certain situations, then I'll consider myself lucky. What I really need to think about seriously is what I did wrong. If I let my guard down, my clothes catch on fire. I got so excited by all the new information at the new hunting ground that I got burned by a salamander's breath. This is my biggest problem right now. I almost ended up in full frontal mode again today. I realized it was dangerous halfway through, so I used water magic to pour water over my head and save myself. Even a bucket of water can be produced at level 1, so its uses are limited, but water magic is excellent in terms of cost. Fire resistance isn't necessary for defense at the moment, but I'm torn between buying resistance armor to protect my clothes or not. While I was pondering the decision, exhaustion from running around caught up with me, and I fell into a deep sleep before I knew it. Chapter 219, Armor After a Long Time. It was a slightly more relaxed morning than usual. Thinking the shops might not be open yet, I looked around the stalls in the northeast kingdom of Waltz, gathering information on my way to the armor shop. I heard that it was a large building near the entrance to the hunting grounds. Apparently, it has an inn and a blacksmith who specializes in equipment maintenance, so hunters can apparently live comfortably on that street alone. However, everything is minimal and expensive, so everyone is making the best of what's available. If I couldn't use flight, I wouldn't hesitate to sell my materials near the entrance to the hunting grounds, even if the price were low, since I wouldn't be able to send letters or earn experience points. Ooh, that looks delicious. I found some skewered meat that looked like beefsteak and asked the shopkeeper to recommend an armor shop. I walked toward the shop while munching on it. It looked like a rundown shack. Feeling uneasy, I opened the door when I sensed movement inside. Oh, come in. Oh, welcome. Hi. I was so shaken that I couldn't help but let a strange Japanese phrase slip out. Oh no, a dwarf. And he's small, just as I expected. He was even shorter than me. He was stocky and barrel-shaped, and his arms were thick with visible veins. I didn't use insight, but he didn't seem weak. He gave off an aura that made me feel that way. He must have come from the kingdom of Fravel in the east. His black hair and beard gave him the appearance of a man in his prime. Based on what I had learned, I decided not to mention it and got straight to the point. I asked the vendor at the stall for a recommended armor shop, and they directed me here. I want to have armor made with salamander skin that's resistant to fire. At your age, you look like an ordinary human to me. Yes, I am, but I'm a B-rank hunter. I went hunting yesterday, so I plan to bring my own materials. You're pretty serious, so what do you want to know? Oh, maybe because the dwarf is short, he doesn't treat me like a child, and our conversation flows smoothly. I'm amazed that I can shop here normally. I'd like to know the cost if I bring my own materials and how long it will take to finish. My decision to place the order depends on this information. If the price isn't too high and it can be ready in time for the raid, then I'll ask him to do it. On the other hand, if it won't be ready in time, then I'm not sure if I need it. I might be embarrassed if I don't have any resistance armor, but I don't foresee dying at this point. If you're using it in the Fire Rock Cave, full leather armor that covers most of your skin would be better. Depending on the job, some people cover their faces up to their mouths or protect their heads properly. Is that really necessary? Do you have any finished products or samples I can see? Several pieces of equipment made from bright red salamander leather are on the shelves inside the store. Honestly, they have a mix of spiky and sexy elements, similar to when you customize decent gear in an RPG or MMO. The bold colors make them pretty cool. However, there are no decorations on the head, so I can't imagine what it would look like. If it resembles full-plate helmets where the head is completely covered, like a bucket, I'd rather pass. This one resists heat, so it's a matter of taste. Here, take a look. I took out a few samples from under the counter, and my fingers moved naturally. I'll take this one. I'll go get the materials right away. If you want a full set, it'll be B rank armor. Even if you bring your own materials, it won't be ready right away. I'll need at least 2.5 million beak for that. It'll take at least 6 days to make. Is that okay? What? You can't use the materials right away. How are you going to use them without tanning them? It's easier than normal animals, but you still have to work on them before using them. Oh well, that's fine. Time isn't a problem. I'll go get the materials right away. Hey, wait, at least take the measurements. The old dwarf is fussing on the other side of the door, but I don't feel like going back now. If it's just one, I should be able to get back in about 15 minutes. I was excited by the ninja-like mask that exposed only the area around the eyes. I thought it was face armor that would appeal to my inner child. Eager to start production as soon as possible, I dashed off to Antonia's fire rock cave in search of a salamander. Section. Sorry to keep you waiting. I wasn't waiting. I placed the blood-dripping, headless salamander on the counter with a thud. The dwarf was acting strangely, but I had brought the materials quickly, as promised. I had no choice but to bring it whole because I had no idea how to handle it. Hey, how did you carry the whole thing here? I carried it on my back. I see. Wait, maybe one isn't enough. I can go catch another one right away. No, it's fine. If there are several of these in front of the store, the neighbors will think we're weird. It really is huge, isn't it? Oh, maybe you only need the skin. If not, I can throw the meat and bones away somewhere. I was losing my cool, but then I realized that I was making armor. Usually, only the skin is used, so the meat and bones aren't needed. Recently, I've only been interested in magic stones, so my knowledge of local materials has become quite limited. I'm supposed to be a money-grubbing Loki, but this isn't good. Wait a minute, you're throwing it away? Why would you throw away something you can sell? Well, I've been a bit rusty on that kind of knowledge lately. If you'd prefer, I'll just give you the whole thing. It'd be easier for me. If I'm going to have someone else peel the skin off and sell the usable parts piece by piece, I'd rather give the whole thing away and use that time to hunt. When I suggested this, the dwarf seemed to think it was a good deal. He nodded vigorously, so I gladly left the rest to him. Since the payment was up front, I had him measure me while I counted the money. I also bought a new knife with a slightly longer blade than the one I had been using. He gave me a good deal, and we agreed that I would come back in 6 days to pick it up. I left the store with a big smile on my face. The whole process took about 40 minutes. This means I'll have plenty of time for hunting today. I don't think I can convince the old dwarf to add any bonuses, so I'll have to figure out what to do about that. Without the item itself, all I can do is gather information. Should I spend money on this equipment? I hurried back to the hunting grounds, thinking about what bonuses I could add once it was finished. Chapter 220, Encounter. Antonia Fire Rock Cave, Day 3. My clothes barely burn anymore, and I've gotten used to hunting. However, there's no escaping this heat. I sneak into the shade, making sure no one is around, and then... Water! I shout toward the ceiling. With that single word, 2 buckets worth of water, consuming 8 mana, rain down from above, washing away the large beads of sweat on my forehead and cooling the stifling heat somewhat. It's so hot. Unlike in typical game worlds, there is no lava flowing through the cave or other terrifying field traps in this hunting ground. Flaming, pulsating rock stretched endlessly into the depths. That was all there was, yet the temperature rose the farther one went in. As a result, many parties that came in to avoid the crowds couldn't last long and returned to the crowded entrance. I stubbornly stayed in a corner in the depths, watching the comings and goings from a distance. In the end, soloing was more efficient. Even if there were 5 people in a party, and some of them could use water or ice magic, they would still have to use their magic on the other 4 to deal with the heat. If they used those kinds of magic sparingly during combat but kept using it during breaks, they would run out of mana in no time. But if I'm alone, I can just splash some water magic LV.1 on my head to cool down. I'm still wearing farmer's clothes that are too breathable. When I get wet, the fabric absorbs the water well. Even though it's heavy and makes it hard to move, the comfort of wet clothes outweighs the inconvenience in this environment. Plus, after getting decent stats with soul armor, the only times I use magic are for flight for the fire bat and body strengthening when I feel like it. I have more than enough magic to use water magic LV1 and it recovers quickly. I once measured the magic recovery speed in the Lulub, but clearly, the recovery speed per 1 mana is faster now. In fact, it's so much faster that I haven't counted exactly, but I can definitely recover about 3 mana in a minute now. Rather than the recovery time for 1 mana is fixed, I think the total recovery time, that is, the time it takes to fully recover, is determined by the total amount of magical power, regardless of how much magical power you have. Even when my magic was almost depleted from the poison cloud, I woke up fully recovered. Therefore, I feel like increasing the total amount of magic power is becoming more and more important. However, leveling up is difficult, so I must steadily improve the skills that give magic power bonuses. The only other option is to earn it through bestowal. The old dwarf told me that there's an enchantment specialist at the accessory shop, though he doesn't know their level. I think it should be easy to get an increased magic power automatic recovery. I shouldn't say this since I spent 16 million bees to aim for double enchantment. Even so, if I go to Fravel soon, I can make decent, long-lasting equipment using materials from A-rank hunting grounds. The equipment I'm currently having made is just temporary. In a way, it's not an exaggeration to say that the equipment is for raids. If it's useful for that raid, it might be worth investing a day's worth of loot. But wait, what? Is the boss, Verakin, currently spawning? It was just a question that popped into my head. They said queen ants appear when strong hunters visit, according to a cycle. According to the reference book, I had mistakenly assumed that I was trapped. However, it seems that the spawn cycle of about half a year was common knowledge. However, there was no cycle information for this boss. It's unlikely that this is an unexplored boss. Could it be a randomly spawning boss that happened to appear, and are they giving players extra time to gather members? Or, is there some kind of regular cycle information circulating among those in the know, and are they just waiting for the right time to coordinate their efforts? If so, though, the person who initiated the member recruitment was an A-rank hunter. Even if there are S-rank hunters who are even more powerful, why would they go through the trouble of posting a recruitment notice to prevent other strong hunters from targeting the boss? I don't know. One thing I can confirm right now is that should I at least check it out? If I can confirm its existence from a distance, that'll be enough. I'm worried that I bought equipment specifically for raids and prepared everything, but then the raid was cancelled when it came time to do it. Honestly, that would be really tough. But if the boss is there now, there's still a chance it'll be defeated before I get there. At least I can be sure the raid is happening. Even thinking about it makes my feet move on their own. Who said, it's dangerous, so don't go near the boss yet? This game brain might be beyond repair. Aware of that, I push forward deeper and deeper while staying on high alert. What a weak resolve. A gaming brain that knows the risks are high. Sometimes. It can bring misfortune or good luck. This time, it seems to have leaned toward the latter. It's much bigger than I thought. A gigantic flame rock appeared in my field of vision. It was a monster nearly 3 meters tall. An overflame rock was standing there. Should I call it a rare species, a higher rank species, or a named creature? In this world, only higher rank species seem to be common, so I have to decide, but it was just standing there among the other monsters. At least it didn't seem to be a higher ranked species like Lockish, which feeds on other monsters to become stronger. Without worrying too much, I walked steadily toward my target. Buzz. A piece of its body flew toward me like a rock. I dodged it, and it crashed into the rock wall behind me and shattered. This time, however, the shattered rock flew back at me with great force. That's the difference between separation and combination. I've seen this pattern before and don't think the speed is any different. As the insight check indicated, it's just big and doesn't affect its skills or strength. If that's the case, I have sad news. I was planning to come back and hunt the golden frog at Voice Lake, but now I'm losing hope. The sound of the rocks colliding must have alerted it to my presence. Several salamanders and fire bats have entered combat mode, so I'll start with the salamanders on the ground. When the fire bat I had ignored cast a fire spell, I finally understood the difference. The overflame rock, which is shaped like a human torso, caught fire and formed eyes and a mouth, making its appearance more distinct. The same thing happens with regular flame rocks. I had already confirmed that this rock's skills remained unchanged even when it was set ablaze. However, the color was different. The surrounding flames had changed to white, and the heat reaching me was clearly increasing. Still, it's just a bunch of weaklings. As it continued firing superheated rocks, I activated soul armor, tore several rocks from the wall, and threw them back. They weren't enveloped in flames, but with my full strength and speed, their velocity and power were off the charts. Like bowling pins, the rocks that made up its body flew apart, and the surrounding flames scattered easily. You have acquired White Fire LV. 1. Agility is 74. The soul armor was a complete miss, but what really caught my attention was this skill. First, though, I need to take down those sneaky bats that keep firing magic spells from above without ever coming down. I silently clear the nearby monsters. I checked the overview of skills specific to rare species for the first time and proceeded further into the depths. Chapter 221, Member Selection Meeting. After advancing for about 30 minutes, I came to an area with a significantly higher ceiling than the previous caverns. The rock connecting the ground and ceiling had seemingly disappeared, making it resemble a giant dome designed for large-scale combat. It reminded me of the fantastical room where the king ant had been. This was clearly the boss's appearance point. Fortunately, the entrance wasn't blocked off. As a precaution, I took up a position in an area where minor monsters were still spawning and used far sight to survey the space. Then, there it was. A dragon, or maybe more like a dinosaur. The creature stood on 2 legs, supported by its large hind legs. Its front limbs weren't short either. Occasionally, it switched to a 4-legged stance, stretching its thick, long tail upward into the sky. The tip of its tail was shaped like a bud. If I wasn't mistaken, fire seemed to leak from the red tip. Without a point of reference, its size was hard to gauge, but even from a considerable distance, it looked fairly large. It was probably equal to or larger than Lockish. At this distance, I was sure it would be safe, so I used insight without hesitation. I see, it might be a little tough for one person. It's more manageable than I had imagined. It feels similar to the old lady I saw before heading to the kingdom of Waltz. I'm relieved that this is a realistic target for a raid. However, that raises concerns about interference from stronger opponents. Monsters don't belong to anyone, so it doesn't matter who takes them down if they're just hanging around freely. However, since there's a plan in place, I really want things to proceed as planned. I guess I'll just have to rely on the skills of the A-rank hunter and the beastman. All I can do is watch out for suspicious or strong-looking groups heading deeper into the hunting grounds. I took advantage of the fact that the hunting grounds didn't get dark at night and kept watch like a gatekeeper. However, the hunting time kept getting longer and longer. Then, 3 days later. As promised, I went to the armor shop where the old dwarf was and received the finished equipment. The full leather armor covered almost everything except my joints and looked like a thick leather suit with scales. The vital areas were reinforced with extra layers. I could tell right away that it would be hot and stuffy, even without trying it on. On the other hand, it would keep me warm in this winter weather. It's designed to allow air to circulate, but make sure to take frequent breaks. Every year, people collapse and die from the heat, not from monsters. I see. By the way, is this leather armor weak against water? I often get soaked while hunting. I don't know much about leather products, but I think the leather boots I used for work were described as being susceptible to water damage. If this armor is weak against water, it'll be even harder to hunt for long periods of time. This one should be fine. It'll fade and turn black with use, but I've never heard of it losing its protective properties. If you can't wash it with water, it'll get so smelly that you won't be able to wear it. Suddenly I'm brought back to reality. The sweat odor problem is definitely a real issue. In that case, it would be risky to go unprepared on the day of the hunt. I should try it out first. I returned to the remote hunting ground, where I had already reached level 8 in the 3 main skills, but still had a long way to go. I wanted to see how long I could hunt while wearing the equipment. 3 hours later, I was crawling on the floor, completely exhausted. This is tough. I didn't feel the heat of the fire, so the resistance effect must have been sufficient. However, I was extremely vulnerable to the heat, and the water couldn't penetrate my armor. This was the biggest problem. As a result, I couldn't release the heat from my body. After about 3 hours, I started to feel dizzy and disoriented. Now I understood why the other parties had returned to the entrance after only 1 or 2 hours. Unless I could cool the armor from the outside or use an ice magic spell to cool my body directly, there was no way I could continue. The time limit is 3 hours, including travel time, which means the actual time available for the boss battle is 1 hour, or maybe less if we have to move as a group. Having already been to the boss room once, I had a rough estimate of how long it would take. By working backward, I could see the reality of the situation. I see. As I thought about the measures I should take, I decided that I couldn't wear this sauna suit to hunt small monsters. I sealed my armor in the inn until the day of the raid. Then, the day of the member selection arrived. A man with a stern expression leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, seemingly meditating. Another man boasted about his exploits in a different raid, accompanied by his entourage. There were also many familiar faces from the hunting grounds gathered in groups talking. This was the training ground inside the Hunters Guild in Lowenfort. The space, about the same size as Malta's, was crowded beyond imagination. At the same time, I realize I've underestimated this. I'm overcome with anxiety about whether I can actually participate. Large-scale raids in MMOs are appealing, but due to their nature, they select the participants. Aside from having enough firepower to fight the boss, you must coordinate with others. That means understanding not only your role, but also the roles of other classes and acting accordingly. The required knowledge is extensive, and the more participants there are, the more difficult it is and the greater the potential for a single mistake to cause the entire operation to collapse. Consequently, many people with the necessary strength didn't want to participate because they disliked the heavy responsibility. I was more of this type, but I also remember quite a few people disliking the long hours required. So, even though the recruitment post said around 50 people were needed, I didn't think that many would actually show up. In a game where failure or mistakes don't result in death, it's still hard to gather people, so in this world where mistakes can mean death, it must be even harder. That's what I thought, but it seems this world is different. Clearly, more than the required 50 people had gathered to sign up. Thank you all for coming. The voice echoed from the back of the training ground. I hadn't seen him at the hunting grounds, but I spotted him a few times afterward in the guild's reception lobby. A rank hunter, I think his name was Fidel, climbed onto a pile of wooden boxes and began greeting everyone loudly. He was a handsome, blonde man with a heroic aura. He wore black leather armor that had been worn to a dull sheen. Thinking his behavior was a bit unruly, I sat on the upper part of the outer wall of the training ground and watched him from above. If I were down there, I would only be able to see the backsides and shoulders of the taller guys. This is the 4th time. To minimize casualties, I believe the appropriate number of participants this time should be around 50. Please understand that we cannot include everyone who gathered today. Those who fear death should leave this place immediately. Not fearing death is the most essential qualification for participating in this boss battle. I wasn't the only one who reacted to these strong words. Even so, no one left. Everyone stared at Fidel. Okay, everyone's ready. First, I'll explain the planned formation and necessary abilities. Later, you'll be divided according to your abilities, so stick together with those who have the same ones. As I listened to the coordinator's explanation, I realized that the process was similar to raid recruitment in a game. One party of tanks would take the aggro, actively taking attacks from the boss. 3 parties of melee attackers would form the main force, but would also temporarily take damage when necessary. There are 3 long-range, damage-dealing parties. 1 or 2 ranged support parties are responsible for defense, such as heat countermeasures and shielding. 1 or 2 parties are responsible for filling gaps in combat strength caused by serious injuries or deaths. These parties provide support, such as buffs, and command the entire party. The overall strategy should be coordinated across all parties, with each 5-member party filling in the details as needed. The range of roles is quite broad, so it's important to have someone who can use healing magic, ice magic, or another support skill. With about 10 roles announced so far, I'll go with someone who is confident in close-range firepower. Unfortunately, I can't use magic in public. If I could hide in the shadows, that might be okay, but I don't think I'll have that leeway in a boss battle. So, I'll just go with melee damage from the start. I'll combine body strengthening and swordsmanship to cut off that dinosaur's tail. That's what I was thinking. Too many people are confident in their close-range firepower. This corner is so crowded that it's about to swallow those who can use level 5 or higher fire magic section next to it. What the hell is this place? It's so crowded. Then, the event coordinator, Fidel, and his sidekick tell us the real number of people they're looking for. The limit here is 12 people, so first, how many A-rank hunters are here? A few hands go up. It seems that some people who trained in Fravel are here, and with that, 6 slots are filled at once. What should I do? This is already too much to laugh about. We'll just have to narrow down the conditions. Anyone with a weapon skill level of 6 or higher. Here we go. Oh, and the weapon must have the ice attribute. What the hell? The hands that had been raised quickly dropped. I've never added an attribute before. I looked around desperately, but it was hopeless. Even then, there were still many hands raised above mine. I'm sorry, but those who missed out will have to drop out. We'll let you know when the next opportunity arises, so please prepare yourself to meet these conditions by then. Fidel wasn't saying anything wrong. It's just that with so many people, it's impossible to deal damage efficiently. As a practical matter, if the weak ones die, their bodies will cause accidents, especially in a limited space. Even if you don't mention it, the more people who participate, the smaller the reward per person will be. People only risk their lives to challenge the boss if the reward meets or exceeds their expectations, so it's only natural to select the most useful combatants and those with the most useful skills. If you have a problem with that approach, you should host the game yourself. That's how it works in games. However, unable to give up, I flew back to the top of the stone wall, surveyed the area, and used insight. Today, the host, Fidel, his beastman partner, who remained with the melee group, and another person who seemed to be about as strong as them, were participating. Even so, there were only 3 of them. The others were clearly weaker than me. Given how much progress I'd made collecting skills in Antonia's fire rock cave, I felt like I might even be stronger than Fidel now. Maybe I'm just trying to convince myself out of frustration. I went through all that trouble to make armor, adding a level 2 magic power auto-recovery increase buff. Unlike in games, you can't compare people based on simple ability stats. This is the result. I prepared for this day. I took it upon myself to guard the entrance to the depth of the hunting ground so that no one would hunt the boss. But my efforts were in vain. In this world, as in any other, hard work doesn't always pay off. I'm realizing something obvious now. Sigh. If my magic hadn't turned black, I could have easily cleared it with lightning magic level 7. It's frustrating, but there's nothing I can do. I guess I'll leave town. As I was about to return to the inn, perhaps because there were fewer people around, I heard something that caught my attention. Since Mian isn't here this time, aren't our support skills a little weak? I recognized the voice as belonging to the woman who had previously called Fidel. I stopped in my tracks and quietly opened my status screen to look at my skills. Support skills that could be useful. This might work. Having always played solo, I had never used any support skills before. That's why I didn't know if using them would cause magic to spill out. Considering their nature, I guess they should be okay. If I'm going to try them, I should do it now, while there are still a lot of people around, so it won't be noticed. If it causes a commotion, I'll just have to make a quick escape. With that in mind, Encourage. I whispered the name of the skill. Chapter 222, Roll. I stare intently at everyone in the training ground immediately after chanting the skill name. Yeah, it's okay. Actually, no one seems to have noticed. Looking at the skill details, which I had forgotten about completely, I see that. Encourage LV5. Increase all ability stats by 20% for allies within a 25-meter radius. Cannot be stacked with the same skill. The user is not affected by the skill. The effect lasts for 10 minutes. Mana cost, 28. It was like this. It was a group battle with about 50 people. I'm not sure if it will cover the entire area, but a radius of 25 meters should cover most people. Additionally, the 20% increase in all ability stats should significantly buff people with B or A rank abilities. I can do this. I have a chance. Hey, do you need encourage? I called out to Fidel, who was again talking with his beastman companion. Huh, what is it, kid? Can you use encourage? What is your level? If it's level 1, the range is too narrow to be useful. I'm level 5. What? Try using it here right now. The two exchanged piercing glances. This pattern is familiar, but I can't back down now. I have to prove that I can contribute and earn a spot in the raid. I'm already using it. The beastman man threw a 1-2 punch that cut through the air, his gaze sharpening with a puzzled expression. Oh, this is bad. Thanks to the ability boost, he's probably faster than the human eye can follow. There's no way I can dodge that. Oh, is that one stage higher than me? Uria's encourage is still at level 3, right? Why yes. Try using it. Yes, encourage. It's definitely one stage higher. It hasn't been overwritten. Then there's no mistake. At level 5, the range is 50 meters. That's correct. He didn't seem to be asking me, but if I wanted to show off, this was my only chance. I wonder if he got the message. All right, sorry for doubting you. I definitely want you to join us. What's your name? My name is Loki. Nice to meet you. I'm Fidel. I'm the leader of the boss raid. I'm Garcera. I'll check with you later to see what else you can do. Stay here until the member selection is over. Yuria, you'll be assigned to magic power transfer, so stay where you are. We'll definitely need you at some point. As I watched the two of them head toward another group, I couldn't help but breathe a deep sigh at this unexpected turn of events. Things worked out, but I never thought I'd end up in a support role. I have no idea how to aim for the final attack from this position. Now, there's this slightly awkward atmosphere. I'm glad there was another position available. Otherwise, I would have taken the spot of the person next to me, Yuria-san. Even though I understand it's inevitable with a limited number of people, it's still not a good impression to make. I'm sorry. I feel like I'm butting in. No, it's okay. With a higher level of ability and a range of 50 meters, it's definitely better this way. Garcera said something like that earlier, too. I'm pretty sure this skill belonged to King Ant, so I must have reached this level with a single hit while I was unconscious. That's why I didn't understand what was going on. But if it's a staged skill, then it must refer to the 20% part. In other words, with Yuria-san's encourage level 3, the increase is probably 10 or 15%. Even so, Fidel knew in advance that Yuria-san also had magic power transfer. This is the 4th raid, and this cute, 20-year-old-looking woman must be a regular participant. When I asked her about it, she said that this was her second time participating in the Varakan raid. However, it sounded like she was Fidel's girlfriend. I'm not disappointed, but if she's his girlfriend, she should say so. When she shyly said, I might be able to become his girlfriend soon, I started to worry about Yuria-san. Well, she's experienced, though. I figured it would take some time to select the members, so I asked her about it. She said she was a support member. She told me all about the boss battle from her vantage point. The words dragon fire pillars and raging tail flames were particularly striking. I feel bad for the people who are going to risk their lives for this, but if it's a skill, I can't help but want it. I'm already looking forward to it. When she told me that the 3rd stage is where the real battle begins and that it's something only bosses have, any MMO fan would be itching to try it. Pang, when I looked up at the sound of clapping, Fidel was standing on the wooden box again. Everyone, I've kept you waiting. The selection for each role is finally complete. I think we might even be able to defeat it more easily than before. Oh. As the training ground suddenly became noisy, Fidel looked at me for some reason. I turned around, but no one was there. I'm sure they already know you can fly, Loki. Maybe they even know you're from another world. I told you it's not true. Joffman, a man in his 40s who had just won a spot in the melee attacker group, came over to me and whispered. He said he had seen me fly in the hunting ground multiple times and had concluded that I was an otherworlder. I hadn't said a word to confirm it, though. If saying so would be advantageous, I might have, but in this case, it would only lead to excessive expectations that I possess some kind of heavenly skill. Besides, I don't have the power to prove it, so it's best not to admit anything to protect myself. Tomorrow, we'll start as planned in the morning. When the bell rings, gather at the cave entrance as soon as possible. I'll give you the details as we move tomorrow. Experienced members, you may leave. Bang! The dry sound rang out again, and everyone stood up and left the training ground. 16 people were left behind. As expected, most of them were in close combat roles. Besides being in a high-risk area, I couldn't help but think that the death rate must be high for other reasons as well. I think everyone has heard from the experienced members in their groups about the flow of the boss battle, tips, and things to watch out for. I know it will be nerve-wracking for first-timers, but the most important thing is to stick to your role. One careless move could cause the whole team to collapse, so trust your teammates and do your part. Some responded vigorously to his words. Others nodded with determination, their faces tense. Still, others tried not to show their emotions. The reactions varied. Now, for the temporary party assignments, I'd like to confirm your individual abilities in more detail. I'll call you one by one, so if anyone needs to leave early, please raise your hand. I quietly raised my hand while observing the situation. If I'm number 16, I'd rather go back to the hunting grounds and earn some money because that's too long to wait. Okay, let's start with you. The others can get something to eat and drink from the reception desk. As long as you stay inside the guild, you're free to do as you please. And so, the interview with the two powerful men began. What should I tell them, and what should I keep secret? I carefully chose my words as I disclosed information, considering my position in the raid battle and, above all, my priority. I'm sorry we didn't know, but it seems you're famous. I don't think I've had much contact with hunters. That's why. I heard you ran around the Fire Rock Cave alone and delivered materials twice a day. Plus, several hunters told me that you can fly through the air with a sword in your hand. Ha ha ha, well, that's about right. I think I can use encourage while flying. Please do. Even though the range is only 50 meters, the rear guards will scatter in all directions to avoid the breath and flames spewing from its tail. Please use it in the right place. Now then, Loki, what else can you do? Can you cast fire magic? Here it comes, Garcera's direct question. First, I'll answer honestly. Unfortunately, I can't use magic. As you can see, I use a sword, and I'll keep my skill level a secret, but I have the required skill level to be a melee class. I see. Level 6 or higher. Fidel placed his hand on his chin and thought, while Garcera smiled without saying a word. The encourage skill has a radius of 25 meters, to be precise. As you know, it's best to be at the center of the battle. I see, so you'll also be acting as a melee attacker. I think that would be more useful. But we already have the maximum number of melee classes that can stick to the boss. Adding more could interfere with each other's actions. But I can fly. Can you cut them down from the air without landing? It depends on how it's done. If I descend as if stabbing from above, the power increases. But that's not something I can do repeatedly. You'll have to learn the rules of close combat. Are you sure you can handle it? What specifically? If you attract aggro, don't run away or retreat. Endure and don't leave any openings. I see. That'll increase the death rate. But I understand it's important. If a melee class tries to escape while attracting aggro, the rear guards will die one after another, and recovery will be impossible. Well, in Loki's case, you can escape to the sky, so this may not always apply. It's also important for melee attackers to move behind the tank when the break command is given. What does that mean? It's a short break. Melee attackers are mentally exhausting. During the break, the tank gathers aggro, and the ranged attackers cast spells. If there are melee attackers in front, they'll hit their allies. It depends on the battle situation, but think of it as a signal to take a break every 3 minutes or so. I'll give the signal. I think I can handle that. It would also be helpful if you could tell me what not to do in advance. The magic cost of encourage is 28 per 10 minutes. Based on my calculations, that should last over 10 hours, meaning I'll definitely have magic left over for the boss battle. That's why I need to confirm the rules. I don't plan on using any spells that drain magic. However, I should be able to temporarily take the place of the tank with Provoke and Hardening. If you know which cards you can play, you can make quick decisions. There's no need to go into too much detail about what I can do. If an indispensable situation arises and it's not prohibited, execute it to improve the situation. My goal is to deliver the final blow and complete the raid safely. If I can achieve that, I'm willing to give up my share in the worst-case scenario. It's always within reach. With that in mind, I continued to negotiate my role. Chapter 223, Battle Begins. The next day, as planned, the group gathered at the entrance to the Antonia Fire Rock cave early in the morning and marched into its interior. The long-range units with excess magic power mainly dealt with the monsters along the way, so the melee units didn't have much to do. I was personally worried about magic power consumption, but there were magic potions for recovery. I had also taken magic recovery pills just in case. I gripped my sword, thinking I should take the lead in dealing with the monsters. However, I decided against showing off in such a situation, so I quietly blended into the group. Still, I felt like I was standing out. Hey, it's just you, Loki-kun. Only an idiot would carry a basket in a boss battle. Those were the first words I heard from Joffman-san after the march began, and they stabbed me right in the heart. I had thought about collecting materials along the way, but that wasn't my only goal. To make the boss battle go more smoothly, I decided to stick with my usual commoner outfit until right before the fight. We should have arrived soon, but nearly 2 hours had passed since we started walking through the cave. Looking around, I see that I'm drenched in sweat and clearly exhausted. That's why I put my armor in the basket. However, Yuria-san, whom I had never met before at the hunting ground, got really angry at me. What if you get badly burned before we get there? That's true, but with my fire-resistant skill at level 8, I don't feel any damage or heat from the fire. Loki-kun, you never wore armor, not even during normal hunts, did you? Joffman-san calmly stated the facts, and Yuria-san's cute face twisted into an ugly grimace. If you let the heat escape now, the boss battle will be much easier. I'll carry the armor for you if you put it in the basket. I offered kindly, but she replied, if I take it off, I'll be in my underwear. I was even more shocked. I don't know what's going on under the armor. It should definitely give me an advantage in the boss battle. Why do I have to be looked at like this? The world is so unfair. And why is Joffman-san taking his armor off? I never said I'd carry your armor. Confused by the old man's bare chest, we arrived at the boss's room after about 2.5 hours. Upon seeing the room up close, I estimated that it was between 300 and 400 meters long and nearly 50 meters high, with a dome-shaped ceiling. Based on past experience, I immediately searched for suspicious spots where the hidden boss might appear. However, I couldn't find anything that looked suspicious. On the contrary, it felt like there was nothing there. The only thing present was the boss, who stood alone in the center of the empty space. As I got closer, I was overwhelmed by its size. It was definitely bigger than Lockish. Pang. All right, split into 4 groups as planned and move along the walls. When I give the signal, charge all at once. The tank party should go ahead and make sure to draw aggro. Got it. You understood. 2 men wielding huge shields respond. The 2 tanks, the key members of the raid, are joined by Fadel, the leader. It's a bit concerning that 2 of them are first-timers, but I'm sure they'll be fine with Fadel, who seems experienced. Incidentally, I'm supposed to be in Fadel's party, but I'll be acting as a solo hit-and-run fighter. No job can keep up with me as I move freely in the air, but I gladly accepted this less stressful role. The hunters scatter in all directions and take their positions. The space is enveloped in tense silence, with only the sound of rough breathing audible. Suddenly, someone's throat made a noise. When I glanced around, I saw that the melee group a few steps ahead of me was gripping their weapons tightly. Many of them were staring at the boss in the center. Among them, some closed their eyes and prayed while others trembled. This was not a game, but a raid with real people. It was a battle to overcome fear and achieve great results. The hunters' hearts pounded with anxiety and excitement as they tightened their grip on their swords. I can do this. I can do this. I can't do it alone, but if we work together, we definitely can. Pang, charge. Yuo. They don't care about their surroundings. The hunters run with a cry from the bottom of their hearts, spurring themselves on. As I take in the scene around me, I slowly fly toward the center of the room. In the center, Verakin reacts to the lead tank and turns toward it, starting to run. Its speed isn't that fast. Encourage. After fulfilling my role in the first attack, I coordinated and analyzed the information I had gathered beforehand. I stare intently at the boss's movements. I had already heard about the general attack patterns from experienced hunters, but I couldn't grasp them until I saw them with my own eyes. With a sharp charge that looked as if it would impale the head, the tank desperately used his shield to deflect the attack. Varekin took advantage of the tank's off-balance position and swung its tail with tremendous force in response. Another tank intervened suddenly, getting pushed back but managing to stop the attack on the spot. As if to indicate that a heal had been cast, a pale purple magic glowed on the tank's body. The tank that stopped the tail seems to have higher stats. From experience, I know that if the tank is defeated, most raids collapse. Therefore, I marked the man with the red salamander leather covering his head as the tank I should prioritize assisting. More close combat units arrived one after another and joined the battle. They gripped their weapons and attacked within their reach as they saw fit. That said, the monster is estimated to be over 5 meters tall. Its legs and tail were basically the only vulnerable points when it lowered itself, but its scales blocked most attacks, so it didn't seem like the blades were penetrating deeply. First, let's see how much damage we can deal with. It's probably an efficient strategy for reducing the burden and magic consumption. The tank casts provoke spells at appropriate intervals. Body strengthening. Thinking it was unlikely to work, I quickly descended and slashed at its thick neck. Swordsmanship, power slash. The sword sinks in. I can tell that my movements are better than usual. From the feel of the cut, I know for sure that some kind of buff has been cast on me. The blade cuts through the scales, and with that one strike, I seem to have easily stolen the aggro. It roars loudly and looks up, opening its huge jaw. Its gaze is fixed firmly on me. Here it comes. This is one of the attacks I want to confirm with my own eyes. If I'm going to experience it, now is the time. As I watch the black mist in its mouth generate and compress into flames and unstable balls of light begin to glow, I cover my face with my arms and assume a defensive stance. Not yet, not yet, not yet here. Ignite. My defensive measures weren't thorough enough. The fire had already become too resistant. Even when I was intentionally exposed to Salamander's breath or Firebat's fire magic, I felt no heat or damage. If Overflame rock had appeared again, I might have been able to verify it. However, it didn't conveniently show up in front of me. I also failed to set white flame alight on flame rock to produce more. Therefore, I had no choice but to test it in actual combat. Hardening probably cannot increase defense against breath attacks because they are not physical attacks. But what if I had used Ignite beforehand to cover myself in fire? At the very least, I could have extinguished the fire at will, so it seems likely that I would have had some resistance to it. The massive breath attack launched after preparation swallowed me whole and vanished into the sky. After a moment of silence, I canceled Ignite and looked up at the sky, but there were no scorch marks. Previous information mentioned that the breath's range was quite long. However, standing in front and acting as a wall seems to limit its range decently. If I can identify the signs or patterns, I could steal aggro and escape into the sky. There's no need to use the conspicuous white flame. Judging from the damage to my left hand, which I deliberately didn't cover in fire, it seems that Ignite isn't even necessary with this breath. Haha, this breath is no problem. I looked at my prey, but for some reason, not only Varekin, but also many of the hunters were staring at me with wide eyes. Chapter 224, Rare Occupations. Something is wrong. I first noticed it about 30 minutes after the raid began. As I flew overhead, surveying the battle, I squinted my eyes at the growing sense of unease. Braked. Not again. As the command was shouted from a distance, the melee fighters retreated behind the tank. At that moment, the ranged units fired their spells. The most common were wind magic, lightning magic, and light magic. Water and ice magic were used for defense and cooling. During the journey to the boss battle, I heard that earth magic was prohibited because the rocks it created remained on the ground and got in the way. The time it took for a spell to be cast, activated, and hit its target varied depending on the spell, but was around 10 to 15 seconds. As expected, a break was used immediately after the breath attack. Even after the melee party took a step back, Verakin remained motionless for about 3 seconds. Then, while the tank that had taken aggro was attacked, it was hit by magic from behind, and the melee party that had retreated returned to the battle. This was repeated exactly 10 times, which is the current timing. Encourage. They're too far away. Thinking about this, I carried out my 4th task. I moved to where I thought most people would be. Even so, it was clear that some rear guards were too far away to be covered. However, I didn't bother to move and recast. I decided the attack frequency was too low and that recasting would waste magic. There were about 15 magic users who could be considered long-range attackers. They were all wary of long-range attacks, such as breath attacks, and were scattered in groups in all directions. If I could confirm signs of a breath attack, though, I could forcefully steal the aggro and escape into the sky. This raid should be much easier than the usual ones. Still, they showed no signs of moving closer to increase their firepower or concern about their positioning. They've essentially turned into stationary turrets. This is especially true for wind magic, which deals significantly less damage with distance. Even if you cast it from 20 meters away, or sometimes over 30 meters, it won't deal much damage. For example, the back of Verakin, which is vulnerable to magic damage, had some scorch marks but almost no lacerations. Of course, the tank moves. It's impossible for them to just stand there and endure and deflect various attacks. Ideally, the magic units would adjust their positions accordingly, but for some reason, they don't. Consequently, when they end up in positions where they'll take damage from the tank or the melee units that retreated after the break, the magic units avoid friendly fire and don't cast spells. Why are they even standing there? Honestly, I have no idea. Additionally, for some reason, everyone stops casting spells after just one shot. Even when the magic users are in positions to avoid friendly fire shot the magic simultaneously, the aggro never breaks, and there is no sign of Verakin moving toward the ranged units. This proves that their attacks aren't powerful enough. Even so, it seems certain that they'll be killed with a single hit, so the melee units repeat their movements and return to their jobs. Thanks to that, the melee units must be exhausted by now. Those with water magic are dropping water from above at a reasonable rate. Even so, the simple issue of stamina is causing them to tire quickly. Nevertheless, Fidel has not given any instructions on how to improve the long-range attackers. Is he incompetent, or is he doing this on purpose? Probably both. Something is wrong here. Fidel, with his impressive shield, probably used earth magic to create a base. He stood on high ground, observing the battle and giving orders. At first, I thought he would replace the tanks with low health mid-battle. So far, though, he hasn't made any such moves. He just shouts, "Break," every 3 minutes. But well, I can understand that to some extent. There are certainly situations where a knowledgeable leader who understands the situation of the battle and sticks to giving orders is an asset. But what about the Beastman Garcera in the sub-leader position? Why is he standing next to Fidel, just watching the battle? One melee fighter has already been taken out, yet he's not trying to fill the gap. Ugh, I can clearly feel the stress building up inside me. The longer this goes on, the more the heat will take its toll, yet we're not maximizing our damage output. The burden is too heavy for the melee fighters in this situation. Should I say something? Oh, Verakin opens its mouth wide to bite, then leans forward with its front legs planted on the ground, a sign of what's to come, body strengthening. Seizing the opportunity, I slashed deeply at the tail as it stretched straight up into the air. Then I wrapped my arms around it. Fugagagag. Fire shot out from the tip of the tail. Like laser beams, the flames shot toward the ceiling, and small, fire-covered rocks rained down from above. Usually, the tail spews flames and thrashes around erratically. When I heard about the boss, I thought its tail would be more troublesome than its breath attack. Seeing it with my own eyes confirmed that was indeed the case. The long-range shots easily reached the ceiling. The compressed flame lines, about 20 cm long, feel powerful enough that I wouldn't dare take them head-on. It's a desperate struggle just to hold down the tail forcefully as it moves and jumps around like a wild horse. I have to cut off this tail quickly. I can't keep doing something this risky every time, and that thought grows stronger with each encounter. The wounds on the tail, which had been repeatedly cut in the same place, weren't a problem in terms of scales or flesh, but the bones were broken. If I could cut off the suspicious bud at the tip, the battle would surely become easier. The tail's vibration faded, and the fire stopped shooting. Finally, I quickly realized that the breath and the fire from the tail would both cause a 5-second stun when released. If possible, I wanted to cut off the tail here. It would be a chance to attack all at once. Break. Again, why does Fidel keep doing such useless things? We finally got this chance. Some people must have already noticed. Joffman-san is clearly enjoying this brief reprieve, but the tanks with high stats and some of the other melee fighters look frowning. But we can't leave our positions. We've been ordered to hold the line at all costs. So, what can I do? Encourage. To be safe, I finished my tasks early and flew toward the leader. Section. No way, sudden changes will cause confusion. I'm currently suppressing the breath and tail flames. There's nothing that can attack long-range classes, right? What if you make a mistake? Are you going to endanger high-level magic users just to slightly increase damage? The same goes for the number of attacks after a break. In the past, there have been cases where too much damage was dealt, causing the aggro to be lost and resulting in damage to long-range classes. I can't allow that to happen again. I'll make sure to tell them not to stand behind the tank. Close-range classes are in danger too. Why are we avoiding excessive risk to long-range classes when we have a time limit? What is this uneasy feeling I can't shake? It's not like everything was completely denied. Some parts were acceptable, but the reason for rejection is off. It's as if, are you thinking that the lives of melee classes are less important? I won't deny it. Is this really true? That's what I thought, but I'm frustrated with myself for understanding why he thinks that way, given that I've played the game. Unlike melee classes, which start as soon as you pick up a weapon, magic classes face a significant challenge in the beginning. This is an indisputable fact. That's why the population is different in the first place. Judging from the number of recruits, this is probably true. Whether or not it's a rare occupation is another matter. In situations like raids or PvP team battles, where team composition directly affects the outcome, this disparity becomes even more pronounced. There are numerous weak classes that can't participate and rare classes that are accepted solely because there are no alternatives, despite their weakness. I understand that such realities exist, but does that mean the value of life doesn't matter? I understand, but at least stop breaking immediately after the breath and tail flames. You should know that leaves it vulnerable for about 5 seconds. It's foolish to throw away an unconditional opportunity to attack. Understood. Oh, and one more thing. You guys whose lives are supposedly worth so little, how long are you just going to stand there? Garcera-san especially. You're not even the leader, and we're already down one person. Could you please join the fight sooner? Why you? There was no point in continuing this conversation. If the leader's policy was to protect the ranged classes, then I had no choice but to follow his orders. The melee classes who joined for the first time were basically scammed. If they don't like it, they can choose not to join this organizer's raid next time. There doesn't seem to be anything blocking the entrance, so, at worst, they can abandon the fight here. This is tough. Should I change my pace? Just as I was about to return to my position. All right, we've finally entered the second phase. Fidel muttered. At the same time, a massive pillar of fire, seemingly composed entirely of flames, began to appear in my field of vision. Section, as he watched Loki make a suggestion that could be considered a half-complaint, followed by jumping back into battle, Garcera frowned and spoke up. Fidel, aren't you going to tell that kid about our strategy? I was going to at first, but now that he's going to be fighting in close combat, I can't tell him. It would cause too much confusion. I guess you're right. What do you think? I've been denying it, but do you think that boy is from another world? I don't know. He's still standing after taking a direct hit from a breath attack. That's not normal. I've also never seen anyone deal with the tail like that before. But if he's the real deal, I think the fight would have been over by now, don't you think? I agree. In this situation, he hasn't shown any signs of using magic. He's strong, but he doesn't have the skills or power of someone from another world. I don't know. Could he have just wished to fly? I checked with the guys who saw him in the hunting grounds, and they said they didn't see him use any magic. Even if there was something else, it's probably not combat-specific. Then it depends on what the boy does in the third stage. No changes to the plan. Be ready to join the fight at any time. Yeah. Yuria, while you're restoring magic with your water magic, tell the rear attackers to stay behind the tanks. No matter what happens, hold back until we join the fight. You understood. Yuria's feelings were complicated. She had come into contact with the boy and developed a slight attachment to him as a result. However, she had to follow orders. With that thought in mind, she began her regular patrol around the perimeter, determined to fulfill her mission of restoring magic and relaying the message. Chapter 225, Third Phase. Wow. I watched the pillar of flame stretch upward and emit an unfamiliar roar as it sucked in the air. It was about 3 meters wide. It looked more like a tornado than a pillar. This was because the pillar was not fixed in place, but was slowly moving at a pace similar to a person walking. Its movement didn't seem to have any particular pattern, and it swayed back and forth between the close-range and long-range groups, about 15 meters in front of Varakin. Even if you don't touch it, getting caught in it would be disastrous, not to mention the trouble of having the rock wall on the ceiling erode and have flaming rocks fall around you. Fortunately, the rocks weren't very large. However, if burning rocks the size of a person's head fell from above, it would be impossible to focus on the boss because your attention would be drawn to the pillars of fire, the temporarily burning sky, and the ground. And then, that was it. It was definitely there. Whether or not the pillars of fire were its dwelling place, a long, slender dragon emerged from within them and returned to the pillars. Though I shivered slightly with fear, the pillars of fire were so intense that I couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. If this is a skill, I absolutely have to learn it. Abandoning the mission midway was now out of the question, although it wasn't part of the plan from the start. If this is the second stage, does that mean we've reduced the total damage by half or a third? I inflicted deep wounds on its neck and tail, melee classes attacked its hind legs, and magic spells were aimed at its back. I think the long-range attackers could have done more, but we all worked together to weaken it. Yura. I slash at its face while flying. I want to gouge out its eyes. Its horns prevent me from doing so easily, but attacking its face allows me to quickly gain its attention. I dodged the massive breath attack I saw coming and dealt with it. The break didn't come as promised. Everyone. After the breath attack and the flames from its tail, Varakin will be immobilized for about 5 seconds. There won't be any counterattacks, so keep attacking. Destroy its legs to stop it from moving. I knew it was a waste of time, but I hurriedly shouted the words anyway. Well done, boy. Ha ha, no way. The break signal isn't coming, is it? Some people looked happy, while others looked anxious because they couldn't take a break. Joffman-san is covered in sweat and looks like he's about to cry. I negotiated that there would be no break during the immobilization, so it'll come right after this. As I talk, I keep my eyes on one target. Sword technique, power slash, ooh. Guada. Iuo. Yes, finally. I cut off the tip of that dangerous tail. Break. The break came just as Varakin started to move. The melee class moved behind the tank and panted. The tank, however, couldn't afford to take a break and looked pretty rough. Even though the work is split between 2 people, they're still the ones who have to stay alert the most. Even with dedicated healers, they could only heal physical wounds, and mental fatigue would still accumulate. I have more than enough magic power. Based on the information I had, I decided to give it my all at the 3rd stage. With this level of consumption, I should be able to move without any problems now. From above, I used my skill again and slashed deeply at its neck. Then, I dove toward the ground. I'll take over as the tank for now, you 2 take a break. Hey, what about your shield? I took the aggro with my last attack. It tried to bite me with its wide mouth, so I dodged and crossed my arms, lowering my hips to meet its huge front legs swinging down from above. Us heavy. Varakin doesn't have enough speed to do that. Fortunately, it doesn't have enough speed, but in exchange, its muscle strength, defense, and possibly even its magic defense seem to be outstanding. If I take this on head-on, I'll die. It's trying to crush me by pressing down from above without letting go. I quickly grab its arm-like fingers and lift it up with all my strength, trying to escape. Gwoo. Then, because I was pushing it toward myself, one of my fingers easily turned toward the other side. Ha ha, while I'm at it martial arts, superhuman strength. I grabbed its 2 fingers and pulled them hard in the opposite direction. Huh, the skin tore away surprisingly easily. Could it be that different parts have different defense stats? I thought I understood this from the game's perspective, but I didn't really get it. Come to think of it, it's the same with humans. Exposed skin takes more damage, and vital points can be fatal. Since there's no HP bar, it's not surprising that the same thing applies to monsters. While there are elemental weaknesses in games, weak points are rare. However, if you inflict deep wounds on the face or neck, they'll flinch and definitely get aggro. I see. So that's why. I remember a melee class that was easily devoured after losing aggro at an inexplicable moment. Neither I nor anyone else around me could react in time because it happened so unexpectedly. But if that man was eaten because he accidentally hit a weak spot at that moment, it would make sense. It's not a common weak point because it's out of reach for a melee class. The legs or tail. A weak, fragile part. A part without scales. Honestly, there's almost nothing. That's the reality. The only suspicious area within reach is around the claws. I scanned the area and nodded to myself, thinking, I see. The underside. Upon closer inspection, I noticed that the center of the front paws are the only parts without scales. The front paws themselves are out of reach unless you draw its aggro, and they're too high to attack. Therefore, it's unlikely that attacking here would accidentally steal aggro. If that's the case with the front legs, then the hind legs are likely the same. In other words, unless you attack the soles of the feet or the claws, which are also likely targets, there is little chance of unnecessarily stealing aggro. If the front legs aren't always on the ground. Guaza. Bingo, I found its weak point. I only grazed it with the tip of my sword on purpose. Even so, it's angry enough that it's probably a sure thing. It's a weak point but not a fatal one. If you view it as a living creature, like a human, you'd ultimately have to decapitate it or crush its heart. You'd need a more lethal attack to kill it. Now that I've confirmed that, I need to prevent further damage. I used this skill, which happened to be next to encourage for that purpose. Command. I'm not sure if this will get through, but for those in close combat, please avoid attacking the scale-free areas, as this could cause unnecessary aggro, especially the underside of the hind legs and the claws. I conveyed this not with words, but with my thoughts. It's fine for now. I still have enough leeway to convey this with words. However, once we reach the 3rd stage, which Yuria-san referred to as the real deal, there won't be time for casual communication. If this message gets through safely. As I thought this, I confirmed it while flying through the air. Those with time responded with their eyes, and those without responded with words. All right, we're good. If communication goes smoothly, we can win. We'll minimize casualties and emerge victorious. Section, Jaya, help me. It's probably completely random. That's why it's so troublesome. Thinking this, I avert my eyes from the hunter being eaten by the dragon on the edge of my vision. I want to help, but there's nothing I can do once it's like that. PSS. The hunter in the dragon's jaws evaporates as if swallowed by a pillar of fire and disappears completely. The pillars of fire move on their own and prey on people within an uncertain range. In the 3rd stage, another pillar appears. With 2 pillars of fire roaming around, rocks covered in flames rain down from the sky, and Varakan's attacks become fiercer and more vicious. Damn it. A tank wearing red salamander, leather armor from head to toe, collapses to his knees with a scream. This was the boss's 3rd use of intimidation. There was no other way to see it. It's like cheating for a strong boss to use that, but this tank has mental strength worthy of respect for not running away and picking up his shield again. I absolutely don't want someone like that to die. Martial arts strong wind. I kicked Varakan in the face. His face had been close to mine as if he were bait. I immediately prepared for my next move. Fly up, it's swinging its tail. If its center of gravity shifts to the side, it swings its tail. I had figured out its pattern, but I couldn't keep up with its speed due to fatigue and the heat, even though it was fast enough under normal circumstances. Joffman-san, don't jump backwards. I shouted instinctively, but he was unlucky. There was a pillar of fire behind him. Joffman-san was silently grabbed by the dragon and disappeared into it. Damn it. Now only 4 melee fighters remain. However, those 2 still haven't joined the fight. On the contrary, B-break come. Above. Thud, what? The red salamander leather tank was on the opposite side of Verakin. Rocks rained down from above, hitting him directly and blowing off his helmet. His bare face was exposed. Not just sweat, but also blood and tears of fear drenched his face, which swayed unsteadily, and he was easily devoured by Verakin. Where's the break? Reinforcements. Why are the melee fighters the only ones isolated? I tried to call out a command instinctively, but there was no response or action. Have we been abandoned? The only remaining tank was breathing heavily as he managed to block the attacks with his shield. His leather helmet had been torn off halfway, exposing his bleeding scalp. Looking closely, I recognized him as one of the three whom I had judged to be of equal rank at the selection venue. That can't be. I don't understand. He didn't flee in despair at the state of the battle. Looking around, I could see the other two as well as the long-range fighters. Yet they did nothing. They just stood by the wall, watching, some were even chatting. That pillar of fire split us into two groups, and now I can't even heal. I can't take it anymore. Something's wrong. All the melee fighters are newbies. Except for those two, everyone else is a newbie. Bam! I used hardening to deflect the attack, then slashed from the side, dodging its front legs. Damn it. Stay there. You'll get hurt. The man, who had lost his right arm and weapon, was already several meters away from the battlefield. His face was not turned toward us. His gaze was fixed on the two pillars of fire. I'm getting out of here. We'll die if we stay here. You guys run too. With that, the man ran toward the wall, trying to pass between the pillars of fire. There was no way to stop him, nor any right to do so. On the contrary. Tank, you should escape too. While you still can. While still holding the enemy's attention, I flew into the air. After catching my breath, I urged the tank to escape. Staying here will only lead to certain death. I can't save him either. Don't be stupid. There's nothing more worthless than a shield bearer who runs away from the enemy. Besides, even if I run, I don't think I'll survive. Now is not the time to worry about the man who ran away earlier. But if we wait here, we'll die. Bam. It's definitely a hallucination. But I definitely heard something. From the beginning, the melee group worked harder than anyone else to defeat the boss and contribute to the team. We've faced death countless times, with ragged breath and blurred vision from sweat, but we've clung to our weapons with all our strength. We endured fear and pain, hoping for victory, and this is the reward we get: the pause after the breath. I used that precious time to check my remaining magic and introduce myself. It's a bit late, but my name is Loki. What's yours? Grom. Even in this state, I'm an A-rank hunter. Then Groms. From this moment on, please pretend you didn't see anything. Fine by me. I made up my mind and threw the two swords I was holding. Chapter 226, Next Target. The first short sword hits the ground. The second, high-grade short sword is thrown with full force toward Verakin's neck. Throwing technique. Guaza. Due to the hit bonus, the sword is sucked into the repeatedly slashed wounds. Still, only about 70% of the blade is buried. If the aggro is on me, though, that's fine. Thanks to the damage I inflicted, its neck is bent, so it can't see me properly. Thanks to the accumulated damage to its legs, it can't jump like it did at first. It's all thanks to everyone. Everyone's efforts have brought us to this point. Body-strengthening presence detection sacrifice. From here on, it's a battle to the death. First, I'll kill you. Intimidation. The eyes glaring at me from above lost their anger in an instant and wandered around. In terms of raw power, Verakin is superior. However, when I was hit by intimidation for the first time by the Goblin General, an inferior opponent, my body stiffened slightly. Had I kept eye contact and offered no resistance, it would have been as effective as the first time. After that, though, the effect was greatly influenced by strength. The greater the difference in ability between targets, the more rapidly the effect deteriorates. I discovered the characteristics of intimidation through experimentation. That's why I saved it for this crucial moment. You used it on that tank guy so many times. How does it feel to be on the receiving end? Stomp. I stomped on the tip of the sword with all my strength. It was sticking out about 30% of its length, and I broke the hilt. Glua. Shut up. I grabbed the single horn extending from its head and aimed it at its bloodshot eyes, glaring at me. Martial arts, superhuman strength, claw technique. Piercing hand hardening. With all my strength, I plunged my hand into the depths of its huge eye. Gudjiara. Let's see which one works better. Destroy the cells in its head and blow it up, explosive thunder. Jayawaya. Next. Gyuagagawo. Cut up the brain, chop it up, stir it up. 1,000 blades. Jayugoa agagyuga. I don't know which one, it's reversed. Martial arts, superhuman strength claw technique. Piercing hand hardening. Ga ga ga. Destroy the cells in its head and blow it to pieces, explosive thunder. Twitch a twitch. Stir its brain with full force. 1,000 blades. Your level has risen to 57. You have acquired full bite LV1. You have acquired full bite LV2. You have acquired full bite LV3. You have acquired full bite LV4. You have acquired full bite LV5. You have acquired scorching breath LV1. You have acquired scorching breath LV2. You have acquired scorching breath LV3. You have acquired scorching breath LV4. You have acquired scorching breath LV5. You have acquired presence detection LV6. You have acquired firetail LV1. You have acquired firetail LV2. You have acquired firetail LV3. You have acquired firetail LV4. You have acquired firetail LV5. You have acquired hellfire pillar LV1. You have acquired hellfire pillar LV2. You have acquired hellfire pillar LV3. You have acquired hellfire pillar LV4. You have acquired hellfire pillar LV5. No title. Soul armor. My whole body is dry. The highest DPS combo currently is amazing, but it uses too much magic. I'd like to take a break, but I still have problems to deal with, so I can't relax yet. First, I have to get my sword back. HMPH. Why you defeated it? Yes, definitely. Just to be sure, I looked around. Did they really think that I defeated it alone, or do they not realize that it's been defeated? Everyone stood there in a daze. No, one of them is different. The man who lost his right arm and was trying desperately to escape is lying on the ground in front of the rock wall. Investigation. Corpse. If he died in that position, he wasn't killed by Varakan. If the dragon of the Hellfire Pillar had eaten him, his body would have been carried away. Judging by the location of the corpse, it's almost certain that someone from the nearby long-range unit killed him with magic. I feel like I'm going to throw up. We've defeated the boss, but there are still others we need to take care of. What lies ahead is not a sight you want to see, so please trust me and stay asleep. What? You don't need my help, I can fight too. It's cruel, but if you move, you'll definitely get caught up in it, and I'll end up killing you too. Please, I beg you. I understand. Then look into my eyes, sleep eyes. Think of what's about to happen as a dream. Section, he killed it, he really finished it off. That was incredible. What did he do for the final attack? Did he hit it in the face? I couldn't see clearly, but since it's lying on the ground, it must have been the eyes. He probably attacked from inside and gouged out both eyes. He also threw his sword beforehand, so that must have been the fatal blow. Could it be the real thing? Yeah, if we provoke him, we might suffer more damage than we can handle. We should make sure to give him his share. We have no choice. Besides, there are two of them. Having two survivors who can fight at close range will make it easier to recruit next time. It's not all bad. Let's exaggerate a little and spread the word that only two of them died. After stepping down from the makeshift podium, Fidel and Garcera headed toward the center to celebrate the day's heroes. However, despite having overheard their conversation, Yuria couldn't shake her uneasiness and asked again. Hey, are you sure it's okay? What do you mean? That kid is strong enough to fight alone without any armor. That's what Joffman-san said. You can see how strong he is from the battle just now, but we have about 35 elite fighters here. The tank over there seems to be knocked out. If anything happens, the long-range unit will take care of them while I distract them. Why, yes, that's right. More importantly, could you please not mention other men's names in front of me? I am sorry. Yuria was relieved at that moment that she hadn't been hit this time. He was kind when others were around. If the A-rank hunter she admired said so, then it must be true. If he cared about her, a C-rank hunter then. I'm sorry. This is a place where guilt is less likely to arise because there are no bodies. The last time she came here, not knowing anything, she felt strangely relieved by the phrase, nothing remains. But this time, something remains. She can see the outcome that awaits them. The thought makes her chest tighten. She quietly apologizes to those who are about to die, saying, "I don't want that for myself." Chapter 227, Unwritten Rule. A crowd of onlookers slowly approached belatedly. I sat on the ground, barely noticing the scene. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of one person clapping spread and spread until, before I knew it, half-hearted applause was ringing out all around me. That was amazing. I never expected you to take it down by yourself in the end. It wasn't just me, it was everyone. Haha, of course, but you did the most. We were waiting for the right moment to join in, but your attack was so fierce that we couldn't get in. I thought you could have joined in at any time. By the way, why did you try to let the melee group die? Can you tell me why? I didn't let them die. Like I said, everyone was waiting for the right moment. I was surprised when you defeated it. Why did you skip the third stage of the break, which was already poorly managed? It was because I judged that with a small elite force, there was no need for a break. I told you beforehand that I would decide the timing of the break, didn't I? You felt it wasn't necessary in that situation. That's an astonishing judgment. But if that's the reason, why weren't any attack spells being used? Because you didn't call for a break, the mages couldn't do their jobs, and their already poor efficiency dropped even further. That's because your movements were poor. You didn't move swiftly. You didn't watch your back, and you bunched up in one direction. In such a high-risk situation for friendly fire, how could I possibly order the mages to cast spells? I never expected someone who stood motionless on the stage from the start to the end of the battle to use the word swift. By the way, we couldn't move quickly because no one cast healing or cooling spells from the third stage onwards. What excuse do you have for that? It's not an excuse. I moved them back because the front line was too risky. That's the only reason. I prioritized the rear guard's lives over the front lines. I'm sure I made that clear to you. But the unreliable front line defeated the boss this time, so now you're in a real bind, aren't you? I'll make sure you get your fair share of the spoils, so don't nitpick the details. Don't ruin the mood of victory. Let's stay positive for next time, okay? That's impressive. If he had at least pretended to hesitate about the reward, there might have been a glimmer of hope. But the fact that he's considering giving a reward at all is astonishing. The fact that no one else is calling him out on it is terrifying. However, he's holding up pretty well. He's desperately trying to cover up his flaws. The short-tempered beastman next to him is also holding back. His face is red, even for a beastman. Maybe they're both wary because I'm from another world. In that case, the reward isn't just for me, is it? What about him over there? Of course, he was out of the fight halfway through, but that can't be helped. We agreed on this rule beforehand, so we'll divide the reward properly. That's the rule. And him too, right? When I look at the man with no right arm, he immediately denies it. He's dead, so it's impossible. Why is he dead? He fought until the very end. Even then, he withdrew from the front lines because it was too dangerous. If he's dead, then Verekin must have killed him. The rule of defending the front lines is an absolute priority for melee classes. I don't care about the fate of those who couldn't follow that rule. But the body is still here. Unfortunately, the bodies here are all gone. That's because the dragon living in that pillar consumes the bodies, leaving nothing behind. It never lets out its breath. Yet you determined that Gromsan, lying there in the same way, is alive, and that the man who lost his right arm is dead. You don't care about the outcome. That's strange. What are you trying to say? He took the bait, or so I thought, but his mind remained calm. You are, one of the rear guards who was running behind the man who lost his right arm, the one who uses wind magic. Moreover, after entering the third stage, you leaned against the wall and chatted with the person with pink hair next to you. Why? Well, I thought everyone was slacking off, but you were the worst. As a wind magic user, you kept your distance from the boss more than anyone else. Even when the battle situation changed, you didn't try to adjust your position. Your laziness was so extreme that I was shocked. What kind of life did you live to become like that? Why, you brat. Marin. But because of this brat, everything's a mess. Because there are still melee fighters left, our share will be reduced. We should have killed them all quickly. Marin, stop it. I must be pulling a really ugly face because I quickly rub my cheeks and try to fix my expression. Oh dear, I'm sorry for interfering with your plan. Use the melee fighters as disposable units to reach the third stage. Then, let them take as much damage as possible before starting the real battle. Have the break guy and the pet act as the vanguard with a few people, and use the magic you've been saving to attack from angles where you won't hit your allies. As the lazy Queen Marin kindly pointed out, you can increase the reward per person with the remaining number of people after letting the melee classes die. Low effort, high reward, that's the secret strategy for melee classes, right? I learned that on the day of the member selection that the real battle starts in the 3rd stage. At this remark, all eyes turned to one woman. I didn't say it was anyone in particular. And no, I don't know anything about that. I never said anything about unwritten rules. I kept quiet after that too. Hearing those words, I felt a pang of regret. My heart grew colder and colder. She was the only person I wondered about how much did she know? But in the end, she was involved too. Hey, there's nothing we can do now. If we let him go knowing what he knows, we won't be able to continue as hunters, let alone participate in the next one. Yeah, you're right. We have no choice but to kill him. Him and that other guy too. Not just me, but Gromsan too, even though he's asleep. This is hopeless. They don't seem to have the slightest intention of atoning for their crimes. I should at least try, though. I don't know if everyone wants to kill me. I can't tell who's good and who's bad, so I need to find out. Just to be clear, if you are unaware of the unwritten rules, or if you have committed any previous crimes and wish to turn yourself in and atone for your sins, please drop your weapons here and proceed to the exit. In 10 seconds. If you remain here, I will consider you an enemy who refuses to admit your crimes and intends to kill me. What happens if I'm judged to be an enemy? If you are an enemy, I will kill you all. Then there's no need to wait 10 seconds. Bang! That was fast. I had expected him to charge at me like a rocket, building up momentum, but I still couldn't react in time. Even without weapons, his firepower is much higher than I expected. He's completely different from Ino-san, the dagger user I fought in the B-rank promotion battle. His only strength is his speed. So, this is an estimated A-rank beastman. Beastmen have higher physical abilities than humans, which is why there aren't many mercenary organizations in human-populated countries. They can't match beastmen in terms of growth. When I heard the explanation, I thought, is that all there is to it? But now, I can't help but nod in agreement. This is definitely the fastest speed I've ever seen, except for the gods. Then why is he doing this? If he fought bosses properly or focused on hunting, he could earn a decent amount of money, so it feels wasteful. Exploding strike. Flying wild kick. Gah. What a strange skill. Is it unique to him, or does it have something to do with his occupation? I'll find out once I take down this beastman, but I have to hold on a little longer. Probably just a little longer. Ura, fang palm strike. I've got him pinned down. Everyone who's ready, fire. My body pounds against the hard ground as I roll toward the rock wall. Damn it, the last claw scratch left my face throbbing in pain. I'm covered in blood, dripping so much that it's more than just a few drops, but I've recovered enough to fire 2 more shots and my position is perfect. Finally. How was it? Everyone's pitch black. Got it. Thanks, Ria. Chapter 228, Annihilation. 10 seconds passed, and still no one put down their weapons. Ultimately, none of them were worth saving. Not a single person. Before I became a target, I decided to head for the sky. Ria, who was near the entrance, disappeared into the shadows and moved away from the boss room. She's a goddess, so she'll be fine if I leave her alone. She'll probably do another favor. The people who fired magic at me one after another looked like victims. How ugly they looked, because they were about to be killed? No, it's because they did nothing but evil and let people die. It wasn't direct. The monsters killed them. There are no corpses, so there's no reason to feel remorse. They volunteered to participate and die, so there is no sense of having done anything. Therefore, they are not at fault. This reasoning only applies to those who committed the act. No matter how long they waited, the help and support that should have come never did. As they watched their comrades torn apart, devoured, and consumed by flames, one by one, in their desperation, their hearts were torn to shreds. Neither the dead nor the living will ever forgive them. At least I will never forgive trash like you. Those below. He doesn't have any decent long-range weapons. He'll dive down from above, so spread out. Damn, I can't reach him. When he falls, use provoke. Then, shoot him without worrying about me. I'll use all my support skills. Don't shoot yet. At this distance, they'll just be wasted shots. Anyone who can use activation standby should be ready to fire at any moment. Don't take your eyes off him. Predict his target based on his movements. What's that? Black. Heavenly Thunder. Hi. WI Magic. You can't use that, Ujiawa. You have acquired Sewing LV2. You have acquired Magic Control LV3. You have acquired Housework LV4. You have acquired Light Magic LV1. You have acquired Magic Perception LV1. You have acquired Magic Perception LV2. Get out of the way. Retreat, retreat. Someone Barrier, Aguo. You have acquired Singing LV1. You have acquired Calm Mind LV2. You have acquired Magic Attack Resistance LV2. You have acquired Magic Range Increase LV1. You have acquired Maximum Magic Power Increase LV4. You have acquired Ice Magic LV1. Gut dodge, I can't move. It's coming again. You have acquired Pharmacy LV1. You have acquired Etiquette LV1. You have acquired Light Magic LV2. You have acquired Light Magic LV3. You have acquired Negotiation LV2. You have acquired Musical Performance LV1. Kill them all. Heavenly Thunder. UGAI Roman 3, Roman 2. You have acquired Calm Mind LV3. You have acquired Water Resistance LV2. You have acquired Magic Power Transfer LV1. You have acquired Cooking LV4. You have acquired Painting LV2. You have acquired Different Language Comprehension LV7. You have acquired Swift Wind LV4. Help, I don't want to die. You have acquired Maximum Magic Power Increase LV5. You have acquired Activation Standby LV1. You have acquired Pharmacy LV2. You have acquired Automatic Magic Recovery Increase LV6. You have acquired Sewing LV3. You have acquired Ice Magic LV2. You have acquired Ice Magic LV3. The entrance. Getaway Guara. You have acquired Etiquette LV2. You have acquired Magic Perception LV3. You have acquired Light Magic LV4. You have acquired Hunting LV6. You have acquired Trap Detection LV1. You have acquired Memorization LV4. You have acquired Dismantling LV6. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. You have acquired Sealing Magic LV2. You have acquired Wind Resistance LV3. You have acquired Singing LV2. You have acquired Cooking LV5. You have acquired Calm Mind LV4. You have acquired Water Magic LV5. You have acquired Appraisal LV1. You have acquired Maximum Magic Power Increase LV6. You have acquired Healing Magic LV5. You have acquired Dance LV1. You have acquired Earth Magic LV6. Kill all the trash below. Heavenly Thunder. Again, Black Magic. You have acquired Magic Attack Resistance Level 3. You have acquired Housework LV5. You have acquired Swift Wind LV5. You have acquired Magic Power Transfer LV2. You have acquired Ice Magic LV4. You have acquired Magic Power Control LV4. You have acquired Sewing LV4. You have acquired Barrier Magic LV1. You have acquired Appraisal LV2. You have acquired Fishing LV4. You have acquired Minds LV1. You have acquired Calm Mind LV5. You have acquired Magic Range Increase LV2. You have acquired Investigation LV4. You have acquired Magic Power Control LV5. You have acquired Ice Magic LV5. You have acquired Etiquette LV3. You have acquired Light Magic LV5. You have acquired Water Magic LV6. You have acquired Activation Standby LV2. You have acquired Negotiation LV3. You have acquired Processing LV3. You have acquired Wind Magic LV6. You have acquired Foraging LV4. You have acquired Conversation LV4. You have acquired Water Resistance LV3. You have acquired Good Luck LV3. You have acquired Keen Hearing LV3. You have acquired Arithmetic LV4. You have acquired Housework LV6. You have acquired Sewing LV5. You have acquired Memorization LV5. You have acquired Magic Power, Auto Recovery Increase LV7. You have acquired Magic Attack Resistance LV4. You have acquired Maximum Magic Power Increase LV7. You have acquired Different Language Comprehension LV8. That's incredible. As expected of a raid party composed of only the strongest. Although they're all B-rank hunters, they have a wealth of skills and experience, and their overall level is quite high. They're completely different from the bandits and thieves, who were generally low-level with similar skill sets. Thanks to that, things are going according to plan. Even though I'm casting level 7 magic, my magic power is steadily recovering. I expect I'll be able to take out most of the B-rank hunters with this. The problem is those two, but... Investigation, alive. 6 left. That means they all made it through the entrance to the boss room and are facing Rhea. Then let's clean up. With my abilities at this level, those two are just strong guys now. That's amazing. What did you do? Nothing special, I just told them not to pass. As I head toward the entrance, I see 6 men and women kneeling on the ground, with Rhea standing there. For a moment, I thought she was using gravity magic or intimidation, but they seemed to have been struck by pure killing intent, not relying on any skills. Well, it's normal to be scared. They're lucky they didn't go crazy. Monster. Gog aya. What is this? It's all that brat's fault, that brat. A monster? The leader's words made me react involuntarily. You guys are the real monsters. At least monsters have some value as raw material. Don't mess with me. The iron hammer falls by heaven's command, bearing its wrath, born from thunderclouds. Be caged in ice. Absolute 0. PSH. You have acquired musical performance LV2. You have acquired pharmacy LV3. You have acquired magic power control LV6. You have acquired negotiation LV4. You have acquired magic perception LV4. You have acquired calm mind LV6. You have acquired sealing magic LV3. At this distance, you can't expect me to wait for you to cast a spell. Are you stupid? I quickly realized that only an idiot would do something like this. Please, I'll do anything. I'll be your slave or whatever you want. Please spare me. Did she think she had no other option besides casting a spell? The lazy Queen Marin staggered closer. She didn't cling to my legs and beg for her life. Now's your chance. I won't let go of your leg, even if I die, so do it. I don't know how to describe it, but she was impressive. Her facial expressions and movements were convincing, and I was convinced that she had survived all this time by being cunning. If it's in close range, I'm faster than you. I'll definitely get. I've got you. As she tries to hit me, I grab her hand, and she immediately tries to pull away, but I'm clearly stronger than her. There's no way she can escape now. Let go of me. Very well. Ignite, white flame, go ahead. You go. This is a good reference. After using the ignite skill, the effect is applied to any object currently in contact with the user. The same applies when extinguishing the fire. But what happens if contact is broken before the effect expires? I haven't tried it yet. When I kicked away the woman clinging to my leg, I immediately heard her dying screams. You burn well. Your long hair, which seems like you've been maintaining it for nothing, and your abundant body hair. Initially, she screamed and thrashed about, but gradually, her movements became more violent while her voice grew silent. You have acquired presence detection LV6. You have acquired investigation LV5. You have acquired far sight LV6. You have acquired strong wind LV6. You have acquired hunting LV7. You have acquired dismantling LV7. You have acquired special move LV5. You have acquired conversation LV5. You have acquired minds ILV2. You have acquired negotiation LV5. You have acquired fine arts LV2. In less than 20 seconds, the two of them stopped moving and continued to burn. Considering their fire-resistant equipment, the flames were white, but this amount of time was enough to be effective. It seemed like a good decision. Damn, this wasn't supposed to happen. I warned you properly. I told you it was dangerous. 2 remain, but what a pitiful sight. I'm glad you weren't as brave as the other tank classes. Didn't I actually hit you with provoke? This is just a hunch. As a shield class that has risen to a rank, though, it's hard to believe that provoke, arguably the most important skill, is below level 5. Even when I retreated to the sky and was looking down from above, he should have been able to use provoke. If you had used it, I would have been captured. But then you would have been targeted by everyone, which is why you couldn't use it. That's not true, that can't be true. You really were the most afraid of dying until the very end. Don't joke around, gah. You have acquired shield technique LV5. You have acquired provoke LV4. You have acquired concealment LV8. You have acquired superhuman strength LV6. You have acquired physical resistance LV5. You have acquired steel heart LV4. You have acquired unbreakable strength LV6. That's it. The woman, who didn't even glance at the death of the man she supposedly loved, continued to stare at me as if clinging to me. Listen, Loki-kun, I was deceived. I didn't mean to do this. I don't need that. You confessed, and I've seen your memories, so it's too late now. Goodbye, Yuria-san. Don't joke around. I didn't do anything wrong. You have acquired good luck LV4. You have acquired cooking LV6. You have acquired magic power transfer LV3. Is that it? Yeah. Sorry for bothering you. No, I checked everyone properly. Everyone, they were trying to use Loki to deceive you again. There really are a lot of them. I'm sorry for this world. Don't apologize, Ria. More importantly, there's one survivor. Unlike bandits and thieves, they weren't obviously out to loot. That's why I called Ria this time. I explained the situation to her using divine communication. There might be other first-timers like me in the rear guard. Some people might not know what's going on and are just going with the flow. With that in mind, I asked Ria to check their memories. She was angry with me for going to all this trouble, but she did the impossible and came down to my location, making sure no one noticed and moved one room away. I am very grateful to Ria. After that, we proceeded calmly and solemnly. Considering my financial situation, I stripped the dead hunters of everything they had on them. Since the bodies were going to be burned anyway, I took everything. In situations like this, when the other party is a villain, I don't feel any sympathy or guilt, which makes me feel much better. Incidentally, the two who were burned to death had only a few pieces of armor, so I gained nothing from them. The last attack judgment was clear. However, just like with monsters, if there's a reason to use the body afterward, this method is strictly forbidden. After cleaning up, I had Ria use her spatial magic to store everything away. I had her put everything I recovered in the hideout near Lipsum, a place we had visited together in the past. Some people know the location of the hideout, but as long as the entrance is blocked securely, there's nothing they can do. This will also be used as payment for future book purchases, and I'm sure there will be times when I'll need to cash it in. However, the boss's corpse is an exception. All of us defeated this one in close combat. Therefore, I believe not only Grom-san, but also everyone else who fell in battle has the right to it. It's huge, but as long as I can get it to fly, it shouldn't be impossible to transport it to town. I'm worried about getting through the first entrance to the Fire Rock Cave, but I'll do my best. I asked Ria to double-check one more thing, just to be sure. We agreed to meet again tonight. Well, Grom-san, wake up. It's okay now, it's over. Loki. Yes, it's all over. For now, let's return to town with the man who lost his arm. Upon hearing this, Grom-san looked around and nodded deeply in understanding. Yes, that's right, we really had a close call. Thank you, Loki, I will never forget this favor. Haha, you're exaggerating. He silently apologized for not being able to do more in the current situation. I wanted to use a healing spell, but I had to hide my magic inside my flesh. I dealt with it without letting Grom-san see my black magic. Then, I would keep it hidden. After resting a little, his stamina seemed to have recovered somewhat. First, we carried the only remaining corpse and escorted it out of the cave. After that, we began the mission to transport the boss to the Hunter Guild's training ground. I wonder if the guild is white. Chapter 229, Proud of My Skills. The guild master's room was in the corner of the Hunters Guild, in Lowenfort. Grom-san and I were standing across from Adila-san, the guild master. At first, I wondered how much the guild knew about the situation. I knew I was giving off a tense vibe, but after hearing the guild's verdict from Ria via Oracle, I felt a bit calmer. I'm sorry, Loki arrived in this town and at the Antonia Fire Rock Cave about a week ago. Grom arrived about 3 weeks ago, right? In that case, it's only natural that you wouldn't know about this situation. I am very sorry that the guild was not aware of this either. According to my information, this is the 4th time this has happened. This means that it is highly likely that melee classes suffered damage in the previous 3 incidents as well. To be honest, I felt that this was a case of habitual negligence. That's true. It seemed as if they were taking it for granted, watching the spectacle unfold around them and letting people die. Some staff members have heard rumors about a boss raid organized by Fidel, where all the melee classes were wiped out. We're currently gathering information from B-rank hunters, so we should be able to uncover more details in the future, including the names of the organizers. I see. What about the families of the melee class members? When the topic turned to this concern, Adila-san clenched his lips and shook his head. We'll have to work with the town mayor and the guards who know the town well. I suppose that's the only option. Given today's events and the level of civilization here, they probably don't have any registration information, so they'll have to start by investigating to see if there are any surviving family members. Announcing the names of the deceased and asking for people to come forward would flood them with fake relatives, which would be a disaster. From here on out, we'll just have to leave it to the town administration. Gong gong. The evening bell rings out. The raid that started this morning has been inefficient. There were unexpected encounters with villains, and 2 rounds of boss fight with Gromsan and the boss's transport. It's already pitch black outside. The boss's material calculations are supposed to be finished by tomorrow morning, so the 2 of us will drop by again around noon. We leave the guild master's room. Adila-san had been mumbling something the whole time, but he gave off an aura that said not to touch the subject, so how Fidel and the others were killed will remain a mystery. Thankfully, hunters don't pry into each other's abilities. The reception lobby, it's the same as always. Despite nearly 50 hunters going missing, it was as noisy as ever. This town has a particularly high turnover rate of hunters. Besides Fidel, there were 2 other raid organizers, and since the raids were held every year and a half, it was hard to keep track of everything. Large-scale events like raids often result in multiple deaths. The guild master listed these reasons, but I think the tolerance for death, which doesn't exist in Japan, makes it even harder to understand. Ultimately, unless you're close to someone, you don't care if someone who was there yesterday disappears. That's how the people of this world are. I knew this from experience. Still, as I looked around the lobby, confused by this feeling I couldn't get used to, someone tapped me on the shoulder in a low, deep voice. Loki, I want to thank you properly, so can I have a moment of your time? I'll work around your schedule, of course. No, you don't have to thank me. I was saved by Gromsan's shield, after all. I'm not being modest. It's the truth. If I had been attacked alone, I wouldn't have lasted that long. It was only because I could accumulate damage and conserve my magic that I could use the attack that allowed me to achieve my maximum DPS. I don't know about now, but before the battle started, I knew it would be extremely difficult to defeat the boss alone. Even so, I don't intend to take up much of your time, please. I understand. In any case, I'll be visiting the guild tomorrow afternoon regarding the boss materials. Would that be okay? Of course, see you tomorrow. As I watch his unusually large back disappear, I think to myself, I'm the one who should be thanking him. I want to share the boss kill loot with the deceased melee class members. I brought this up, so it's my personal selfishness in a way. It's also a calculated move to prove, if only a little, that I didn't kill Fidel and the others for money despite my lack of credibility. Yet Gromsan agreed without hesitation. It would clearly reduce his own reward. On the other hand, the ranged class, including the leader, no longer exists. He seems to accept this mysterious situation, so maybe he thinks his reward has increased after all. Or maybe he has some other purpose unrelated to his reward. Well, whatever. I'll investigate as much as necessary, but unnecessary investigation is a waste of time. Ria should be coming down soon. If I stay here where everyone can see me, it'll be a disaster. Come to think of it, what does Ria like to eat? With that on my mind, I hurried back to my room at the inn to prepare for the descent. About 30 minutes later, I was lying in the bath, sweating profusely, when Ria suddenly appeared right next to me. As soon as I saw the swirling clouds, I knew it was too late. Then, 0.5 seconds before the descent, I was kicked in the crotch. After this extremely unreasonable incident, we headed out into town. First, we needed food. Ria wears a white dress even in winter, so I lent her my coat. We're about the same height, so it fits her perfectly. Now, however, I'm freezing to death. This is exactly when I wish I could use my ignite skill. How's it going? Found anything you want to eat? Not really. Come on, the store will close soon. We could have gone to the restaurant inside the inn, but Ria seemed determined to find something she liked herself. I wonder if she can tell what she likes without trying it, but she's a goddess, so I guess she can. She probably doesn't have normal sensibilities. Ah, that looks good. Is that tomato? She pointed not at a food stall, but at a specialty shop selling vegetables and fruits. Most of the items had already been sold, but she pointed at the few remaining ones, one after another. Should we just buy everything that's left? No, I don't want that one. How do you tell the difference between these? I have no idea. I'm just a retainer. Since buying everything she asks for is also my way of showing my gratitude for today, I obediently do so while also buying my own dinner at the food stall. At Ria's request, I fly up to the roof of the inn. This seems to be where we'll be eating today. This is important, so I'll say it again. I'm cold and want to use Ignite on myself right now. Light. When I imagine lighting up my fingertips, the area is illuminated by a soft glow. I'm not sure if I'm using it correctly, but it's fine if it's brighter. Oh, looking closely, this meal is quite colorful. Looking again at Ria's meal choice, I see that it is all red, orange, and yellow, all bright primary colors. Do you like such bright colors? They just look delicious. You prefer vegetables and fruits to meat. Wait a moment, water. The ones on the table are dirty and unsanitary. At least I'll rinse them off. Here you go. It's sweet and delicious. That's fruit, so it's fine as is. The tomato, here's some salt. It brings out the sweetness. Use it if you like. Before I knew it, she had finished the unfamiliar fruit that looked like a fig and was now chewing on the yellow vegetable that looked like a carrot, starting from the tip. It seemed a little different, but if she was satisfied, it was probably best not to say anything. Everyone has their own preferences. I'll just eat the steak I bought. 5 slices for 1,500 beak. It's quite expensive. Oh, right, munch munch, Ria, you probably like books, right? I might like ones about magic or skills. Oh, that's a coincidence. 2 of the books I have with me might be to your taste, so take a look when we get back to the room. I thought they were really interesting and educational. How many are there? There are 4 in total, but I don't think any of them are worth reading. It's a history book about a country where Ria's punishment took place. I'll read them all later then. All of them at once. I'm tired from everything today, so I'm going to bed. Oh, you can take a bath if you want. Like before. Yeah, fill the tub and jump in. The 3 goddesses are already in, but Rill probably isn't up yet. Why don't you ask Firil and Wrist what it's like? I already asked. They bragged about it a lot. Foo-foo. It's not like I'm mentally exhausted, depressed, or anything like that. In addition to being a hunter, I'm also a mercenary who earns rewards from the country for defeating villains, so this is nothing new. Still, I think it's important to take breaks like this every now and then and relax. If I get too into it, like I do with games, I feel like my perspective narrows. After that, I'll continue buying books as if I'm collecting them. The expenses for transporting the equipment today will also be used for that purpose. As I gaze at the town lights, I talk about how I'm steadily gaining interesting skills from monsters. What happens if you use insight and sleepy eyes on me? If I use insight on a goddess, it would probably break my heart. Sleepy eyes, if you accept it, you might fall asleep. But if you resist, it probably won't work because of intelligence and magic defense. Should I sleep? The other skills I got from Photosheep are a bit mysterious. Sleepy Eyes LV3. Activating this skill while looking into the target's eyes puts them to sleep. If you explain the ability to the target and they agree, it will work 100% of the time. If you don't explain the ability, or if the target doesn't understand it, the success rate is determined by a combination of your skill level and the target's resistance. Mana cost. 9. In Gromsan's case, he agreed to be put to sleep, so the skill was 100% effective. As explained, the success rate when the ability is not explained is unclear. There are things like sleep resistance increase, status abnormal resistance increase, and steel heart, which prevent mental attacks. I expect the success rate to be too complex to easily quantify. Additionally, skills like this probably follow a standard pattern of being harder to activate against higher-level opponents, or completely ineffective if there's a significant difference in ability stats. It was so crowded that I retreated after only one day. For now, though, I think skill level 3 is sufficient for this subtle skill. But these skills are interesting. With that said, I set the grilled chicken in my right hand on fire. Didn't someone get burned in front of Ria today? That's the original skill. It looks delicious. That one. It's red, but that's not what I meant. Then let's make it white fire. It suddenly got hot. Yeah. The person using it doesn't really notice, but I think it's pretty hot. And then, I extinguished the ignite spell, thinking this would be enough, and used a smaller version while looking up. Fire breath. Cough. Ria's surprised face is rare and cute. I saw something good. A curtain of flames is dancing in the night sky. It disappeared quickly, so it shouldn't cause an accident. And there's more. Even if I do this, my mouth won't get messy. Phew-foo-foo, isn't it nice? My dream came true. Breath, phew-foo-foo. I want to try it too. How? I don't know, look it up. Oh. A sudden quest. How am I supposed to accomplish something that even the gods can't do? Well, ancient magic spells seem quite versatile. With a little practice, it might be possible. Or maybe. Does Ria have the soul armor skill? The one that comes with champion? Yeah, it's a low-level skill, but I have it. I see. Actually, I was thinking of telling Ril about it once she recovers, since she seems to like this kind of thing. Do you think we can do it with soul armor? Is that what that skill does? From what I've tested, it seems like you can use it that way. Oh no, actually, statistically speaking, that's probably the main way to use it. Soul Armor LV2 absorbs the soul of a monster you've killed and transfers one of its abilities to you. Maximum Soul Armor 2. Mana cost 5. The important part of this description is the term ability. During the Sea of Trees verification, it was discovered that in addition to the 8 stats, such as strength and intelligence, the skills possessed by each monster are also included in these abilities. These include common skills, such as swordsmanship, that humans can use, white text skills, such as charge, that are monster-specific but usable by humans, and gray text skills, such as shed skin, that are exclusive to monsters and cannot be used by anyone. These all appear with a lower probability than ability stats. It is known that monster-specific skills in the other category, regardless of text color, have an extremely low probability of being selected. However, this rare element, which should have been something to celebrate, was unnecessary for me. While using soul armor to defeat Flame Rock to obtain a high defense stat, I accidentally obtained combination by chance. In the end, even through soul armor, the gray text remained and the skill was unusable. On top of that, even if the skill was extracted, the skill level itself did not exist. Since there was no skill level, the bonus ability stat was 0. This was immediately apparent when comparing stats, so I lost all interest in choosing skills from soul armor. For everyone else in this world, though, it would be different. If someone becomes the world's soul champion, they can use monster-exclusive skills that should only be usable by monsters. I still consider myself superior, because even though I don't receive the champion occupation buff, my monster skills are on par with theirs. If it's the fire breath skill from earlier, you could probably learn it by using soul armor at the hunting ground we went to today and defeating lots of red salamanders. Oh, when I tell her that, Ria is unusually eager to hear more. But I think it would be extremely difficult to kill thousands or tens of thousands of them without being seen by other hunters. When I point out the obvious practical problem, she slumps her shoulders in disappointment. It's an insurmountable problem. If anyone found out that there was a girl with just soul armor, it would be more than a disaster. I understand you want to try breathing fire, so cheer up. I'll let you know if I find a monster with that skill in an area where there's no one else around. Maybe there's one deep in Pomera. Okay, got it, it's a promise. It was cold after that, so I finished eating everything I had bought and hurried back to my room. Wrapped in my blankets, I sat in a chair and watched Ria read a book with a serious expression. Before I knew it, it was morning. On the desk were neatly stacked books. If she's this dedicated to studying, I thought to myself, there's probably a point to collecting books. I headed to the cafeteria for my daily cup of hot coffee. Chapter 230, Promise to Meet Again. Bosses are worth more money than I thought. I think that's about right for a boss's material value. Its skin is tough, and a boss like this has huge magic stones and horns. Even its bones and teeth are in demand. We were in a restaurant near the Hunters Guild. We were discussing the reward for Verakin and how to distribute the money. Guild Master Adilasan mentioned a reward of 510 million beak. It was originally supposed to be 50 million higher, but the price was reduced due to the absence of Verakin's eyes, rare materials used to make potions. Thinking about it now, I realized that after I gouged them out, I crushed the big eyeballs in anger. I wasted 50 million, what the hell was I thinking? I scolded myself for acting on impulse. However, if the family is found, we can give each of them about 35 million beak as compensation. What are you going to do now, Loki? Gromsan suddenly asked me, as I was leisurely enjoying my after-dinner coffee. The conversation changed direction. I thought he was getting to the point, so I answered honestly. I'm traveling around the world and hunting grounds. For now, I plan to go around the southern part of the kingdom of Waltz, and then I'll return to Lagraith. So, you don't plan to visit the A-rank hunting ground in Freyville, the Koitz Dragon Burial Mountains, anytime soon? Of course I'll go eventually. I plan to return to Lagraith first, pass through the center of Waltz, and then head to Freyville. Still, the Dragon Burial Mountains, what an impressive name. It's a place where dragons hunt and are hunted, but I see. Later then. Gromsan, why are you here? If it's A-rank, the Antonia Fire Rock Cave is a lower-tier hunting ground, isn't it? Your equipment is also of a different quality compared to the B-rank hunters here. Most of the people around me were wearing either red salamander armor or worn-out red and black armor. But Gromsan was wearing full leather armor covered in deep green scales. Originally, Koitz was my hunting ground. It's not my main equipment, but I also made my equipment in Freyville. This time, I was told that I absolutely needed a seed fire magic stone for the equipment, so I had no choice but to go for it. Ah, you mean the one from the Overflame Rock. There were several posts on the guild bulletin board offering to buy it for 20 million each, so it seems to be in high demand. When you try to make equipment from high-grade ore, you need seed fire magic stones to process it. A-rank adventurers want to return to their bases and craft equipment quickly, so they solve the problem with money. I was aiming for that too. I see. It would be nice if there were various places where you could get seed fire magic stones. There are some places, but this town is the safest, so A-rank adventurers who want strong equipment come here. It's pretty tough for A-rankers elsewhere. The more I hear, the more I understand why the Antonia Fire Rock Cave is so crowded. B-rank adventurers can be relatively stable if they organize their teams well and have resistance armor. They always have the chance to earn high bonus rewards that can be converted into cash immediately. A-rank hunters can't keep up with the demand for seed fire stones, so they can't get them right away. They end up joining the hunt for a chance to make money. No wonder it's so crowded with so much coming and going. That's probably why a few A-rank hunters were mixed in with the melee recruitment for the raid. I thought the A-rank hunters were here to defeat Verakin. Most of the participants were probably deceived. I knew someone else who was temporarily participating in a party and was deceived by someone who said, "Let's earn some seed fire magic stones. We've done this 4 times already, so it's easy." I'm really glad I went ahead and executed them. Those trashy guys were probably targeting A-rank melee hunters who could become valuable assets. But it does feel like an MMO. I'm glad I was on guard when I saw the high price for the seed fire magic stone being advertised. I thought they must have some important uses. They're prerequisite items for making powerful equipment. Their purpose is to melt and process higher-grade ores. I have one, but do you want to buy it? It's a gamble. If there were demand, there wouldn't be a need to make such a quick decision, but we fought together, and he's my only surviving comrade. I probably don't need it right away, but if he needs it urgently, I'll give it to him. Really? Yeah, I happened to wander around back and defeat one. It's a beautiful magic stone, you know. I took it out of the leather bag, where I stored the other magic stones, and placed it on the table. It was a magic stone with a strong, reddish hue, but it also had several white lines running through it. Indeed, those white lines are exactly what the blacksmith mentioned. If you're willing to sell it, I'll offer you 20 million beak. No, actually, Loki saved my life. I'd like to buy it for 50 million beak, reward included. No, the standard market price of 20 million beak is fine. That reward belongs to you for fighting so bravely. But that's not enough gratitude. In exchange, may I ask you for one favor? I would be very grateful if you could share any information you have as an A-rank senior hunter, including about the hunting grounds called Quoit's Dragon Burial Mountains. After I finish exploring Waltz, I plan to take the promotion exam and become an A-rank hunter as soon as possible. I see. That sounds interesting. If that's all you want in return, then fine. I'll tell you everything I know. I refilled my coffee cup and listened intently, committing every word to memory. There was still a part of me that thought this time spent not hunting was inefficient. However, it's not like a game where you can hunt and gather information simultaneously. That's why this time is so important. I learned not only the location of the A-rank hunting grounds, but also the locations of other high-rank hunting grounds in the vicinity. I learned about the recommended materials for weapons and armor, as well as the names of towns and shops where I could obtain them. The route I had mapped out in my mind to reach the Waltz is expanding further east. In this world without maps, everyone must be imagining their own maps in their heads, just like me. With this, I no longer have a reason to stay in this town. My home base is in the city of Rubilium, near the Quoit's Dragon Burial Mountains. If you ever pass by, please stop by. I'd be happy to guide you around the hunting grounds anytime. All right, it looks like I'll be staying in that town for a while, so we might meet again at the Hunters Guild. Please take care of me then. After completing the transaction, we shook hands and went our separate ways. Gromsan headed east, and I headed south. Encounters and farewells, adventure is nothing but a repetition of those things. I wonder what kind of town and hunting grounds awaits me next. On the way, all I have to do is practice magic and search for villains. I should also review my stats and skills, which have improved significantly during my travels. I also need to experiment with a few skills in a secluded area. After about 10 days in Lowenfort, I set off once more, eager to explore the next town. Chapter 231, Skyrocketing. Name: Loki Yuto Mamiya. Level: 57 skill points remaining, 928. Magic power: 676 plus 2108 plus 50 additional magic power from sword magic. Strength: 341 plus 1518. Intelligence: 347 plus 824. Defense: 335 plus 714 flame rock plus 146 Varakan plus 687. Magic defense: 325 plus 904. Agility: 340 plus 660. Dexterity: 334 plus 1205. Luck: 335 plus 304. Blessing: none. Title: King Ant Slayer. Acquired skills: Combat Tactics skills, Swordsmanship level 7, Dagger Technique LV7, Stick Art LV7, Martial Arts LV7, Staff Technique LV5, Shield Technique LV5, Archery LV5, Axe Technique LV6, Spearmanship LV6, Hammer Technique LV6, Scythe Technique LV6, Dual Wielding LV1, Throwing Technique LV3, Berserk LV8, Intimidation LV5, Sacrifice LV5, Provocation LV4, Command LV5, Mounted Combat LV7, Body Strengthening LV6, Encouragement LV5. Magic skills: Fire Magic LV, Lightning Magic LV7, Time Magic LV4, Water Magic LV6, Earth Magic LV6, Wind Magic LV6, Ice Magic LV5, Light Magic LV5, Healing Magic LV5. Barrier Magic LV1, Magic Range Increase LV2, Magic Perception LV4, Activation Standby LV2, Magic Manipulation LV6, Abbreviated Chanting LV5. Job System Skills: Construction LV3, Mining LV3, Logging LV4, Hunting LV7, Dismantling LV7, Cooking LV6, Farming LV6, Fishing LV4, Sewing LV5, Fine Arts LV2, Painting LV2, Craftsmanship LV2, Processing LV3, Animal Husbandry LV4, Foraging LV4, Conversation LV5, Housekeeping LV6, Negotiation LV5, Musical Instruments LV2, Pharmacy LV3, Etiquette LV3, Dancing LV1, Singing. Daily life skills. Different language comprehension LV8. Voice amplification LV3. Keen hearing LV3. Escape LV4. Stealthy movement LV4. Quick movement LV5. Jumping LV4. Flight LV7. Writing LV7. Arithmetic LV4. Memorization LV5. Magic transfer LV3. Vision enlargement LV6. Farsight LV6. Night vision LV5. Appraisal LV2. Mind's eye LV2. Investigation LV5. Presence detection LV6. Concealment LV8. Trap creation LV6. Trap disarming LV6. Trap detection LV1. Pure passive skills. Increased automatic magic power recovery LV7. Increased maximum magic power LV7. Physical attack resistance LV5. Magic attack resistance LV4. Steel heart LV4. Superhuman strength LV6. Calm mind LV6. Unbreakable strength LV6. Swift wind LV6. Special move LV5. Good luck LV4. Seal magic LV3. Poison resistance LV8. Paralysis resistance LV4. Sleep resistance LV4. Charm resistance LV1. Earth attribute resistance LV4. Wind attribute resistance LV3. Fire attribute resistance LV8. Water attribute resistance LV3. Other special. Divine communication LV2. Map making LV2. Soul armor LV2. Oracle LV1. Slave magic LV3. Other monsters usable. Charge LV6. Whirlwind LV5. Roar LV4. Claw technique LV5. Bite LV8. Devour LV5. Stomp LV7. Insight LV4. Call to assembly LV7. Hardening LV6. Photosynthesis LV4. Acid resistance LV8. Increased status abnormal resistance LV7. Increased physical defense LV4. Enhanced sense of smell LV4. Forced awakening LV9. Sleepy eyes LV3. Fire breath LV6. Scorching breath LV5. Ignition LV6. White fire LV1. Hellfire pillar LV5. Other monsters unusable. Spores LV5. Mutification LV5. Resonance LV7. Sticky threads LV4. Shed skin LV3. Acid LV7. Mimicry LV6. Vaporization LV8. Poison mist LV5. Combination LV8. Separation LV8. Firetail LV5. I checked my status screen while flying and groaned. Those bastards are scum, but they're pretty good. Some things seem useful while others don't, but I feel like I've got quite a lot of skills now. I'm particularly happy about these. Ice magic LV5. Finally, the ice magic I've been wanting. I won't use it now, but it'll definitely come in handy in the summer. Magic manipulation LV6. With the significant increase in skill level, I can release a small amount of magic outside my body. I can't release it completely, but I think I can gain experience points for non-attribute magic if I do it right. However, the magic that seeps out is black, so I can't show it to anyone. Magic range increase LV2. This is a subtle but welcome addition. After the magic manipulation level 3 skill unlock announcement, the skill acquisition announcement was displayed, so it seems to be a higher level skill. Magic perception LV4. I can now clearly see the location of magic stones inside monsters. I think this is probably the skill Rhea used to examine my body when my magic turned black. Appraisal LV2. I don't fully understand it yet, but it's supposed to be a god tier skill. It's essential for enhancing equipment without relying on the goddess. Mind's eye LV2. This one is also a low-level skill, but it's considered god tier. Now I can see the skills monsters possess, even from a distance. Not having to kill 5 of them or estimate their skill levels from experience points is a huge advantage. However, as expected, when I look at humans, I can only see their skills, not their status or ability stats like mine. Investigation LV5. I finally reached level 5. The range is 150 meters. It's no exaggeration to say that I've been hunting villains for this skill. Increased automatic magic power recovery LV7. Thanks to the many ranged classes equipped with staff, this skill has improved significantly. Even while using flight, the natural recovery rate is higher, making this a god-tier skill. Hellfire Pillar LV5. I have no idea where to use this skill, but I was able to use it anyway. However, I couldn't use Fire Tail because I don't have a tail. These are the skills that I find most exciting. There are also useful skills like light magic and scorching breath in certain situations. While most of my job-related skills are from others, I think I have a decent variety. However, even at B rank, my skills aren't that impressive. I realized this during the villain hunt. Their range of skills is much wider than the bandits, but I'd say their skill level is often only around 5. Ultimately, the skill level is boosted by job bonuses, but those bonuses aren't based on experience. Therefore, even if I defeat enemies, it doesn't count toward my skill level. Therefore, even if I defeat a group of people considered strong by general standards, most of my skills will only reach level 7 at best. The only skills I was able to improve this time were different language comprehension and concealment. It seems like the wall at skill level 8 is pretty thick. Also, the mysterious skill name used by the Beastman pet is probably martial arts. I couldn't find it anywhere, so I tried Exploding Strike, based on the image of getting beaten up. My body moved on its own pretty quickly. Given the similar movements, it seems unnecessary to say martial arts or swordsmanship every time as I did. The intention to use a skill, the magic power required to activate it, the name of the unique skill, and the expected action associated with that unique skill. If these 4 points are in order, one can immediately take action by saying the name of the unique skill in their head or out loud. I think this is characteristic of weapon-based skills, so a lot of effort was wasted before. This is also a very important point. Based on the results of this experiment, my understanding of soul armor has changed significantly. Defense, Verakin plus 687. Ding, look at that increase. It's entertaining to go through multiple random elements and pursue the highest value. However, from my perspective as someone who isn't trying to obtain monster abilities from soul armor, I found it a bit dull compared to other top-tier blessings. However, I realized this time that it changes dramatically when bosses are involved, which is a big discovery. I ended up with a rather mediocre agility, plus 74 when I got the rare Overflame rock, so I wasn't expecting such a significant increase in stats. Ultimately, it all comes down to whether you can obtain the monster's signature traits. Bosses that you can't try multiple times heavily depend on luck. Even so, the best strategy going forward is to strengthen my stats with the abilities I gain from bosses. I wonder what kind of stats I'll get from hidden bosses like King Ant. Phew foo foo. After all, it's fun to see growth, whether in skill level or stats. Indeed, improvement is fun. As long as you improve. It's been 7 days since I left Lowenfort. I'm currently flying at breakneck speed toward the south of the kingdom of Waltz, with the Pomera Great Forest to my left. During that time, I passed through several towns, including the D-rank hunting ground that was supposed to be in the southeast. However, I was unable to acquire any skills, and my stats remained unchanged. Of course, I saw monsters I had never seen before, even in the D-rank hunting grounds. However, as I headed toward the hunting grounds and used Mind's Eye, my excitement quickly turned to disappointment. I already have that skill, you know. At the E and D rank levels, skill levels are typically around 1 to 3, so there was no point in trying to improve skills that were already decent. I immediately withdrew. After repeating this process, I found myself making progress on the map alone. Incidentally, the southern region isn't exactly flat, but it isn't full of rugged, mountainous areas either. Therefore, I rarely encountered mercenary guilds hunting bandits or thieves. It's good, but it feels incredibly peaceful, and there are no opportunities for growth. Wind blows strongly from behind. PS8, PS8, PSH. I guess I have no choice, so I'll boost and keep going. The amount of magic power consumed by flying is so small that it's naturally restored, so my magic power doesn't decrease while flying. To earn as many natural experience points as possible, I tried a few things. One of them was this boost spell. I sprayed wind from the soles of my hands and feet like rockets to accelerate. Then, I was able to temporarily reach the incredible speed Rill had when she carried me in her arms. Wow, it's fast. It was so fast that, even with my face armor on, my nose was freezing. Ah. In the distance, I could see the lights of a small town, not a village. Since it was completely dark outside, I decided to stay in the town for the night. I'd love some steaming hot sweet potatoes and rich-tasting orc meat tonight. With these thoughts in mind, I descended toward the town like a moth drawn to a light. Chapter 232, appearing at this timing. It was a small town, somewhat reminiscent of Bezart, the town of Rich. It was after 6 p.m., and only one group of hunters appeared to be exchanging money. While everyone else was eating and drinking at restaurants, I opened the door just in time. Creak. The sound echoed strangely, perhaps due to the poor construction. Naturally, everyone's eyes turned toward me. Well, I suppose that's to be expected. The bustling lobby falls silent, but I ignore it and head for the reference room. Hey, something small but impressive just came in. Ah, could it be a mercenary? What is he doing in a town like this? This armor is so flashy. Since I made it the other day, there are no signs of it turning black yet. Right now, it's completely red. On top of that, the scales and shape of the armor make it look expensive, so I'm going to stand out like a sore thumb if I go to a town where armor is rare. That said, this armor is indispensable for flying in the sky in the middle of winter. I'm freezing, and it would be stupid to take it off and put it in the basket. Making it ignite continuously while I'm touching the basket is fine, but I'm worried the basket's contents might catch fire before I notice. If I had heat tech and leg warmers, I'd spend a fortune on them without hesitation. I'm that desperate to stay warm. Leg warmers seem easy enough to make, so I'll write that down in my notebook later. I quickly flip through the reference book. There's nothing useful in it, so I'll just stay one night and start moving again early tomorrow morning. With that in mind, I flip through the cover and let out a gasp. Slime. It's a mysterious creature that is half liquid. It doesn't actively attack, but it's fragile, so it's not recommended to break its membrane with weapons. Also, be careful when you see red slime. They become excited and should not be approached by those who are injured. I see, so this is where the slime is. I was surprised that the weakest creature appeared at that moment, but then I remembered. Amanda-san had mentioned the word slime before, and this explanation. Whether it's useful or not, something definitely smells fishy. This is starting to get exciting, I thought, suppressing a grin as I left the guild. The next day, I jumped over the town warriors in plain clothes, heading for the hunting grounds, and headed for the depths of the Pomera forest. Investigation, slime. When I arrived at the location where I had detected a reaction, a translucent creature appeared, just as I had expected. The only difference from my imagination was the color. This slime was not light blue, as I had imagined, but a thin, cloudy brown. Well, here we go, mind's eye. Decomposition LV1, absorption LV1. Yes, it's an F-rank hunting ground, so there's no point in complaining about the low level. More exciting are the two new skills. I don't want my weapon to get damaged, so I lightly threw a small stone at the slime. It pierced the surface membrane, causing the murky water inside to spill out like a broken water balloon. The water dissolved into the soil. What remained was a small magic stone, the smallest I had ever seen. Even when I touched it directly, I didn't feel anything unusual. I wonder if this water is what decomposition does. With that in mind, I started with 45 of them. Aiming for skill level 3, I ran around the Pomera Great Forest for the first time in a while. About 2 hours later, the monsters were still spread out, but thanks to investigation, the number of monsters I defeated steadily increased. By midday, I had reached level 3, my temporary goal. Goblins and horned rabbits are easy to ignore, and there's no need to bother with dismantling, so it was smooth sailing. Should I aim for the next level? These two types, both of which are white text, are up for verification to see if they are useful skills. Decomposition LV3 decomposes the target using magic. The decomposition speed depends on the amount of magic power infused. Magic power consumption is reduced by 20%. I couldn't fully grasp the explanation, so I scratched my head and placed a small stone and a twig on each palm. Then, focusing on my palms, I materialized magic power. Though still unstable, a thin black mist began to cover my hands. Since the mist is touching the pebble and twig, I should be able to channel my magic through them. Decomposition. I activated the skill, but nothing happened. Next, I focus on the twig, mindful of my magic consumption. Decomposition mana consumption, 20. Decomposition mana consumption, 30. Decomposition mana consumption, 50. Hi. Finally, the lower part of the twig, which had shown no change, began to crumble and disappear little by little. It became as fine as sand, which eventually melted away and disappeared. The result is a mana consumption of 100, leaving only the upper part of the small branch intact. I'm shocked by the poor fuel efficiency, but the verification process has only just begun. Considering the possibility that my method was flawed, I tried various patterns. And then I figured it out. I guess this is a no-go. That was the conclusion. The ability was too slow-acting, and it was clear that solving that problem would require an extraordinary amount of magical power. Though it seems powerful at first glance, in its current state, it's not practical enough. After observing the process, I realized that even with a mana consumption of 20, the decomposition was progressing gradually. Once the decomposition effect was applied, the process continued for a certain period of time, even if the materialized magic was not touched and placed on the ground. This suggests that the delayed effect is related to the phenomenon of slimes decomposing weapons. If you want to speed up the decomposition rate to a few seconds, you'd need to pour in an enormous amount of magic power. Incidentally, a random branch lying around consumes 150 magic powers. A small stone consumes 400 magic powers, close to my maximum DPS for about a minute. Just one small stone. So, where would I use this skill? I couldn't think of any situation in which it would be useful. I quickly concluded that it wasn't a skill worth sticking with. Looking at the detailed explanations for each level, it's a real shame. The mana consumption reduction rate starts at 0% at level 1 and increases by 10% with each subsequent level. By the time I reach level 10, the reduction rate is 90%. It could potentially be a terrifying one-hit kill skill in certain situations. At least it's not something I'd have to worry about against level 1 monsters, though. The other skill, Absorption, was even more confusing. Absorption LV3 absorbs liquid through magic. Mana consumption, 0. That's the only explanation. When I first obtained the dig skill, I had no idea what to do with its simple explanation. Upon calm reflection, however, I realized that slimes have no eyes or mouths and are essentially floating magic stones inside their bodies. Since it says liquid, they must absorb water from somewhere to form their bodies, so this skill must be necessary. Currently, they are a murky brown color, like muddy water, so I imagine they are absorbing water from the ground. The red color mentioned in the reference book must refer to blood. When I tried feeding it the blood of a goblin I had defeated, it immediately absorbed it and turned red and black. Then, it extended its body like tentacles toward the goblin's body, which was spurting blood. This indicates an excited state, so I think I have a rough idea of what absorption means. The problem is how I can utilize that. Feeling uneasy, I tried absorbing some of the goblin's blood, but nothing unusual happened to my body. I didn't feel excited either, so maybe the only effect was the mysterious ability to absorb water into my body without using my mouth. The skill name seemed promising, though. Still, if I pick up a new skill, it's a bonus. As usual, I stopped at level 3 and left the town of Rich, heading toward the nearby C-rank hunting ground. Chapter 233, Old Aubber Ruins. 2 days after leaving Rich, I arrived in the town of Aubber, located in the southwestern part of the Kingdom of Waltz. Although this town administers a C-rank hunting ground, it is small and lacks vitality. The same somber atmosphere permeated the Hunters' Guild, where I saw hunters quietly drinking at the dining hall in the afternoon. As I headed toward the archives, I nodded to myself in understanding. Finally, this type has arrived. C-rank hunting ground, Old Aubber Ruins. The ruins of a city said to have been destroyed during the era of ancient civilizations now stand as a vast wasteland, inhabited by monsters. Shadow knights suddenly strike from the shadows, and ghost menaces project the resentment of the townspeople who once lived there. Gray souls cast spells while flickering between light and darkness. Since only spectral-like monsters appear, you must be prepared with the appropriate attack methods, or you'll find yourself in a tough fight. If you want to defeat them with physical attacks, destroying the magic stones is essential, so I don't recommend it. I'm relieved that they don't seem that obvious, but they're still the kind of monsters that make me wary. No physical form, Since there aren't any other notable hunting grounds or monsters, I head straight for the empty reception counter. This town doesn't seem to have a pushy old lady receptionist. "Excuse me, I'd like to ask about the old Aubber ruins." "Yes, what can I help you with?" "It seems like the monsters here are all ghost-like." "Does that mean I have to defeat them with magic?" "That's right. To be precise, only earth and ice magic, which are types of materialization magic, will work. However, even those two types are said to be ineffective." "Ah, I see. If I break the magic stones, will they be bought based on their weight, like at Grillorgg to the north?" "In theory, yes, but the price is based on the minimum value, so it's not really recommended. Expect the reward to be significantly lower." "What, that much?" Further inquiry reveals that Shadow Knights drop non-attribute regular magic stones, Ghost Menaces drop dark attribute magic stones, and Gray Souls drop either dark or light attribute magic stones, depending on when they are defeated. There is also a low chance that they will drop non-attribute magic stones. In other words, there are 3 types of magic stones. Even if they are dark attribute stones, the purchase price, essentially the amount of magic power contained within the stone, differs slightly between Ghost Menace and Gray Soul stones. This makes distinguishing them when they are crushed quite time-consuming. Such a tedious process is impractical in practice, so if they're already crushed, they're treated as the cheapest Shadow Knight standard magic stones for weight calculations. That's why the guild doesn't recommend it either. Now that I recall, the situation is quite different from the Isla Wilderness, where Poison Cloud was the only monster requiring crushed magic stones. Even if I can defeat them with magic, I wonder if I have enough magic powers. Based on what we've discussed, there are certainly monsters with the dark attribute that I don't possess yet. That means I can't just go to a hunting ground like the slime one and finish in a few hours. I guess I'll just have to go there and experiment. Just as I was about to thank the receptionist. "Hey, if you're going to the old Aubber ruins, we're currently buying dark attribute magic stones at a high price. Please consider providing us with some materials." She pointed to the request board, and sure enough, there was a red emergency request board in an unusual shape hanging there. "We are currently buying dark attribute magic stones at high prices. Ghost Menace is 27,000 beak, and Gray Soul is 29,000 beak. We welcome bulk sales." It was a modern, Japanese-style advertisement. Feeling a touch of nostalgia, I chuckled to myself. Then I told the woman, please make sure to buy them properly, and quickly secured a room at the inn before heading out to the hunting grounds. Section. From the sky, I looked down at the vast hunting ground. It was so expansive that I could determine the direction just by looking at it. The entire area was shrouded in a thin layer of mist. Once I landed in an area without any hunters nearby, I started hunting. The task is not difficult. In fact, it's harder to find hunters than it is to hunt monsters. It's so empty it's scary. Every MMO has its share of unpopular hunting grounds. Judging by how deserted this place is, it must be one of them. Since there's nothing tangible here, the only things that can be traded for money are magic stones. Magic, which is unsuitable for prolonged combat, is the primary means of attack. The discrepancy between the hunting ground's rank and the town's size is probably due to this. However, the town's overall gloomy atmosphere might be due to this monster, the most troublesome one in the hunting ground. I'll never forget this grudgy. I won't forgive you, I won't forgive you. I'll never forget your face, May an eternal curse befall Yawu. The Ghost Menace's resentment and bitterness in the hunting grounds are incredible. I don't know if these monsters were human in their previous lives, but they look like semi-translucent humans with clear expressions. There are males and females, each with a different face. Only their upper bodies float around wearing different clothes. It feels as though the townspeople who once lived here have truly become like this. To make matters worse, this resentment actually takes physical form. Numerous translucent hands reach up from the ground. Despite having no substance, they suddenly grab my feet and restrain me. These ghosts scream as if they were truly killed, spewing curses as they die. Understandably, no one with a normal mind would want to approach such a place. I didn't want to either. Finger lightning. At first, I was confused and let out a little scream. But then, these things shot dark magic at me with evil expressions. Now, I don't even bother. I just shoot lightning from my fingertips. If they're trying to kill me, I won't show them any mercy, even though they're ghosts. They shouldn't be able to scream since they don't have vocal cords. I think they're just fakes that Felza-sama created, right? Wind Blade. In response to the magic power detection signal, a pitch-black humanoid shadow emerged from behind me. I sliced off its neck with wind magic. Due to their lack of physical form, monsters here can only be detected by presence detection through the reaction of magic stones. I was startled when I was suddenly slashed in the back by a shadow knight, but in this hunting ground, they're the only ones who come close to me. Once you get used to them, they're the most helpful monsters. When I suddenly descended from above into an empty area, probably due to a line-of-sight check, about 5 of them suddenly emerged from the shadow. If I cast an area of effect spell in advance, they vanish, leaving only their magic stones behind. The rest, there they are, there. On the other hand, the most passive monster in this hunting ground is the Gray Soul. I used the activation standby skill I received, timing it perfectly to fire finger lightning. With almost no lag, if I shoot when the blurry sphere glows black, it crumbles and disappears. The light and darkness alternate roughly every 3 seconds while I watch. If you use spells with fast projectiles, you can reliably take them down with the desired attribute. However, they are both tracking spells that drift within a certain range at different speeds. Every time you switch between them, they fire. If this enemy is around while you're bound by Ghost Menace, you'll be hit simultaneously by the fast-hitting light magic and the slow dark magic. Afterward, you won't be able to escape while being chased by the tracking spells and shadow knights lurking in the shadows. This hunting ground is notorious for such disasters, especially if your magic defense is weak. Yeah, it's easy to see why it's unpopular. It's still C rank though, so it's just mentally draining, nothing that would kill me. Thanks to my significantly increased intelligence, I can reliably kill enemies at skill level 1 now, so my magic consumption should last at least a day. In that case, all that's left is to pursue efficiency. I continued my experiments in silence, immersing myself in skill collection at the old Aubber ruins. Chapter 234, Space Between. I poured all the money I had exchanged into the large leather bag that I had bought earlier. Today's exchange amount was about 3.15 million beak. This is the most I've ever earned from normal hunting. Since it's only the afternoon, it's clear that the combination of attribute magic stones and high purchase prices is effective. The receptionist was thrilled for a moment, but then she backed away. If it's unpopular and in short supply, though, she must be doing a good job. However, what should I do with this money? According to my status screen, I currently have just over 70 million beak on hand. Considering the cost of books, though, it's barely enough to buy 3 or 4 books, so I'm definitely not in a comfortable position. I'm determined to earn more, but the first large leather bag is stuffed with gold coins, and I've left most of my money in my in-room, which is scary. If a thief breaks in while I'm away, there's nothing I can do. I figured that even if I complain to the innkeeper, there's probably nothing they could do in this civilization. Maybe I should just fill it up temporarily. Since I've already done it elsewhere, that's the most realistic option. Once I'm done here, I plan to return to the royal capital of Falmenta and buy all the completed books. I wonder how many more days I'll stay. I ponder this as I write down today's achievements in my notebook. Shadow Knight. Phantom LV5, Shadow Walk LV3, Swordsmanship LV2, and Dark Attribute Resistance LV3. Ghost Menace. Phantom LV5, Dark Magic LV2, Earthbind LV3, and Dark Attribute Resistance LV2. Gray Soul. Phantom LV4, Attribute Change LV4, Light Magic LV3, and Dark Magic LV3. Phantom is a monster-only skill and cannot be used, as indicated by the gray text. However, since the initial level is LV5, I'll definitely raise it to LV8. This is essential for the bonus stat, so I'll have to continue pushing for at least another 3 to 4 days. If possible, I'd also like to raise Dark Magic to LV6. I haven't thought of any situations where it would be useful yet. However, since there is a monster with Dark Magic LV3, I should be able to raise it from LV5 to LV6 by defeating an additional 500 monsters. If I can do this while earning money, it won't be too difficult. If I hunt that much, I should also be able to raise the gray text attribute change skill to level 7. I thought this skill would restore my black magic power, but the gray text indicating that it's unusable is disappointing. The Earthbind skill, where hands extend from the ground, was exactly as expected. Useless. So there's no point in forcing it. The Shadow Step skill, which I was most hopeful about, is also unusable. Why can't I use any of them? It would be nice if at least one of them worked. At first glance, it seems like there are many new skills, but the 4 monster-specific skills are ideal for ghosts. In moments like these, I think, I'm already dead, so why can't I use them? But it doesn't work that way. I really want to use Warp, Shadow Walk. I haven't given up hope yet, but it seems like I can recover all the bonus stats within 3 to 4 days. The Swordsmanship skill is just a bonus, so I'll skip it. The only skills that might be useful in the future are Dark Magic and Dark Attribute Resistance, but they're pretty significant. Oh, what about Light Magic? Gray Soul is a unique monster that I've never encountered before. Depending on its state, its skills change even if you use Mind's Eye to peek at them. When it's brightly lit, it has light magic. When it's emitting a dark aura, it has dark magic. Since the magic stone is said to be expensive, I've only targeted it when it's in dark mode. Maybe I don't need to force myself to target it. I've finally unlocked it. After giving it some thought, I came to that conclusion. Thanks to today's battle, I successfully unlocked the 2 skills I was aiming for, Curse Magic and Spirit Magic. As predicted by Esteltsan, whom I rescued in Lipsum, Curse Magic was unlocked upon reaching Dark Magic LV3. Spirit Magic matched Rist's prediction. The condition is that all 8 skills must be level 5 or higher, so I'm pretty sure that's correct. Thinking about it, the conditions for obtaining Spirit Magic seem pretty harsh. However, if you have an upper-tier occupation, such as the Old Ladies, where all magic skills receive a +2 level boost, then having all skills at level 3 is sufficient. If you know the unlock conditions, even a level 15 hunter could forcefully clear them, so upon calm reflection, it's not that bad. In reality, though, hunters of that level probably haven't unlocked higher-tier jobs yet, and their total magic power is too low to use them effectively anyway. Other than that, I've been using Activation Standby quite a bit today, getting a feel for it. It seems to be gaining experience. Looking at the skill tree, I noticed something odd. Why is non-attribute magic gaining experience? I didn't expect that at all. I thought it would be good to increase the experience points for non-attribute magic, so I continued practicing materializing magic while flying. However, it didn't increase, and I complained to myself about how to increase it. Now it's at 20%. It's a very familiar number. I hadn't seen any monsters using non-attribute magic, a skill I'd jump at, but what could this mean? Is the culprit the slime, or? Sighing, I made a tentative guess. Considering the various possibilities for the skill experience points, I couldn't afford to lose. Then, I crawled back under the blankets. The next day, I buried the money in the ground, just like the bandits' loot, and immediately started hunting. I ran around the ruins, which were covered in white fog, alone. It was already an unpopular hunting ground, and it was just after the morning bell had rung. There were only ghosts around. Even if they saw me in this form, it wouldn't matter. I wrapped my sword in flames and slashed at the magic stone without touching it. This grudge will last for generations. I'm worried about whether I can have children, you idiot. The ghost menace utters its last words and disappears without burning, because it has no physical form. The flames also seem to be considered magic. Although they don't help me conserve magic power, I find them helpful. If I defeat the monster with long-range magic, it's difficult to retrieve the magic stone. Having defeated the obstacle blocking my path, I charge straight toward my target monster. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, there. Ignoring the dark magic cast at the last moment, I aim for the brief moment between the sword's swing and the target's next movement, thrusting my sword. I got it, it was definitely colorless. The timing was perfect. You have acquired non-attribute magic LV1. Yes. Time for a victory pose. Even though it's just a level 1 skill, I couldn't help but strike a victory pose with all my might. Since I had never played that kind of game in Japan before, I was unfamiliar with it at first and had a hard time getting the hang of it. My lack of rhythm is probably part of the problem. On my first try, I succeeded on my 9th attempt. Then, on my 5th attempt, I succeeded again. Since then, I've been able to strike the moment when it temporarily becomes colorless about once every 3 attempts. Okay. For now, I'm satisfied with acquiring the skill. I can use all my remaining magic power for this, so I can expect a slight increase in experience points. For now, I'll stop aiming for that and focus on making a fortune with dark attribute magic stones while urgent, high-priced purchase requests are available. After that, I'll switch to aiming for non-attribute magic, keeping an eye on the situation. Even if I fail, I'll gain experience points in dark or light magic, so I won't lose anything other than the value of the magic stones. At the very least, I want to raise non-attribute magic to level 3. If I can improve the accuracy rate a little more, I'd like to raise it to level 4. If you don't know what monsters you have, it's best to level them up here to make acquiring spatial magic easier. I thought this would take 3 to 4 days, but it might take longer in this town. With these thoughts in mind, I lit a fire to keep warm and quickly fended off any monsters that appeared. Chapter 235, Observer. It's the morning of my 6th day of visiting the old Aubber ruins. Oh, what a shame. The emergency request is over, huh? Why yes, thanks to you, the market inventory seems to have recovered considerably. I had been stopping by in the morning just in case since the 3rd day. But finally, the red-framed wooden board was removed from the request board, and my bonus time was over. My total earnings here amount to approximately 31 million beak. This is an outstanding result for 4.5 days of work. From today onward, I'll aim to clear the non-attribute magic quota and spend another day or 2 at this hunting ground. With that in mind, I headed to the hunting ground as usual and continued hunting silently. But, again, and there are more. As I was about to head to town to exchange my morning spoils for money, I sensed someone's presence within my investigation range. I had noticed it for the first time yesterday by chance. When I suddenly used flight, I faintly sensed movement within my field of vision. Or rather, I felt slight movement, as if someone were hiding among the scattered ruins. I don't know if it was a ghost or a living person, but I think there was only one target. That's where it started. I used investigation moderately and tried several words to see if there were any suspicious beings around. Even respawn, which I consider a confirmed rule of this world, feels slower here than in other hunting grounds, probably due to the area's vastness. Therefore, hunting inevitably involves running around a wide area, suddenly changing direction, or hiding behind scattered stone walls. While doing so, I detected a reaction at the very edge of the investigation range while the observer detection condition was active. In other words, someone was definitely watching me. The reaction disappeared quickly, so I assumed they were following me at a distance, matching my movements. I confirmed this reaction several times this morning as well. They weren't getting any closer or trying to harm me, so I had no choice but to ignore it, feeling uneasy. The reaction I felt when I flew just now was definitely in the opposite direction of the one I confirmed a little while ago. That speed is impossible for a human, even for me. I can only assume there are at least 2 of them. At this distance, there's no way they could detect a tiny amount of level 1 dark magic. Still, I'm worried about the money I buried. If this continues in the afternoon, I'll have to do something. If it continues, I'll try to spot the target. If it seems safe, I'll ask what they want. With that decision made, I returned to town. Then, in the afternoon, I was stressed from the surveillance reactions I was picking up about once an hour, so I let out a big sigh. I can't take it anymore. Body strengthening charge flight burst. This time, instead of charging straight at the monster, I jumped over it. I quickly regained the scent and continued the pursuit. The observer must have realized for the first time that I was chasing them. They began to flee in earnest, but I wouldn't let them escape. If I touched the ground, Ghost Menace's earthbind might catch me, so I flew low and repeatedly fired small wind magic bursts from my feet. The distance was slowly closing, but even so, I immediately realized that the target I was chasing was not weak at all at this point. This enemy moves incredibly fast. Its silhouette has a tail, so it's definitely a beastman. To prevent me from touching the ground, they kicked up scattered stone walls and moved in 3 dimensions, making it difficult to anticipate their movements. Then, if they're facing away, there's no problem. I imagine blocking their path without killing them and casting an impromptu spell. Block the front and hold them back, thunder wall. Bang, 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 bang. A series of thunderbolts then fell irregularly from the sky, forming a wall that stopped the beastman in his tracks, just as I had imagined. I circled around amidst the mist and landed in front of the beastman, who immediately raised both hands. I won't let you escape. Who are you, and what is your purpose? Phew, I give up. Since I can't escape, you must be the real deal. Right, otherworlder? Despite surrendering, the beastman wore a defiant smile. He resembled a feline with vertically elongated pupils. I could guess the answer from that response, but I repeated my question anyway. That's not an answer. Who are you, and what do you want? I'm Georgia. You've heard of me, haven't you? No, I haven't. Have we met before? I thought about it seriously, but I've never seen a cat-like beastman with gray and white stripes like this. I've also never heard this name before. Mercenary rank 35. I'm Georgia, the Blazing Speed. Remember that. 35th rank, Blazing Speed. Is that why you attacked me? It's still daytime. Am I the only one who thinks 35th and Blazing Speed are lame nicknames? As I stared at him with a complicated expression, the beastman in front of me shook his head and looked sullen. I didn't receive instructions that specific. My mission is to monitor your movements and analyze your skills. The client is this country. You answered that pretty casually. Of course. It's common for a country to conduct investigations to recruit talented individuals, and it's not necessarily a bad thing. Ah, well, I guess so. I was monitoring you from a distance as instructed, but I never intended to act directly. I didn't want to get too close, because your skills are beyond my understanding. The first thing observed, and deemed incomprehensible, is ignition. The kingdom of Waltz has decided that I am from another world, and has begun investigating me. However, I couldn't help but think he was a straightforward beastman. It wasn't defiance, but rather a sense of pride in his belief that I am not evil, but that raises some questions. There are 3 things I need to confirm. First, why did you run away? If he didn't think I was evil, then there would be no reason to run away. The fact that he ran means he's hiding something. I think that's a reasonable assumption. If someone who looks more dangerous than you approaches you with a fierce expression, aren't you going to run away? There are people in this world who will kill without mercy. That's true. I would run away too if I were in that situation. Why do you seem so relaxed now? There's nothing to be gained by showing weakness. Besides, I'm part of the Gil faction. If anything happens, they'll avenge me. The Gil faction? You really don't know anything, do you? They're the strongest mercenaries in the kingdom of Waltz, rank number 1. Rumor has it that our leader is on the all-rankers list. I recall seeing the ranking board displayed prominently in the Mercenary Guild. Now that he mentions it, I remember seeing a name like Gil something in the first place. I see. So his confidence comes from having the country's top-ranked mercenary as his backer. The cat-like guy standing in front of me seems to be about as strong as Fidel or the pet beastmen. If that's the case, then his boss must be him. I have no intention of fighting, but going up against Gil's faction would be too much for me. And what does all-ranker mean? After confirming a few more things and getting answers to all my questions, since I had been discovered, I decided to retreat and release the beastman without a fight. Being watched is annoying, but if there's a purpose behind it, then it's normal. Even in Japan, surveillance and investigation within reasonable limits are commonplace. I'm doing things I can't help doing, like flying around town openly. I understand why the country wants people from another world. Therefore, if I am going to act openly for the sake of efficiency, I have to accept a certain degree of non-hostile surveillance. Still, I wish they would try not to get caught. One last question. What is it? How many people were in your group, after all? I was the only one who received the request. What? There must be at least one other person, right? I really don't know. Given how casually he answered earlier, I can't help but think he's lying. If that's the case, then the other watcher. Who could it be? Chapter 236, Inside the Crack. You really have an unusual hunting method. I've never seen anyone target them like this before. Haha, just killing time, I guess. I scratched my head and smiled wryly to hide my embarrassment. The receptionist seemed used to this and pointed out that I had an unusually large number of Gray Soul's magic stones, but it was too late to worry about that now. This is Aubber Sam's final currency exchange. In the end, I decided to stop at skill level 3 for non-attribute magic. It was simply too inefficient compared to ordinary monsters. The presence of the other watcher, who had disappeared, made me wary of burying too much money underground. I don't currently have any reason to use non-attribute magic other than to earn experience points. If I ever feel the need for a higher level and can't obtain it any other way, I'll come back here. For now, that's good enough. Besides, I'll probably get stronger faster if I hurry up and enter Fravel. I have a feeling that I'll come back to this hunting ground again someday. I can't shake this strange feeling. Yes. There's that ghost menace that screams really loudly, right? Yes, it's the root of all evil that sucks the life out of this town, said the receptionist. Those words seemed to express the feelings that the people of this town had harbored for years. Have you ever heard other hunters say that the ghost menace smiles and says, "Thank you"? Hi. The receptionist's expression changed from hatred to bewilderment. I was hoping to get some kind of clue, but unfortunately, I got no information. So far, about 8 days, I think, it only said thank you twice. What do you think it means? I don't know. If I could make a guess, I might be able to narrow it down further. There have been cases where I've solved problems based on guesses like that before. But this time, I have no idea what the conditions are. I don't even know if there are any. In this game-like world, I can't help but feel that the word thank you is connected to something. Maybe if I keep exploring, I'll eventually find a clue or insight. If I don't feel like I can gain anything by persisting, I'll come back when I do. Well, see you later. I glanced at the town and the old Aubber ruins from above Aubber Sam, then resumed my journey toward the western border, which was now just a short distance away. The rest of the journey went smoothly. I passed through 2 small towns with only F and E rank hunting grounds. The endless Great Pomera forest stretched out to my left. To my right, the cracks in the plateau gradually widened. Beyond them lay the Lagraith Plateau, which I hadn't seen in about a month and a half. Between the forest and the cracks, I saw a strange stone wall and soldiers on horseback keeping watch. According to the map, it should take about 30 minutes to fly to Bezart from here. However, I'm heading north. From there, I'll head to Grillorgg and connect the outer perimeter of the Kingdom of Waltz. I am also looking forward to proceeding with the exploration of the interior of the crack. Looking down from the bridge, I can see a vast forest at the Rubilium border, connecting Lagraith and Waltz. Given the depth and width of the cracks I've seen so far, the only places to enter are at the beginning of the cracks in the north and south. Since it's a sheer cliff, it's difficult to climb out once you've entered. Therefore, the inside of this crack is likely an untouched, unexplored area. It wouldn't be surprising if it were a treasure trove of rare monsters or if there were suspicious-looking areas. That's how a gamer's mind works. As I continued mapping the area, I used the investigation function to search for monsters while gradually delving deeper and wider into the crack. In fact, from a certain point onward, the interior of the crack was more fantastical than I had imagined. I ended up ignoring the Waltz Kingdom side entirely. The crack was narrow and abnormally long. An untouched forest stretched on endlessly inside it, and many ordinary wild animals inhabited the bottom. There were also some larger types, so if this were an accessible area, it would likely be designated a G-rank hunting ground, a type I've seen before. The almost vertical walls had groundwater seeping out in places, suggesting that earthquakes occur here and that fault lines exist. If I dug a hole in this cliff, it would definitely be an unfindable treasure trove, and building a house inside the wall would be interesting. Despite this exciting environment, however, there were no monsters. I didn't want to take any chances, so once the cracks were deep enough, I stayed away from the bottom and flew around. I couldn't see much this way, but the area was definitely within my investigation range. Yet I didn't detect a single monster, and the first day of exploring the cracks came to an end. Then came the second day. I thought that if I continued like this, I would reach Grillorgg by the end of the day. While conducting a search and looking for suspicious points, I made a huge mistake and flew toward the south. Apparently, I had mistaken the direction I was heading in when I entered the crack. To make matters worse, the surrounding scenery was nothing but walls, so I didn't notice I was going in the opposite direction. Man, I'm an idiot. Realizing this, I headed north, checked my surroundings, and opened the map. At that moment, I was heading south again. I was actually heading even further south than where I started today. Ha ha ha. No, what the heck is going on? I think this was the moment I looked the most serious since arriving in this world. The first time was understandable, but I was sure that I had confirmed I was heading north the second time. I was sure. Nevertheless, I was flying south again. I have no idea when I turned around. Something incomprehensible is happening, and I have no idea how I got into this situation. Sigh. It's okay. I'm sure I switched the map orientation. If I just keep looking at the screen, there's no way I can go wrong. I flew at high speed until I reached the mapping completion point, then slowed down near where I thought I had turned around and switched the map orientation. The map had always been oriented with north at the top until now. It had changed to a display where the map rotated according to the direction of travel, so I continued flying with the map screen open. Having my view blocked was scary, but it was the most reliable way to know which direction I was heading in. After proceeding in this state for a while, though, I turned. If I close the map screen immediately, my field of view will be a solid wall. This means that I had unconsciously turned sideways. Had I not noticed, I would have continued flying in the opposite direction, heading south again. The view in front of me, where I wanted to go, looked normal. There was a normal forest and a cliff that seemed to extend more than 100 meters into the distance. After carefully repeating the flight, I saw something else. Not all the cracks are impassable. If I throw a small stone, it falls normally. If I entered from the north, I could turn north. It was the fact that there were limited points that I couldn't map or enter. The area was small, probably no bigger than a tennis court or a 25-meter pool. What should I do? This isn't normal. Should I retreat, go a little further, or call for help? It was a difficult choice. I was interested in the strange phenomenon occurring in a place I suspected was strange. However, I had just been saved the other day, so I was reluctant to call on the goddess for help again. It's not like I'm in a life-threatening situation. Nothing unusual. The ground is just forest, and the sky is normal. The investigation doesn't pick up any monsters or people, and as far as I can see, I see. This place is another world, magic perception. I still can't see anything, but I don't think it's time to give up yet. Finger lightning. The lightning that shot out from the tip of my finger changed course as if deflected midair, flying off in the opposite direction. Yeah, I definitely hit something just now. When it bounced, I felt something like a membrane ripple for an instant. Then, I gathered my resolve and gently reached out my hand. The stone doesn't react, but the magic does. Whatever is reacting must be magic power. Now, what will happen? I was prepared for my hand to burn, but nothing happened. My hand passed through normally, but I couldn't see it on the other side. There's no pain or discomfort. When I bring my hand back, it looks normal again. I see. There's no choice but to go. I take a deep breath, hold it, and press my face against the transparent membrane. The forest looks exactly the same as before, but one thing is different. On the side wall, at a slightly higher position, there's a hole that seems to be tempting me with its wide, black opening. Chapter 237, Hidden Space. Investigation, Race. Investigation, Monster. Body strengthening, presence detection, magic perception, stealthy steps. 2 reactions from the race, but no movement at all. Still, I'll be prepared just in case. This situation is clearly abnormal. I should feel fear and back away, but my curiosity gets the better of me. I can't help but bite my lower lip as I gaze into the cave. The interior curves immediately after the entrance, and I can't see what lies ahead. Light up the surroundings. I imagined a glowing sphere above my head, which created a light that illuminated everything around me. I had a flashlight with me, but I wanted to keep both hands free. I moved forward silently and cautiously through the dry interior. There was nothing particularly noticeable along the way. I turned once, then twice, and then a third time. I see. My view opened up slightly. There was a small room. In the center was a stone table connected to the ground. On top of it were crumpled pieces of paper, or what used to be paper. Something white was placed on top of them. There didn't appear to be any writing, but perhaps it had been erased. Originally, there must have been something on the right wall, but now it was a pile of dust mixed with wood chips. It was impossible to tell what had been there. Overall, the room looked quite weathered. On the left side, yes, no mistake about it, 2 corpses, probably a child and an adult. They were lying side by side on a raised stone pedestal that looked like a bed, holding each other as if they were sleeping. The corpses were so dried out that it was impossible to determine their gender or species. It looks like someone lived here, but why is there a barrier? I couldn't figure it out. Something happened, and they fell into this crack. If that's the case, similar accidents must have happened in the past. These 2 just happened to survive by chance. It's possible with enough physical ability and luck. I'm confident that I could survive falling off a cliff. If they had to live here after falling, I could understand. But I can't imagine someone using a barrier. I'm left wondering who's activating it now, given how weathered everything is. There are no other rooms, and nothing remains in recognizable form. This mystery will remain unsolved. As I thought this, I gently moved a pile of dust that had accumulated near the wall and felt something hard in my hand. My shoulders tensed up. After carefully checking the buried object, I realized, oh, could this be the golden tablet? I had only heard the old lady and Hansan mention it by name. A metal plate sleeping beneath the dust. I searched further, but it seemed to be the only one buried there. I placed the golden tablet, which showed no signs of rust, on the central desk and carefully brushed away the dust to examine it. There, in a chaotic scrawl far removed from the book I had imagined, were a few short lines. There would be no chance for my magic to recover. I had barely managed to stay alive, but I knew better than anyone that my body was at its limit. Therefore, I decided to record the truth here for future generations. To whoever holds this golden tablet, please do not forget. Remember that many of my kind once stood against Primus and saved the demi-humans who lived in this world. Remember that my comrades, the supposed saviors, left me behind, half dead, and suddenly disappeared. I have traveled the world for over a decade, yet I have only seen countless demi-humans hiding in the shadows. I haven't even been able to find a single one of my kin. I did not have enough time. Are the demons still entrenched in this era? Was it worth it to risk my life, become an evil spirit, and try to protect my friends, comrades, and demi-humans? Even if I wanted to know the answer, I would never be able to find it. I pray that the demon race still exists somewhere in the world. Please let me sleep first. I gently stroke the gold tablet and turn my gaze back to the sleeping corpse. Could it be that this guy? I try to use appraisal without thinking, but nothing happens. I had heard the story of the battle between Primus, that is, humans and the demi-humans led by the demons, from the goddesses in the past. Ultimately, Rhea brought down divine punishment and swept it under the rug, but it's also true that she acted to save the demi-humans and succeeded. I recall Alicia saying that if nothing had been done, the demi-humans might have been wiped out. But I've never heard that the demon race disappeared. They didn't go extinct, they just vanished suddenly. It's a far-fetched story, but not impossible. I can't help but think so. I don't know if demons exist in this world since I've only seen a small part of the world. Still, given that the map once existed and then disappeared, it's possible that a species could vanish. I have no idea why they would do such a thing. What I need is the necromancy that hasn't been unlocked yet. I placed the gold tablet on the desk and glanced at the corpse. It must be valuable just because it's made of gold. For some reason, though, I didn't feel like taking it with me. I'll ask the goddess directly about the whereabouts of the demon race. I heard that they killed a lot of people, but from what I've read, they don't seem like bad guys. For that reason, I cast a spell that might shed light on the future and left the room. Hidden rooms often contain treasure, but it seems I don't yet have the key to unlock this one. Chapter 238, Ancient Race. Strangely enough, I have been sensitive to subtle nuances since childhood. I wanted to be praised and accepted, not rejected or abused. The circumstances that made me sensitive to others' facial expressions, gestures, and tone of voice varied. But even before I developed these skills as a salesperson, I was quick to sense changes and people's emotions. However, even though I understood, I lacked the ability to avoid negative emotions. This is why I immediately grasped the gravity of the situation during the divine communication stage. There was a mysterious area covered by a membrane that I couldn't enter without conscious effort. Inside were two mummified corpses, and on a gold plate was written something that wasn't a suicide note, but facts about demons. The person who wrote it was likely the one referred to as the Demon King of that time, though this was only speculation. At that time, I was talking to Felon, who quickly became quiet and seemed to be choosing her words carefully. The last straw came when Feral and Wrist interrupted our conversation. It was also unusual that Felon did not reprimand them, but instead let them continue the conversation. I couldn't get any clear information about the demon's whereabouts. This seems like it's going to be a big deal. Come to think of it, this is the first time since the battle with King Ant. Feral and Wrist descended to the lower world in front of me, and I took them with me once again to visit the hideout at the bottom of the crack. How is it? I asked Wrist, who was still dressed in white and looking serious. The foundation is definitely barrier magic. But if it's causing unconscious evasive actions and creating false scenery to hide them, then other magic is probably involved as well. Just hearing about it makes it sound impressive. If what Loki-kun said is true, and no one is casting the magic, then this advanced barrier must have been created with a magical tool from Primus's era. But how is the magical power being supplied? I'll check on the two inside first, so please take care of that over there, Wrist. Yes, I'll head over once I finish checking. After passing through the barrier, Wrist entered the lush green forest. Feral and I entered the cave where the bodies were. There was no conversation during that time. Feral looked tense, as if she were thinking hard. I couldn't bring myself to talk to her. Is this the place? Yeah. This hideout, which I hadn't seen since yesterday, looked exactly the same. The air was still dry, and the gold plate I had left on the desk was still there. A lot of dust had piled up in the corner of the room. I had nothing to do but stare at the body while Feral decided what to do. I didn't know what skills she had, but she moved right next to the body and stared at it intently with her eyes narrowed. Then, looking satisfied, she nodded several times and deeply slashed her left arm. Hey, what are you doing? Loki-kun, you did a good job. She pointed her arm toward the child's body. Her actions and words were so incongruous that I couldn't understand what was going on. No, I don't understand. First, I'm healing them. Loki-kun seems to have misunderstood, but these two aren't dead yet, you know. Even after hearing the explanation, I was more confused than ever. The scene before my eyes could be described as slightly insane. Feral was dripping blood from her fingertips onto the child's face, and her eyes seemed to glow. Is that recovery? Could they have done something like this when they were trying to revive me? The thought made my body tremble. What does it mean that they're not dead? Even without looking closely, the corpses are just empty shells, and there's no magical power inside them. But it seems that my reaction was expected. I know it looks like an old corpse, but the fact that my divine eye can see through it proves that they are not yet dead. I in this state. And what's the meaning of letting your blood drip like that? When I asked the obvious question, she chuckled. Feral answered with a light laugh. Even after hearing Loki-kun's story, I couldn't believe it either. But they both possess a very special skill called magic regeneration. It doesn't seem to be listed in the skill tree either. That's because it's a racial trait of an ancient race thought to have become extinct long ago. Oh, I didn't think it was possible, but the skill name, magic regeneration, and what Feral was doing made me think of a certain race. Something nearly immortal that craves blood. There's not much else that fits. Could it be something like a vampire? Loki-kun, you're definitely from another world, aren't you? You got it right. Oh, a fantasy staple. I can't contain my excitement at the thought of this race tugging at my middle school heartstrings and restoring their bodies right before my eyes. But wait, one of them is the Demon King, isn't it? Since they both have magic regeneration, does that mean the Demon King is both a demon and a vampire? I don't get it. Pick, pack. As I'm left confused, I hear a sound unlike anything I've ever heard before. Something solid suddenly exploding. Foo-foo, I tried using my vague memories, but it seems like they've finally started moving again. I was worried that too much time had passed and they wouldn't work. This is amazing. The body is slowly swelling up. If it's a vampire, it might be better to put some blood in its mouth. I'll help you. Could you open its mouth wide, please? It's impossible to do anything with this dry, cracked skin. I turned the mouth upward and did my best to help out. Even after blood was poured into the mouth, it seemed to take a while. As I listened to the conversation, it became clear that Feral was pinning her hopes on this child. If it works, the seed will revive. Showing such sincere joy in moments like these is truly befitting of the goddess of life. On another note, since it's called magic regeneration, wouldn't magic transfer be more effective? However, it seems these two are in a temporary death state, neither dead nor alive, so magic transfer wouldn't work even if I tried. People without magic stones have magic circulating in their blood. The only way to promote spontaneous recovery is to infuse them with enough magic to recover naturally along with their blood. A goddess with an enormous amount of magical power would be the perfect candidate to play the role of blood donor. How did it go? It went well. Both of them were confirmed to be bloodsuckers. I see, so that's how it was. I also recovered the magic tools without incident. Instead of narrowing the target range, it seems they were designed to naturally absorb magic power. When I looked back at Wrist, she had placed a box about the size of a human head on the stone desk. It was slightly smaller than the wooden box used for the barrier in the Mercenary Guild's room. Considering the difference in performance, I could tell just from looking at it that Primus's technology and present-day technology were completely different. I wonder how much this is worth. There's definitely something valuable in this suspicious place. After that, prompted by Feral, Wrist began pouring blood into the child's mouth. During that time, I watched the skin gradually tight while glancing at the person lying next to the child. No matter how I looked at it, that person was the Demon King. There were 2 targets, but Feral asked Wrist to heal the child, too, and she immediately nodded. This means the goddess probably has no intention of healing the presumed Demon King. How pitiful. I think such things because I'm unfamiliar with the circumstances and history of this world. I only know this person's thoughts from the gold plate. The gold plate said there was no chance for his magic to recover, but somehow I found him. Just as the child next to him is recovering, so will he. If he recovers, perhaps he will find the answers to his questions and continue his journey to find his kind, which was cut short. Besides, this person should be a spatial magic user, so maybe he knows how to obtain it. You'll help the adult, too, right? Please heal him. I'll give him my blood if I have to. I thought so, but Wrist looked at Feral, who shook her head in confusion. Loki-kun, I'm afraid it's impossible for the adult. Chapter 239, Red Eyes. I see. I couldn't say anything after that. After all, he was the Demon King. He had killed so many people that it was grounds for divine punishment. It was only natural that the goddesses would have an unfavorable impression of him and exclude him from recovery. It was a perfectly reasonable explanation. The goddesses are trying to make the world a better place, so it's only natural that they would make that decision. Still, I couldn't hide my disappointment at having lost that chance. Wrist must have noticed. Is that metal plate on the desk something this man wrote? It was buried in the corner of this room, so I think so. In that case, perhaps we misunderstood the true nature of this man, who was once called the Demon King. He just protected the people he wanted to protect. That's the impression I got, but ultimately, it's just a judgment based on words. Aren't you two misunderstanding something? If I'm not mistaken, it's not a matter of whether he can be restored, but rather, I can't restore him. Based on this child's skills, the man should be this child's familiar. I had no idea what Feral was talking about, and Wrist, who wasn't familiar with the races, also looked puzzled. Including that part, Loki-kun should ask this child about his master directly. Me. For about 30 minutes after that, the two of them continued to pour blood into the child's body. I was a little worried about the amount of blood loss. The body, which had almost regained its firmness, gradually became more colorful and returned to its original form. At first glance, the child had a neutral, well-proportioned face that made its gender difficult to determine. However, as the body returned to normal, it was clear that it was a boy. Judging by his appearance, he was about my age and similar in height. His sparse white hair had grown thick and black, and his skin was so white it looked sickly. I wondered if this was really his original appearance. It should be okay around here. Wrist stopped the blood transfusion in response to those words. He could wake up at any moment, so I'll leave the rest to you, Loki-kun. Okay, I'm a little nervous, but I'll give it a try. Are you sure it's okay for me to decide on my own? It's fine. If we decide anything else, it would be meddling too much in the affairs of the lower world. If anything happens, we'll come to your aid immediately, so please do as you wish. With that, the two headed toward the cave entrance. I cut my fingertips slightly and began to drip my blood in their place. While waiting, I made some arrangements with them. Since this ancient race was thought to be extinct, the goddesses would help restore the child for the sake of the world. However, they cannot be seen, so once he has recovered somewhat, the two goddesses will hide. I will act as the one who discovered and healed him while gathering information and deciding how to proceed based on the situation. This is a huge responsibility. It will affect my future, and there's no doubt it's important for the goddesses, too. From Firal's expression, I sense that the problem has been somewhat resolved. Still, the situation remains uncertain for the time being. After all, this child is probably as strong as I am alone. If we end up fighting, there's a good chance I'll die. That's why the two of them didn't return to the divine realm. If the Demon King were to be revived as well, it would be beyond my ability to handle. I feel like I'm trapped in a cage with a ferocious beast. Still, there's something I want to obtain. For that, I am willing to risk dying. Having made that decision, I stared at the blood dripping from my hand. Then, a few minutes later, his eyelids slowly opened, revealing red eyes like rubies looking up at me. Hello. Are you okay? Are you conscious? Hello. Do you know who you are and where you are? I'm groping in the dark. Without any experience like this, I have no choice but to carefully confirm everything from scratch. A child of unknown age, revived after an estimated 10,000 years. I don't know what might be dangerous. Unpleasant sweat is seeping out of my body. I am Carla Walbdo Akenlibel. There's no mistake. This is the house where my master and I were hiding. Carla Falbohim, I'll call you Carla. Are you sure that he is your master? No need to be so formal. My master is the one sleeping next to me. Then Carla, my name is Loki. Nice to meet you. Yes, nice to meet you. That's strange. His voice is high-pitched like a girl's. He really sounds like a child. I was wary at first, but he's giving off such an obedient vibe now that it's throwing me off balance. Well, I have no choice but to press on. He clearly remembers his long name, so I guess his memory isn't a problem. I happened to discover this place and thought Carla might be a vampire, so I healed you. But let me get straight to the point. Are you sure your master was once called the Demon King? When I showed Carla the gold plate, she seemed to recognize it and nodded slightly. That's correct. The person called Demon King is referred to as Master by Carla, but in reality, he is Carla's familiar. Some circumstances led him to be reborn as a vampire from a demon. Is that correct? That's correct. However, I have never thought of my master as a familiar. He is a hero of the demi-human race. This was the only way to save him when he was on the verge of death. I asked him several more questions about the Demon King's level of danger and personality. However, he didn't seem to be conveying everything accurately, so I couldn't tell if he was lying. The fact that he hates humans seems fatal, but as long as he isn't harmed, he won't act. Even if something happens, he can use his authority as a master to hinder or prevent actions. I guess there's no problem with his safety. I'm sure Carla understands why I'm asking these questions and what the consequences will be. That's why he's being so proactive and answering truthfully, at least to the extent that I can tell. No matter how you look at it, he's not just a child. Anyway, here we go. The question is whether it can be done, because if not, there's nothing I can do about it. I'm sure you already know this, but if there are no problems with the recovery method or safety afterward, I'm thinking of reviving your master like I did with Carla. Why, yes, please. By the way, you can't revive your master, can you? I can't. I already knew that. If he could do it himself, he wouldn't have chosen to put his master into a state close to eternal sleep in the first place. The words written on the gold plate read, "Please allow me to sleep first." At first, I thought they were meant for the same demon. But if he knew the demon had disappeared from the world, then maybe they were meant for Carla, who was close to him. That's why I want to know. Why can't you heal him? This is it. If I know why he can't heal his own familiar, then I'll be able to decide what to do next. When a familiar is created, it gains the same characteristics as us bloodsuckers. In exchange, however, it is burdened with a great shackle. That shackle is their means of recovering magic. That's what was written on the gold plate, right? Yes, unlike other races, bloodsuckers do not naturally regain magical power. They can only recover by consuming blood. Humans are the most efficient source of blood for bloodsuckers, but the blood of monsters and animals can also be used. However, familiars must use the blood of their original race. I see. So that's why your master lost his means of recovering magic. He was originally a demon, but then demons suddenly disappeared from the world. That's right, my master. He was deceiving himself by crushing magic stones into powder and putting them in his mouth. Even so, it only led to a very small amount of magic recovery. Vampires can live long lives, but they cannot do anything without magic. So he felt his body was reaching its limits and came here to sleep. Yes. By the way, why is Carla here with him? You have no restrictions. You could have lived anywhere. My master was everything to me, that's all. It seems like I've hit on something he didn't want to talk about. Not about his master, but about himself. Getting this reaction is significant. Unless he's a skilled actor, it's more likely that his story is true. I see. This isn't just a test anymore. It seems like we've confirmed that his story is true. Otherwise, he wouldn't have revealed such species-specific information so easily. I think he figured it out when I was bleeding at the end. Everything is for his master. There's a possibility he's still hiding something, but it doesn't matter. Even if he is, it's unlikely anything will come of it. After all, I'm currently the only one who can fully restore his master's magical power. First, let's stick to the plan and see how it goes. Then, let's try to recover him. I'm sure I can do it. Chapter 240, Waking Up. Loki-kun has started healing the other one too, hasn't he? I knew it would happen. I did tell him that the catastrophe mage had spatial magic, didn't I? Even so, it seems he was being very careful to confirm it. Do you think he can do it? I'm not sure. It's hard to say just from listening to their conversation. But at least Loki-kun seems to have acted confident that he could heal him. Oh dear, if he manages to heal him, we'll have to conclude that he's most likely a demon himself. That can't be helped. But is it possible for him to turn into a demon midway through? Demons are accidental byproducts of crossbreeding, so it shouldn't happen midway through. However, possessing black magic power without a magic stone is a trait only seen in the former demon race. So, the problem is what happens next. If Loki-kun is a demon, what will happen if he is found? Since Loki-kun is a transmigrator, it's impossible to predict. There's no point in wondering if he'll be found, since it's likely that Felsa-sama intentionally sent him to this world. I hope that's the case. I don't want him to be taken away. Yes, me neither. Section. How many hours has it been, taking breaks here and there? It's already dusk outside, so it must be at least 8 hours. When we got hungry, Carla caught some wild animals outside. We grilled the meat together, and I drank the water I made. Carla drank the raw blood. It was a dangerous scene, but he was a vampire who loved blood, so there was nothing I could do about it. He drank it elegantly, so I didn't mind. He's slow to wake up. His skin and hair have already recovered, so I think it's just the magic inside him. I thought Loki's blood tasted similar to a demon's, but maybe the quality is different. Or is it because he was asleep for too long? Since he's already started to recover, it's fine to be normal, right? When I told Carla this, his tone became much more relaxed. However, I couldn't answer his question because I didn't know the answer myself. Today's events made me realize that I currently belong to the demon race. I have the question of why, but since I already knew that I wasn't an ordinary human, because my magic is black and I can use monster skills, I don't really think anything of it now that I know. Unlike the goddesses, the amount of magic in my blood is low, so it takes longer to recover. Rhea mentioned before that my magic power is a mixture of black and purple, so I'm a bit different from an average demon. As for Carla, it wasn't just one day, it was 10,000 years. The harmful effects of letting his familiars sleep too much have become apparent. Each possibility seems likely. If we're unlucky, It could be a combination of these factors that led to this situation. According to Carla, however, this is the first time his magic power has recovered this much, and he was very happy about it. However, it's meaningless if he doesn't wake up. Besides, for some reason, this Demon King is incredibly weak. My insight skill is still low, so my perception is quite vague, but for now, I'd say he's about as weak as the orcs in the E-rank hunting grounds. I also get the impression that his magic power is capped. At this rate, he won't be able to use magic properly, will he? Nothing has changed for over an hour. Should I call him Master to wake him up? It doesn't seem like we'll make any progress if we keep this up. Hey, what is this? The vampire in front of me is acting like a maiden. No, he's a man, but his face is cute. His hair is so silky, too. Master. Wake up. No. At Carla's shout, the Demon King wrinkled his brow slightly. This shouting strategy might be effective. It looks like it might work. Come on, I'll call him too, so do your best. Okay, Master. It's morning. Come on, come on. Master, it's time to eat. Come on, you can do it. You can get up. You can definitely get up. Master, I love you. Come on, you can do it. It's all in your head, come on. You can do it. The wrinkles deepened, and his skin I could almost feel goosebumps, but he still wouldn't wake up. He had an agonized look on his face, as if he were having a nightmare. I heard that vampires can't do anything without magic, so maybe he just doesn't have enough magical power. In that case, magic transfer. The transfer efficiency is poor, but let's try 100 for now. No, it's no good. I can't transfer any magic, and since he's alive, his magic power has likely reached its maximum limit. In other words, if this limit isn't raised, the Demon King might not wake up. The only thing I can think of is forcing a level up. I'm close to unlocking spatial magic, but I can't quite reach it. The Demon King is probably at a very high level, and there aren't any nearby monsters, so forcing a level up isn't realistic. Is there anything else I can do? Is there anything? What about the move to revive the Demon King? Nuhua. WWW, what is it? Carla jumps up in surprise, but now is not the time for that. I've got it. I never thought I'd use this useless skill. I see. Your time has come here, forced awakening. I quietly muttered the name of the skill I had acquired from King Ant. At that moment, my magic perception detected invisible magic flying around me like waves. Carla must have used it too. He stared wide-eyed at the magic waves passing through the wall. Low-key, what was? Come on, Carla. The long-awaited Demon King has awakened. What? When we looked over, we saw a man who looked to be in his 40s. He had slightly dark skin, bright red eyes like Carla's, and was trying to sit up. Chapter 241, A Courageous First Step. Master. As expected, Carla was the first to rush over. Despite their master-servant relationship, he couldn't help himself and threw himself into his master's arms, crying like a child. He fell asleep beside his master as if following him. Before falling asleep, he must have watched his master grow weaker, unable to do anything about it. His pent-up feelings overflowed. The Demon King smiled wryly, gently placing his hand on Carla's head as he accepted him. Their relationship was different from what I had originally imagined, but now they look like the ideal parent and child. At the very least, it's a scene I never experienced as a child, and it makes me a little envious. Not wanting to disturb the moment, I remained silent for a while. However, the Demon King gently grabbed Carla's shoulder, and the scene began to unfold again. Carla, first let me thank the one who woke me up. Oh, I'm sorry. Young man, I am truly grateful that you shared your blood with me. I am Zeolegmayer. I don't know how many months have passed since I fell asleep. Are you one of my kind? My name is Loki. I'm not sure if I'm a demon, but my magic is black, just like yours, right? I showed him my black magic, and Zeo nodded in response. He had probably tried several times. After a considerable amount of time, he created a small stone while enveloping himself in black magic. It was impressive that he did it without chanting. However, he looked confused, so I couldn't help but think there was some kind of adverse effect. What's going on? My body feels strange, and I can't control my magic. Did you gradually lower the level of activation? No. At first, I tried to materialize my magic, but it didn't work. So, I had no choice but to activate magic equivalent to level 1. I see. How is your physical ability? Has it decreased significantly from before? When I told him, Carla exclaimed, Using insight, I could tell that Zio was currently quite weak, though it wouldn't be obvious just by looking at him. Indeed, compared to my prime, I'm a shadow of my former self. HMPH, is this the new divine punishment that has been handed down to me? After moving his body slightly, he struck the ground with his fist, presumably to assess his condition. He's self-deprecating, but his expression is somewhat detached and resigned. But that's definitely jumping to conclusions. At the very least, the goddesses wouldn't give him such a punishment. Maybe it's because you've been asleep for so long, or maybe it's because my magic is a little different from that of the demon race. There are many possible reasons, so I can't say for sure. But if you still had sufficient power after becoming a familiar, then there's a better chance you can regain it, right? If this is the limit of a familiar's abilities, then it may be impossible to do anything. However, if Carla calls him master, then he must have been stronger than Carla and me, even when he was a familiar. That's not what I'm most worried about right now, though. What I'm most worried about is this. Saying this, I point to my temple. It may be rude, but I think it's the most appropriate thing to say to someone who has just awakened from a long sleep. The knowledge and memories you had before you fell asleep. I haven't told Carla yet, but it's been about 10,000 years since the Great War between Primus and the demi-humans. Even if it's possible to regain lost abilities through effort and time, wouldn't it be extremely difficult to regain lost knowledge and memories? 10,000 years. That should be fine. I can't tell if I've lost them or not, but I vividly remember the cruelty of humans and the deaths of my comrades. Loki, you said 10,000 years, didn't you? Yes. After such a long time, are the demon race still alive? Are they living happily without persecution? Well, I'm still on my journey, and I only know a small part of the world. Within that limited knowledge, I have never met anyone I could clearly identify as a demon. I see. Maybe they are in Hanson's country. But probably not. I don't think that's very likely. Why did the demons suddenly disappear? The goddesses answered that question. They didn't disappear, but we can't answer that because it touches on the very foundation of the world. In other words, something did happen. Zio-san's testimony also confirms this. He couldn't find a single one of them during his travels around the world. They didn't disappear, which means they must be somewhere. Somewhere that can't be found by traveling normally. But I think I can find them. It's unfounded confidence. I know I'm giving him false hope by saying something scary. Yet, in this world filled with game elements, I naturally feel that it will somehow work out. It's not that I'm overly self-conscious. I'm confident that, as I enjoy this world and quench my thirst for knowledge, I'll eventually find the answer. I can't help but feel that way. Then, may I join you on your journey? Would you take me as your companion? Master. No, that was too sudden. With my weakened powers, I'd only be a burden. As Loki said, there's a chance my powers will return, so let's talk about it then. Besides, yes, you need blood, don't you? I'm sorry, I don't know how long I can maintain my current state. There's no doubt that I'll eventually return to that state. Until just now, I thought that was fine. But my power has waned, and I don't know where my comrades are. Finding meaning in living in this world against my will was difficult, but Loki, can you find them? Yes, I believe I can. HMPH. Then I will live on, even if it causes trouble, and see the current state of the demon race with my own eyes. I want to know if the battle I once risked my life for was meaningful, and if I did something I can be proud of, even if it meant incurring the gods' wrath. If possible, I want to die with that conviction. If you're going, I'm going too. At first, I thought I would offer my blood in exchange for rare information that only ancient people would have. That was the extent of the relationship I expected, but I never imagined. There are similar words like party and team, but this word has a very different meaning to me. It's something I've never had before. I admired and envied it, yet I rejected it. Even after coming to this world, that hasn't changed. Thanks to my unique abilities, I had no choice but to keep people at a distance for efficiency and safety reasons. The only ones who understood my situation completely were the goddesses. This is a scene I would normally avoid. During my travels, I told them that I would inform them if I encountered any demonic beings, and then I distanced myself. By building walls like that, I continued my carefree solo journey. Am I going to have to do this again? After waking them up on my own, when neither of them has anywhere to go or anyone to rely on, even though they understand my dark magic. But can I tell them my secret? Can I really trust the two of them? A moment of hesitation. My thoughts are terribly calculating, and I am disgusted by my own nature. But this is who I am. This is what a normal human being is. I'm not a hero who charges down the right path without a second thought. But as a human being, or rather, a flawed human being, I want to protect what I must in my own way. This is the first step toward that, and it takes a lot of courage. It's not about whether I can trust the two of them. It's about taking the first step myself. I can't do everything at once, but I'll get there little by little. I'm traveling alone, so I don't have any companions, though. I say this with a wry smile, but I demand that they be my companions. I need Zio-san's knowledge and power. Of course, I also need Carla's. I'll do whatever I can to help. Me too, I'll do anything to help my master. Then, there's something we absolutely need for the future. I clench my sweaty hands tightly. Do you know how to acquire spatial magic? Zio-san's expression didn't change. He stared at me for a few seconds. Feeling thirsty, I swallowed hard and waited. Yes, I know. He answered, Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 242, Long-Cherised Wish. I see, so those two are now your companions. What exactly do companions do? Now that you mention it, I'm not really sure. It's kind of vague, but I guess it means hunting together, helping each other out, and working toward a common goal. I have to give my blood to Zio-san, and those two ancient people don't seem to have anywhere to go. That means someone has appeared in the lower world to protect Loki-kun, said Feral. Wriggle will be a little jealous, but it's still good news for everyone. Wrist added, Haha, for now, I'll take care of setting up a life for the two of them. Now that things have turned out like this, though, we have to figure out what to do about our original plan. You mean the base? Oh, you get it. Yes, we've been waiting for this moment. Fufu, is it finally here? Yes, so I want you to tell everyone about the two options we have. Especially Alicia. Of course, I'll do whatever Loki-kun wants. I'll ask everyone which option they prefer. I'll contact you again later. Thank you for watching over me. Huh. Something seems a little different than usual, but maybe it's just my imagination. I wave goodbye and watch the two of them disappear like mist. I think about what lies ahead. There's so much to do. I want to do it all, but I don't know where to start. I don't think something this happy happens very often. Finally, it's finally happened. Sorry to keep you waiting. That was a long restroom break. You peed because you were happy, right? I've heard of that before. No, that's not it. I'm not a dog. I felt bad about keeping them waiting, so I called out to them right away. However, I couldn't bring myself to tell them about the goddesses yet. I'll wait until everyone gives their permission. There's a possibility that they might not get along, so I want to be cautious. Can you repeat that? I'll write it down so I don't get it wrong. That's fine, but Loki, I want you to stop talking like a stranger. Oh, it's just a habit. I'm sorry. I consider Loki a comrade and a fellow member of my race. Above all, you are my benefactor who saved my life. If you continue to speak to me like that, I will have to correct my speech as well. I know I'm being selfish, but I'd appreciate it if you'd speak to me as you do to Carla. Okay, I understand. Then, is it okay if I call you Zio? Yes, that sounds more natural. Now, let me repeat what you need to know. You must definitely. Magic Manipulation LV5. Time Magic LV5. Non-Attribute Magic LV8. With trembling hands, I wrote down the 3 skill names and their respective levels that Zio had told me. Carla was impressed that I was writing something like this, but I was too busy to pay attention to him. I opened the status screen and compared it with my currently available skill points. Yes, it's okay. I think I have enough. My current skill points were 928. When I had raised Berserk in the past, its level had increased from 2 to 8, and I thought it had cost around 700 points. I've met the requirements for Magic Manipulation level 5, so Time Magic level 4 to level 5, Non-Attribute Magic level 3 to LV8. The only 2 I'm missing are these. I regret not raising Non-Attribute Magic to level 4, but I've worked hard to save up for this, so I don't think I can hold back now. Phew, I took a long, deep breath. Okay, let's do this. Raise non-attribute magic to level 4. 30 points consumed. You have acquired non-attribute magic LV4. Raise non-attribute magic to level 5. 50 points consumed. You have acquired non-attribute magic LV5. Raise non-attribute magic to level 6. 100 points consumed. You have acquired non-attribute magic LV6. Raise non-attribute magic to level 7. 200 points consumed. You have acquired non-attribute magic LV7. Raise non-attribute magic to level 8. 300 points consumed. You have acquired non-attribute magic LV8. So far, I have used 680 skill points. Okay, let's do this. Raise time magic to level 5. Consumes 50 points. You have acquired time magic LV5. Spatial magic has been unlocked. New W, what happened? Hey, why did Loki suddenly yell like that next to me? I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so happy. I feel like I'm going to die. Huh? Carla, you've known Loki longer than I have. Explain the situation. Master, I was woken up today too. How am I supposed to know? I'm sorry, I'll explain everything. Just wait here. Oh, you can look around, but don't break anything. Please wait. I left the special basket there. For now, I'll let the two of them enjoy themselves over there. I'm so excited that I feel like I'm hyperventilating, but the important part starts now. I have 198 skill points left. If I use them all, oh my god, I can make it to level 6. The bigger question is whether I really need to go that far. From now on, I can allocate points to any skill I want. If I reach a reasonable skill level and can still use the spatial magic I want, it might be better to allocate the points elsewhere. For now, though, I'll just go ahead and do it. Acquire level 1 spatial magic. Consumed 2 points. You have acquired spatial magic LV1. I immediately opened the detailed description, and this is what appeared. Spatial magic LV1. Temporarily connect to a subspace and utilize that space. Mana consumption depends on the range of the space used and the connection time. I see. This explanation differs from previous magic systems. Does that mean that mana consumption varies depending on the distance traveled and such? I wonder if there's any point in raising the level. I should probably ask the master about this. Zio, what are the benefits of raising the skill level of spatial magic? Reduced mana consumption. You can't use it properly unless you raise the level. It's useful for long-distance movement, but even just storing items in the space constantly consumes mana depending on their size. Seriously. I lost everything because of that. This is more difficult than I anticipated. It may be a more powerful type of magic than I thought. I expected a correlation between distance traveled and mana consumption, but I didn't anticipate that storing items in subspace would be considered a constant connection. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Carla trying to put on the clothes I gave him. I want to tell him to put on underwear before pants, but now is not the time. I pick up a small stone from the ground, deciding it won't matter if I lose it. Spatial magic. I'm not sure if I need to chant anything, but I say the skill name out loud while visualizing it. After a few seconds, a small black hole appears and swallows the stone. The black space closes immediately, completing the storage. I check the mana consumption on the status screen, but nothing has changed, probably because the stone was too small. Loki, could you use spatial magic from the beginning? The pebble you were holding disappeared, right? Does that mean it is activated? Yeah, I just learned it. There are a lot of things about me that are different from normal people. I need to do some experiments, so I'm going to the forest outside for a bit. Wait a minute. I learned a lot through experimentation. There are 3 main uses for spatial magic. The first is storage, which involves collecting and storing items such as soil and stones that are found around. The storage capacity was estimated to be sufficient to fill approximately 10 square meters, with an estimated mana consumption of around 10 per minute. This was the consumption rate for spatial magic level 1. With armor on, my natural mana recovery rate was about 8 to 9 per minute. Therefore, if I stored enough to fill about 7.5 square meters, I wouldn't consume any mana. If I stored enough to fill 10 square meters, it would slightly overflow, and my mana would gradually decrease. This issue will be mitigated as my maximum mana increases, so I really want to get more mana bonuses. Additionally, sleeping with a storage capacity that exceeds my natural recovery rate will result in the loss of all my items when my mana runs out and the connection is lost. Therefore, I understand that sleeping with a large storage capacity is absolutely not recommended. The storage judgment is also difficult to grasp because it involves touching the target and imagining it. For example, if I touch the ground and imagine this area, everything within that area, including trees and grass, will be stored. Retrieving items is different from the inventory system. I have to imagine the item I want and the quantity, then pull it out. As with other types of magic, the user's imagination plays a significant role. There's no need to search around. However, if I forget what I stored, the only way to retrieve items is to empty everything. Therefore, it might be a good idea to take notes if I end up storing too many items. According to Zio, unless I have the chantless ability, I need to say a chant to activate it. However, it's different from basic magic, so I don't need to chant a long spell. I can just use a word that I naturally associate with storage. Next is the extremely important spatial teleportation, which consumes mana based on the distance traveled. Movement points can be determined by sight memory, or, in my case, a map. Memory refers to places I've been to before, where I can clearly imagine where I'll land. I don't have anything to measure distance, nor have I ever tried, so I'd say it's about 1 kilometer. Moving that distance consumes about 1 mana at level 1. At first glance, that seems like a small amount, but only when I'm moving alone. Carrying luggage or accompanying others increases the mass, which in turn increases mana consumption. I discovered this when I brought Carla and Zio with me. Zio, who is larger, requires more mana, so the number of people does not determine the mana consumption, at least not for 1 or 2 people. Additionally, in order to accompany someone, they must be in direct contact with the magic user. This means that as long as there is contact, it is possible to move them regardless of their will. Incidentally, I was unable to move only the target to the specified location without moving myself. Finally, there is disappearance. This ability allows me to carve out the exact location I imagine. I wanted to use it when I created the bath in Lulub. The activation is the same as for storage, but if I disconnect midway through, it switches to disappearance. That was my impression after repeating the experiment several times. Another major drawback is the slow activation time, which is not limited to disappearance, but is also common to storage and spatial teleportation. I think the lag in activation is a characteristic of spatial magic. Especially when targeting moving objects, the activation is extremely slow. Therefore, cutting off a moving target at will is practically impossible against humans or monsters unless the opponent is extremely foolish. Similarly, using it for emergency evasion by instantly warping somewhere else is impractical. Is also impractical because, if there's enough time for that, the situation isn't urgent to begin with. In that sense, it's not an all-purpose magic that can do anything. Still, perhaps because there's no connection to spirits, the magic doesn't overflow outward. It remains a god-tier skill. You have acquired spatial magic LV2. You have acquired spatial magic LV3. You have acquired spatial magic LV4. You have acquired spatial magic LV5. You have acquired spatial magic LV6. Okay, I've spent all my skill points. Spatial magic LV6. You can temporarily connect to subspace and use that space. Mana consumption, 50% reduction. This depends on the range of the space used and the connection time. Mana consumption is reduced by 10% for each level increase. At this level, I should be able to use about 20 square meters of storage space while hunting. My money-making efficiency is sure to skyrocket. Ufo yufofo yufufufufofo. Hey, master, that person has been looking at the ground and giggling to himself for a while now. Is he really okay? Well, it's definitely not normal, but interesting. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, his expressions change so often that it's never boring to watch. Then that's fine. Besides, people who enjoy that kind of verification are strong. They master skills and can apply them in various ways. Carla should learn from him. I see. The verification process took about an hour. It was getting dark, so I decided that was enough for the day. I would address any questions that came up later. The next thing to do was celebrate. It was a celebration for their awakening, for gaining new companions, and for finally acquiring magic. There are various details, but they don't matter. Carla is already wearing my clothes. If I can get clothes for Zio, who is still wearing nothing, we should have time for the celebration. Then, let's go all out today. Let's all go out to eat. Chapter 243, Interspecies Exchange. The location was Malta, the capital and southern trading hub of the Kingdom of Lagraith. It had been a while since my last visit, and the town looked a little different. Beastmen were scattered along the main street. Some of them kept their distance and looked suspicious, but human values don't change overnight. The beastmen walking around now are probably merchants and porters who are aware of the situation, yet still visit because it is profitable. How are you, Zio? There are a lot of people, but is it okay? Zio is so tall that I have to look up at him as he walks beside me. Because of that, I can't see his face clearly, but his mouth seems to be set in a straight line. Yeah, it's fine. Not all humans are evil. I know there are kind ones too. Though the female shopkeeper earlier did feel like she was touching my body a bit too much. Seriously, she was definitely looking at you with a lecherous gaze. Haha, well, don't let it bother you too much. The closest and largest town to the cave was Malta. I decided to try my first medium-range teleportation to check the mana consumption. However, it was almost closing time, so I hurriedly bought clothes and shoes for my two companions. After all, Zio was just wearing my cloak wrapped around his waist. It was too short for him. A tall, handsome man with long gray hair and dark skin entered the store, dressed in a sexy outfit. For some reason, Zio immediately muttered, "Show me the cloak." And the female shopkeeper made a leering face despite being a woman, causing Carla to bare his fangs. She quickly brought us a large selection of women's clothes, and Carla was flustered the whole time. But this should be enough for them to move around town. At first glance, they both appear sickly, and they claim to possess high-level concealment skills so that their race won't be revealed. Their bright red eyes are pretty striking. Even if someone were to peek at their skills, though, they're ancient races, so almost no one could figure out what they are. Incidentally, neither of them seems to have any of the typical racial traits of their species from the story on Earth, such as being unable to tolerate sunlight, being afraid of crosses, or being afraid of silver. Their biggest weakness is that their magic doesn't naturally recover. As long as they monitor their blood and magic power, there shouldn't be any restrictions on their actions. We're here. It's a celebration, so eat as much as you want. Yay! I'm excited. I can smell it, it's been a while. We arrived at the giant worm steak restaurant that Rill and I had visited before. At first, I wasn't sure what ancient people liked to eat, so I thought I'd let them order whatever they wanted at a restaurant in Hanfa Rest. But when I asked them what they wanted to eat, they both said meat. When I asked if there was anything else they wanted, they only said meat. I figured it'd be better to take them to a specialty restaurant and let them eat their fill. Carla ordered a medium-sized 500-gram steak. Zio ordered a large 1.2-kilogram steak. And since I was hungry, I ordered a 1.2-kilogram steak too. I stuffed the meat into my mouth with gusto, glancing at Zio from time to time. There are various possibilities for a debuff, such as the passage of time or further blood consumption. Among those possibilities, normal meals, in other words, nutritional replenishment, could be a condition for lifting the debuff. The two drink blood to recover their magical power. However, when they're hungry, they eat animal and monster meat. When they're thirsty, they drink water or alcohol instead of blood. Then it's definitely a possibility. With this kind of food, your physical strength, or rather, the ability limit that may have been forcibly imposed, may return, so let me know if you notice any changes in your physical abilities. Got it. The only other thing is whether I can use skills that don't require magic. That's right. It's risky to have your skills checked at the church, so check for yourself before you go to sleep to see if you've lost any. Why am I fine, but the master isn't? It's probably because of whether or not you're a familiar, right? When did Carla fall asleep? Right after the master stopped moving. I see. Then it doesn't seem to be a difference in the length of time. Well, if no one knows, we'll just have to try one at a time. If our abilities come back, we'll be in luck. Yeah. This time, I'll protect you, so don't worry. They had just woken up. As long as they could find the demon race before I died, They figured they still had plenty of time. After that, we decided to stay the night and head straight to the luxury Hanfa rest-in. I greeted Wills-san, the elderly manager whom I hadn't seen in a long time, and secured a slightly larger room with 2 beds on the 3rd floor. On the way to the room, as always, Loki-sama is accompanied by some special people. The manager said, I couldn't help but feel a chill run down my spine. There's no way he could have noticed, but how does this old man tell people apart? How is it? Is there any significant difference compared to the old days? It's amazing. I don't think there were many inns this luxurious. As she said this, Carla ran and slid headfirst onto the bed. That's right. Demi-humans prefer places like forests and remote areas, so they rarely build towns. Therefore, even if there are inns, rooms like this one are extremely rare. It would be different in a human town, though. I see. From what I know, beastmen and dwarves coexist with humans normally now, too, right? It depends on the country, though. This country, Lagraith, was human supremacist until recently. HMPH. No matter how much time passes, there will always be fools like that. Oh, sorry, I should have been more considerate. It's actually a little further north, but this was originally Primus's land. There are various barriers, and they had no choice but to continue the discrimination. You know a lot about this place. Well, yes, that's why I chose this inn for tonight. There are some things I need to tell you about my background as your companion. I see, then Carla, stop playing around in bed and come here. This is important. Oh, okay. The master-servant relationship is completely reversed. But since neither of them complains, it's probably a peaceful relationship after all. After that, we sat across from each other at the table, drinking alcohol and trying to keep the conversation serious yet informal. I explained my position and the purpose of my travels around the world. I chose my words carefully and spoke slowly, taking the opportunity to introduce myself. I told them that I was from another world, one that various countries were currently fighting over. As I expected, they both looked completely confused and unable to comprehend what I was saying. Only a few decades have passed since reincarnated people first appeared in this world, so it's understandable that these ancient people couldn't easily comprehend it. I told them that conflicts between countries were increasing, and there were dangerous individuals with a skill level of 10, so they should be cautious. For now, though, I think it's fine. The encounter rate is too low to be a problem. As I mentioned earlier, I can use skill points to acquire skills and level up. In this world, it's called contributing to the world or praying to the goddess. Do you understand? I know what you mean, but only in a general sense. From the way you say it, it sounds like you've never used it. Demi-humans often worship their ancestors or ancestral gods. It's not absolute, but very few of them would go out of their way to visit human towns. I've never been either. That's a shame. This is likely why demi-humans and humans were evenly matched, despite demi-humans having a longer lifespan. Humans are short-lived, but they grow efficiently with the boost of protection. Demi-humans have the advantages of racial characteristics and high basic abilities, but they seem to go too far in following their own path. It's simply a matter of whether they're making proper use of their abilities. Given this situation, it's not surprising that some demi-humans think the goddesses are on the side of humans. The demi-humans' weak faith and the goddesses' inability to gather information are probably the result of this vicious cycle. While it's good that there is room for growth, I can't help but have a bad feeling about it. Do they simply dislike humans, or is there something more to it? I'm going to get ready for a bath. There's no need to rush. Why did they know the detailed requirements for acquiring spatial magic when they had never used a church before? I'm curious how they know their skill levels, but today is their first day as well as mine. No matter how I look at it, Carla needs Zio. Zio needs my blood, and I need. Hey, can I wait in here while the tub fills up? Huh, sure, but won't you be cold? I'm fine, I'm used to the cold. Does one get used to it? As I pondered this question, Carla quickly took off his clothes. He wasn't wearing any underwear after all. I'll tell you when the water's ready. Don't catch a cold. With no other choice, I left Zio to watch over the bath, and he smiled wryly at the scene. I'm sorry, Carla has her reasons for preferring that age. He may act childishly, but as long as I'm not in danger, he shouldn't cause any trouble. I hope so, huh? Preferring age. The words themselves aren't unusual, but it's a novel way of expressing it. It's a trait of the vampire race. We can use magic to make our bodies as young as we want them to be. At that time, our minds are also easily dragged back to that age. This tendency is especially strong when we're relaxed and let our guard down. Ah, I see. So your real age is actually... Wait a minute, wait. I can't help but feel that I've experienced the phenomenon of returning to the age you desire physically, and being dragged down mentally to that age. They say it's a racial trait, but I can use monster skills too. If that's the case, I should be able to use racial trait skills that classify people into races with ease. However, I can't just try it out lightly, because getting any younger would be problematic. But maybe. The blank skill I've named Rejuvenation might be the magic regeneration that Feral mentioned. Chapter 244, I'm back. This should be enough for a while. Thanks, Loki. I'm sorry for all the trouble. After spending the night, the three of us went on a shopping spree in Malta to experiment with spatial magic storage and help them get used to humans. By the middle of the trip, they had gotten the hang of it, asking for sleeping bag-like blankets and small cooking utensils. I bought everything I thought might be necessary, including food and extra clothes. Since they might have to stay in this cave for a while, though, it won't go to waste. Zio, can you store this small bottle using your spatial magic? Sure. How is it? I guess you can't tell right away. Yeah, we'll need to wait at least half a day to see how it goes. What I gave him was some of my blood in a small potion bottle. I heard that time doesn't pass in subspace, so I thought Zio would be able to keep it fresh. His magical power is low, but not zero. If a small amount can be offset by natural recovery, it shouldn't disappear while he's sleeping. I don't think it will consume much magical power at this level. If it's only about 10 small bottles, it's not a big deal if they disappear. We'll just have to experiment. If you fall into a permanent sleep state again, I'll wake you up. Understood. I'll drink 1 bottle a day as planned and measure the daily intake. Okay, Carla, please don't suck the blood of random people. It's okay. I feel great, and I'm fine with just drinking the blood of monsters and animals, even if it's inefficient. Oh, and I found this, but I'll leave it here. You can take it if you need it. Yeah, sure. It was used to protect my master while he slept, but he's awake now, so I don't need it. Well, I don't have any use for it right now either. Maybe when I decide on a permanent base, though. I see. Got it. The two look satisfied. We spent the night in the human town without any major incidents and bought supplies for the cave, which had been empty until now. I also have some blood for Zio, so there shouldn't be any major concerns for the time being. Once I decide on a base, we'll move there. Neither of them has a particular desire to live anywhere in particular, so they'll continue living a semi-self-sufficient life as they are now, in an even less noticeable place. Maybe someday more people will join our base. I explained it that way, but I still feel uneasy about the base. Just to confirm one last time, are you sure you want me to leave it up to you? You can't easily change your mind later, you know. Then somewhere where I can drink plenty of blood. No problem. You've supported our lives by sharing your blood with us, even though we don't have money. At this point, we're not companions, we're just a burden. It would be foolish to be selfish despite that. Isn't that right, Carla? Yes, Master, you're right. So do whatever you want, Loki. We can stay here or move if we need to. We'll do what we can while we wait for my powers to return. I'll do it too. If he says so, then I guess it's okay. That's right, it's okay. I'm the one who decided to trust and believe in my companions first. I understand. I'll come check on you tomorrow. After that, I'll set out on a journey to find a proper base, so wait for me. And so my journey resumed. From here on, though, it's not really a journey. Once the mapping is complete, all I have to do is specify the location. When I'm alone, I can watch the sky to ensure my safety and avoid being seen as I descend into town. My destination is the royal capital of Falmenta. Now that I'm alone, I can't help but pump my fist in excitement over this godlike skill that stands out from the rest. Ha, this is the best. As I muttered to myself, I descended to the front gate of the royal palace. A familiar gatekeeper, whom I had met many times before, called out to me. Whoa. Oh, it's you, Loki Dono. You've become quite fierce since I last saw you. Phew, I know, right? This armor was made from materials I got from a B-rank hunting ground. Is equipment like this available in Lagraith too? I'm not sure about that. We soldiers always use the equipment we're issued. Ah, that's true. So, only materials such as leather are brought in, and the craftsmen here make the equipment. Or are the finished products brought in? It's not like coffee beans, which you can just transport as they are. With that thought in mind, I headed straight for the old lady's room. At first, I was struck by how shiny the walls were. But it's scary how you get used to things. Excuse me. I knocked and waited for a response, but the old lady, who always seems to have nothing to do, isn't here. I asked a maid who happened to be passing by, and it turns out that she is at the training ground in the outskirts today for a training exercise with the court mages. What's more, she's staying for 5 days, and she just left yesterday, so she won't be back for a while. Even the old lady has work to do. Is there anyone here who goes by the name Ultrakosan? The old lady, Nivel-sama, said she would be filling in for me while she was away. I believe she is the librarian. Yes, Riko-san is always in the palace. Let me show you the way. Drag. I didn't expect the old lady to be absent, so I followed the maid, dragging 2 leather bags filled with gold coins. If I put them away now, they'll be gone. Like flight, I'll probably end up spending them without caring what people think, but I'll try to hold off for as long as I can. This way. The room I was led to was across from the library I had visited before. When the maid knocked, a cheerful voice replied, and she opened the door to reveal 3 women writing with pens. Oh, it's Annie. Oh, it's Loki. You're wearing a cool outfit. Even the noisy great-grandchildren were there. Come to think of it, I think the old lady said she would let her study by copying manuscripts. Yeah, it's great that she can study and earn money at the same time. I thanked the maid as she left and looked at the other women to see which one was Ultrakosan. But, that one is so tall and the other one is blue. The 2 women sitting next to me were somewhat unusual. One was a woman wearing glasses with her back hunched over. She was still silently moving her hands and was taller than I, even while sitting down. The other was clearly a child. A girl with slightly bluish skin who was trembling as she stared at me. Their hair and eye colors varied greatly, but their skin color was unusual for humans. This was a pattern I had never seen before. Mind's eye. I exhaled softly, trying not to be rude, and opened my mouth. I'm here to buy some books. Is Ultrakosan here? Hey Riko-san, someone's calling you. As Annie waited for the right moment to poke her in the side during an ink refill, the woman with glasses jumped up and let out a strange cry. I see, so it's the tall woman in the middle after all. Oh, I'm sorry. I was concentrating and didn't notice. You want to buy copies of the book, right? Yes, I want to buy as many as I can. As I said this, and held out the leather bag I was carrying, Annie looked startled and began to fuss. Wow, is that all money? Yes, it is, but I'm worried it's not enough. According to my status screen, I currently have 97,598,200 beak. Depending on the number and thickness of the books, this may not be enough, and I'll have to go to the Hunter Guild again. I'll bring the finished books, so please wait a moment. Ultrakosan said this while slowly standing up, and then disappeared through the back door. She was so tall that I had never seen anyone that tall, not even on Earth. I thought the gorilla mayor was tall, but Ultrakosan was easily over 2 meters tall, almost beyond the bounds of human size. Loki is so normal, it's boring. Iani-chan, I'm sure it's better this way. Riko-san said it's okay. And Kara, I told you not to add chan when talking to your friends. I'm sorry. I can't seem to break the habit. Everyone, be quiet. You have to concentrate on your work, or Oba-sama will spank you later. After that, since this was the workroom, I moved to the reception room and stared straight at Ultrakosan's big butt. There, I was handed 7 books of varying thicknesses. Last time, 2 books, 1 bonus, cost 33 million beak. Looking at the pile, I felt it wasn't enough. 3 people working on this is excessive. How much is the total? I heard from Oba-sama that it's 119 million beak for 7 books. Is that okay? Yes. I don't have that much on hand, but I can withdraw it from the Hunters Guild. Oh, and if possible, could you sell me a piece of parchment? I need it for the next map. 1 piece is fine, I'll get it ready, so I'll be waiting for the money. I don't think she meant any harm. Still, I felt resentful toward Ultrakosan, who answered with a big smile. I dashed to the nearest Hunters Guild with tears in my eyes. I withdrew the necessary funds and gave them to Annie and the blue girl named Kara, who were working. The maids who had some free time joined in, and everyone counted the money together. This confirmed how money was exchanged in this world. The transaction was completed without incident. I'm really glad I left my money in the guild deposit in the royal capital. Thank you very much. I'll work hard and save up more money. Thank you as well. You're truly amazing despite being from another world. To be honest, I thought you'd want to keep a few copies for yourself. No, even I thought about it, given the price, but I figured I'd end up buying them sooner or later anyway. It wasn't just because I wanted to read the finished book sooner. Thanks to spatial magic, I have a giant wallet, so I no longer need to deposit money at the guild. Today, I withdrew not only the remaining funds, but also as much as the guild could handle. It wasn't the full amount, but with 1 or 2 more withdrawals, I should have it all. Once that's done, I'll have a letter made and use it to get my achievements recognized at the A-rank hunting ground in Freyville. Counting the money took quite a bit of time, so it's probably getting dark outside by now. I told them to give my regards to the old lady. Then, I stopped by the commercial guild before heading to my next destination. I couldn't peek at Ultracosan's skills, but even though it's only level 1, why is a child with the underwater breathing skill involved in book production? I'll ask the old lady why there are 2 such unusual people here when she's around. More importantly, I can finally say these words. I'm back, Bezart. Loki's Notebook 5. Name, Loki Yuto Mamiya. Level 57 skill points remaining, 0. Magic power, 636,636. Plus 30, 594 plus 50, additional magic power from sword magic. Strength, 341, plus 1518. Intelligence, 347, plus 885. Defense, 335, plus 714, Flame Rock, plus 146, Varakan plus 687. Magic defense, 325, plus 955. Agility, 340 plus 660. Dexterity, 334, plus 1205. Luck, 335, plus 310. Blessing, none. Title, King Ant Slayer. Acquired skills. Combat tactics skills. Swordsmanship LV7, Dagger Technique LV7, Stick Art LV7, Martial Arts LV7, Staff Technique LV5. Shield Technique LV5, Archery LV5, Axe Technique LV6. Spearmanship LV6, Hammer Technique LV6. Scythe Technique LV6, Dual Wielding LV1, Throwing Technique LV3. Berserk LV8, Intimidation LV5, Sacrifice LV5, Provocation LV4. Command LV5, Mounted Combat LV7, Body Strengthening LV6, Encouragement LV5. Magic System Skills. Fire Magic LV7, Lightning Magic LV7, Water Magic LV6, Earth Magic LV6, Wind Magic LV6, Ice Magic LV5, Light Magic LV5, Dark Magic LV6. Non-Attribute Magic LV8, Healing Magic LV5, Barrier Magic LV1, Spatial Magic LV6, Time Magic LV5. Magic Manipulation LV6, Magic Perception LV4. Abbreviated Spellcasting LV5, Activation Standby. Magic Range Increase LV2. Job System Skills. Construction LV3, Mining LV3, Logging LV4, Hunting LV7, Dismantling LV7. Cooking LV6, Farming LV6, Fishing LV4, Sewing LV5. Fine Arts LV2, Painting LV2, Crafting LV2, Processing LV3, Animal Husbandry LV4, Foraging LV4. Conversation LV5, Housekeeping LV6, Negotiation LV5. Music Performance LV2, Pharmacy LV3. Etiquette LV3, Dance LV1, Singing. Daily Life System Skills. Jumping LV4, Flight LV7, Voice Amplification LV3, Different Language Comprehension LV8, Arithmetic LV4, Memorization LV5, Keen Hearing LV3, Concealment LV8. Writing LV7, Escape LV4, Presence Detection LV6, Stealthy Steps LV4, Trap Creation LV6, Trap Removal LV6. Vision Enlargement LV6, Investigation LV5, Farsight LV6, Night Vision LV5, Swiftness LV5, Appraisal LV2, Mind's Eye LV2, Magic Transfer LV3, Trap Detection LV1, Pure Passive System Skills, Increased Automatic Magic Recovery LV7, Increased Maximum Magic Power LV7, Physical Attack Resistance LV5, Magic Attack Resistance LV4, Earth Attribute Resistance LV4, Wind Attribute Resistance LV3, Steel Heart LV4, Superhuman Strength LV6, Calm Mind LV6, Unbreakable Strength LV6, Swift Wind LV6, Special Move LV5, Good Luck LV4, Sealing Magic LV3, Poison Resistance LV8, Paralysis Resistance LV4, Sleep Resistance LV4, Charm Resistance LV1, Fire Resistance LV8, Water Resistance LV3, Darkness Resistance LV6, Other Special, Divine Communication LV2, Mapmaking LV2, Soul Armor LV2, Oracle LV1, Slave Magic LV3, Other Monsters Usable, Bite LV8, Digging LV8, Photosynthesis LV4, Physical Defense Up LV4, Sleepy Eyes LV3, Claw Technique LV5, Insight LV4, Stomp LV7, Call to Assembly LV7, Hardening LV6, Acid Resistance LV8, Status Abnormal Resistance Up LV7, Roar LV4, Charge LV6, Whirlwind LV5, Forced Awakening LV9, Enhanced Sense of Smell LV4, Fire Breath LV6, Ignite LV6, White Fire LV1, Flame Hell Pillar LV5, Scorching Breath LV5, Devour LV5, Decomposition LV3, Absorb LV3, Others Monsters, Unusable, Spores LV5, Mutification LV5, Resonance LV7, Sticky Threads LV4, Shed Skin LV3, Acidic Liquid LV7, Mimicry LV6, Vaporization LV8, Poison Mist LV5, Combination LV8, Divide LV8, Firetail LV5, Phantom LV8, Shadow Crossing LV6, Earthbind LV6, Attribute Change LV7, Combat Tactics Skills, Swordsmanship LV7. As long as the user is wielding a sword-shaped weapon, attack and defense actions receive a bonus, no mana consumption. Optionally, for 2 seconds, the user can perform a specific action with a 310% boost to ability stats. Mana consumption, 17, strength bonus. Dagger technique, LV7. As long as the user is equipped with a dagger-shaped weapon, attack and defense actions receive a bonus, no mana consumption. Optionally, for 2 seconds, a specific action can be enhanced by 310% of the user's ability stats. Mana consumption, 17. Strength bonus. Stick Arts LV7. As long as the user is holding a stick-shaped weapon, attack and defense actions receive a bonus, no mana consumption. Optionally, for 2 seconds, perform a specific action to temporarily enhance a specific ability by 310% of the base value. Mana consumption, 17, strength bonus. Martial Arts LV7. As long as the user strikes with their own body, attack and defense actions receive a bonus, no mana consumption. Optionally, for 2 seconds, specific actions receive a limited enhancement equal to 310% of the user's ability stats. Mana consumption, 17. Strength bonus. Axe Technique LV6. As long as the user is wielding an axe-shaped weapon, attack and defense actions receive a bonus, no mana consumption. Optionally, for 2 seconds, a specific action receives a limited enhancement equal to 280% of the user's ability stats. Mana consumption, 15, strength bonus. Spearmanship LV6. As long as the user is holding a spear-shaped weapon, attack and defense actions receive a bonus, no mana consumption. Optionally, for 2 seconds, a specific action receives a limited enhancement equal to 280% of the user's ability stats. Mana consumption, 15. Strength bonus. Hammer Technique LV6. As long as the user is holding a hammer-shaped weapon, attack and defense actions receive a bonus, no mana consumption. Optionally, for 2 seconds, a specific action receives a limited enhancement of 280% of the user's ability stats. Mana consumption, 15, strength bonus. Scythe Technique LV6. As long as the user is holding a scythe-shaped weapon, attack and defense actions receive a bonus, no mana consumption. Optionally, for 2 seconds, a specific action receives a limited enhancement of 280% of the user's ability stats. Mana consumption, 15. Strength bonus. Archery LV5. As long as the user is wielding a bow-shaped weapon, attack actions and range receive a bonus, no mana consumption. Optionally, for 2 seconds, a specific action receives a limited enhancement equal to 250% of the user's ability stats. Mana consumption, 13. Dexterity bonus. Staff technique LV5. As long as the user is holding a staff-shaped weapon, magic effects, magic casting time, and defensive actions receive a bonus. No mana consumption intelligence bonus. Shield technique LV5. As long as the user is holding a shield, defensive actions receive a bonus. No mana consumption optional. For 2 seconds, a specific action receives a limited enhancement equal to 250% of the user's ability stats. Mana consumption, 13. Defense bonus. Throwing technique LV3. Throwing range is increased by 30 meters, no mana consumption. Optionally, apply a bonus to throwing speed accuracy. Mana consumption, 9. Dexterity bonus. Provocation LV4. Makes it easier to draw attention to oneself. Activation range within 40 meters. Activates on creatures within a 2-meter radius centered on the target. Mana consumption, 11. Defense bonus. Berserk LV8. After use, all normal attack actions receive a limited bonus equal to 290% of the ability stats. However, until the time limit expires, the user cannot perform any normal attack actions against surrounding creatures. Effect duration, 8 minutes. Mana consumption, 0. Strength bonus. Dual wielding LV1. As long as the user is holding a weapon in each hand, attack and defense actions receive a bonus. Weapon type does not matter. Always active. Mana consumption, 0. Strength bonus. Intimidation LV5. Instills fear in a targeted individual, causing action impairment and mental confusion. Mana consumption, 5. Magic power bonus. Sacrifice LV5. Temporarily increases strength and agility by 200% while unarmed. Effect duration, 1 minute. Mana consumption, 25. Strength bonus. Command LV5. The thoughts of the user of this skill are more easily transmitted to allies under their command. The degree of transmission depends on the skill level. Range, 1,000 meters. Effect duration, 30 minutes. Mana consumption, 50. Intelligence bonus. Encouragement LV5. Increases all ability stats of allies within a 25-meter radius by 20%. Cannot be stacked with other skills of the same name. The skill user is not affected. Effect duration, 10 minutes. Mana consumption, 28. Luck bonus. Body strengthening LV6. Temporarily increases strength, defense, agility, and dexterity by 160% using mana. Effect duration, 6 minutes. Mana consumption, 30. Dexterity bonus. Mounted combat LV7. While mounted, all ability stats are increased by 135%. The bonus also applies to the mounted creature. Always active. Mana consumption, 0. Agility bonus. Magic system skills. Fire magic LV7 allows the use of fire magic with mana consumption of less than 70. Intelligence bonus. Earth magic LV6 allows the use of earth magic with mana consumption of less than 60. Magic defense bonus. Wind magic LV6 allows the use of wind magic with mana consumption of less than 60. Agility bonus. Water magic LV6 allows the use of water magic with a mana consumption of less than 60. Defense bonus. Ice magic LV5 allows the use of ice magic with a mana consumption of less than 50. Defense bonus. Lightning magic LV7 allows the use of lightning magic with a mana consumption of less than 70. Intelligence bonus. Light magic LV5 allows the use of light magic with a mana consumption of less than 50. Luck bonus. Dark magic LV6 allows the use of dark magic with a mana consumption of less than 60. Magic power bonus. Non-attribute magic LV8 allows the use of non-attribute magic with a mana consumption of less than 80. Magic power bonus. Healing magic LV5 allows the use of healing magic with a mana consumption of less than 50. Defense bonus. Barrier magic LV1 allows the user to create a barrier centered on themselves. The strength, range, and properties of the barrier depend on the amount of magic power used. Magic defense bonus. Time magic LV5 allows the user to choose to reduce or increase the agility of all creatures within a 2-meter radius centered on the target by plus or minus 250%. The final value of the reduction is determined by the target's resistance and cannot be negative. Mana consumption, 75 every 10 seconds. Intelligence bonus. Spatial magic LV6 temporarily connects to a subspace and allows the user to utilize that space. Mana consumption, 50% reduction, depends on the range of the space and the connection time. Magic power II bonus. Magic manipulation LV6 improves magic manipulation and makes it easier to apply to magic. Also reduces magic activation time by 30%, always active. Mana consumption. 0 magic power bonus. Magic perception LV4 becomes sensitive to the flow and concentration of magic around the user. Range 20 meters. Mana consumption 0. Magic power bonus. Abbreviated spell casting LV5 increases the rate of single target magic image transmission to spirits by 50%, always active. Mana consumption 0. Intelligence bonus. Activation standby LV2 allows the user to wait up to 4 seconds after becoming able to cast a spell, always active. Mana consumption 0. Magic power bonus. Magic range increase LV2 increases the range of spells by 20%, always active. Mana consumption 0. Magic power bonus. Job system skills. Hunting LV7 improves hunting skills, making it much easier to find prey, always active. Mana consumption 0. Dexterity bonus. Dismantling LV7 improves dismantling skills, allowing for faster and more accurate dismantling, always active. Mana consumption 0. Dexterity bonus. Foraging LV4 improves foraging skills, making it slightly easier to find items, always active. Mana consumption 0. Luck bonus. Conversation LV5 improves conversation skills, always active. Mana consumption 0. Luck bonus. Cooking LV6 improves cooking skills, always active. Mana consumption 0. Dexterity bonus. Farming LV6 improves farming skill, always active. Mana consumption 0. Dexterity bonus. Fishing LV4 slightly improves fishing skill, always active. Mana consumption 0. Dexterity bonus. Housekeeping LV6 improves housekeeping skill, always active. Mana consumption 0. Luck bonus. Sewing LV5 improves sewing skill, always active. Mana consumption 0. Dexterity bonus. Fine arts LV2 slightly improves art skill, always active. Mana consumption 0. Dexterity bonus. Painting LV2 slightly improves painting skill, always active. Mana consumption 0. Dexterity bonus. Construction LV3 slightly improves construction skill, always active. Mana consumption 0. Defense bonus. Mining LV3 slightly improves mining skill, always active. Mana consumption 0. Defense bonus. Crafting LV2 slightly improves crafting skill, always active. Mana consumption 0. Dexterity bonus. Processing LV3 slightly improves processing skill, always active. Mana consumption 0. Dexterity bonus. Logging LV4 slightly improves logging skill, always active. Mana consumption 0. Defense bonus. Negotiation LV5 improves negotiation skills, always active. Mana consumption 0. Luck bonus. Animal husbandry LV4 slightly improves animal husbandry skill, always active. Mana consumption 0. Dexterity bonus. Etiquette LV3 slightly improves etiquette, always active. Mana consumption 0. Luck bonus. Dance LV1 slightly improves dance skill, always active. Mana consumption 0. Dexterity bonus. Singing LV2 slightly improves singing skill, always active. Mana consumption 0. Dexterity bonus. Pharmacy LV3, slightly improves pharmacy skill, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Intelligence bonus. Music performance LV2, slightly improves musical performance skills, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Dexterity bonus. Daily life system skills. Different language comprehension LV8. Allows you to understand and converse using specialized terms to a certain extent, even if you have no knowledge of the language spoken by other people. Always active. Mana consumption, 0. Intelligence bonus. Vision enlargement LV6, slightly expands the user's field of vision in all directions, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Luck bonus. Farsight LV6. Allows the user to see far into the distance, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Luck bonus. Night vision LV5 can maintain vision in darkness. Mana consumption, 0. Luck bonus. Presence detection LV6. Increases sensitivity to movement around the user. Range, 30 meters. Mana consumption, 0. Dexterity bonus. Investigation LV5. Searches for specific objects within range. Range, 150 meters. Mana consumption, 0. Luck bonus. Concealment LV8. Deceives detection, discernment, and investigation skills of LV8 or lower. Always active. Mana consumption, 0. Magic defense bonus. Swiftness LV5. Improves running speed. Always active. Mana consumption, 0. Agility bonus. Stealthy steps LV4. When activated, allows movement without sound and hides presence depending on skill level. Mana consumption, 10 per minute. Dexterity bonus. Escape LV4. When being pursued, allows running at 210% of normal speed. Mana consumption, 10 every 30 seconds. Agility bonus. Jumping LV4. Jumping actions are enhanced, allowing the user to jump higher than normal. Always active. Mana consumption, 0. Strength bonus. Flight LV7 allows the user to move through the air while floating. Mana consumption, 3 every minute. Magic power II bonus. Arithmetic LV4. Slightly improves arithmetic ability, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Intelligence bonus. Memorization LV5 improves memory, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Intelligence bonus. Writing LV7. Greatly improves writing ability, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Agility bonus. Voice amplification LV3. Temporarily increases the volume of the user's voice, allowing it to be heard over a wider area. The amplified voice does not affect the original volume. Mana consumption, 0. Magic power bonus. Keen hearing LV3. Temporarily increases the user's hearing, allowing them to distinguish sounds and voices within a certain range. Range 30 meters. Mana consumption, 0. Intelligence bonus. Trap creation LV6. Improves the skill of creating traps for capture or killing. Assists the user's imagination. Mana consumption, up to 150. Dexterity bonus. Trap disarming LV6. Disarms special traps created by trap creation LV6 or lower. Mana consumption, 75. Dexterity bonus. Appraisal LV2. Identifies the abilities, effects, ingredients, and materials of target items. Identification depth depends on the user's skill level. Only applies to inorganic objects. Mana consumption, 0. Luck bonus. Mind's Eye LV2 peeks at the skills possessed by the target. Only applies to living creatures. Mana consumption, 5 luck bonus. Trap detection LV1. Detect naturally occurring danger zones and special traps generated by trap creation LV1 or lower. Range depends on vision. Effect duration, 10 minutes. Mana consumption, 5. Luck bonus. Magic transfer LV3. Transfer the user's mana to the target. The amount of mana that can be transferred is 65% of the mana consumed. Magic power bonus. Pure passive system skills. Poison resistance LV8 increases resistance to poison, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Defense bonus. Paralysis resistance LV4 increases resistance to paralysis, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Magic defense bonus. Sleep resistance LV4 increases resistance to sleep, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Magic defense bonus. Charm resistance LV1, increases resistance to charm, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Magic defense bonus. Increased maximum magic power LV7, increases maximum magic power by 70, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Magic power bonus. Increased automatic magic power recovery. Level 7 increases automatic magic power recovery by 35%, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Magic power bonus. Superhuman strength. Level 6 increases strength by 30, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Strength bonus. Calm mind LV6 increases intelligence by 30, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Intelligence bonus. Unbreakable strength LV6 increases defense by 30, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Defense bonus. Sealing magic LV3 increases magic defense by 15, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Magic defense bonus. Swift wind LV6 increases agility by 30, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Agility bonus. Special move LV5 increases dexterity by 25, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Dexterity bonus. Good luck LV4 increases luck by 20, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Luck bonus. Physical attack resistance LV5 increases resistance to physical attacks, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Defense bonus. Magic attack resistance LV4 increases resistance to magic attacks, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Magic defense bonus. Fire resistance LV8 increases resistance to fire magic, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Magic defense bonus. Earth resistance LV4 increases resistance to earth magic, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Magic defense bonus. Wind resistance LV3 increases resistance to wind magic, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Magic defense bonus. Water resistance LV3 increases resistance to water magic, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Magic defense bonus. Dark resistance LV6 increases resistance to dark magic, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Magic defense bonus. Steelheart LV4 slightly increases resistance to mental attacks, also effective against intimidation, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Magic defense bonus. Other special. Oracle LV1, special blessing skill for the priest class. Allows the user to receive messages from goddesses, can be used once per day, cannot be activated at will. Mana consumption, 0. Magic power bonus. Divine communication LV2. Special blessing skill exclusive to the Shrine Maiden class. Allows communication with goddesses, can be used once per day. Usage time limit, 2 minutes. Mana consumption, 60. Magic power II bonus. Mapmaking LV2. Reflects roads and national borders on maps. Also allows changing the map's orientation. Mana consumption, 0. Magic power II bonus. Soul armor LV2. Retains the soul of a monster that has been killed by the user and grants one of its stats to the user. Maximum number of soul armors, 2 mana consumption. 5 magic power II bonus. Slave magic LV3. Allows the user to bind a target with a slave contract, either as a soul bond or servitude. Maximum possession cost, 150. Mana consumption, 30 only when binding a slave contract. Magic power bonus. Other monsters. Charge LV6, charges forward at 280% of ability stats. Movement range can be specified. Maximum distance, 5 meters. Mana consumption, 15. Agility bonus. Bite LV8, for 1 second applies a 330% bonus to ability stats when biting. Mana consumption, 17. Strength bonus. Photosynthesis LV4. When exposed to sunlight, natural healing and magic power recovery are slightly increased, always active. Magic power bonus. Hardening LV6. Temporarily hardens the body, increasing defense by 11 times for the duration. Effect duration, 1 second. Mana consumption, 15. Defense bonus. Physical defense up LV4. increases defense by 12%, always active. Mana consumption, 0 defense bonus. Forced Awakening LV9. Forcibly awakens all members of the same species within range. Range, 1800 meters. Mana consumption, 50. Dexterity bonus. Increased status abnormalities, resistance LV7. Increases resistance to all status abnormalities, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Magic defense bonus. Call to Assembly LV7. Forcibly gathers monsters with the resonant skill in the vicinity. Effect range, 210 meters radius. Mana consumption, 17. Intelligence bonus. Digging LV8, dig holes skillfully. Effect duration, 8 minutes. Mana consumption, 2 strength bonus. Acid resistance LV8. Increases resistance to acid, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Magic defense bonus. Stomp LV7. Attack downward with 310% of your strength. Mana consumption, 17. Strength bonus. Enhanced sense of smell LV4 temporarily increases sense of smell. The degree of increase depends on skill level. Mana consumption, 0. Luck bonus. Insight LV4. Gives a slight understanding of the strength difference between creatures within sight. Mana consumption, 0. Magic power bonus. Roar LV4. Inflicts the intimidation effect on a 4-meter range in front, and has a chance to nullify mental damage inflicted on oneself. Mana consumption, 40 magic defense bonus. Whirlwind LV5. Sweeps around 720 degrees with 250% of the user's ability stats in power and speed. Can move slightly when used. Mana consumption, 17. Agility bonus. Sleepy Eyes LV3. Activated while looking at the target's eyes, this ability puts the target to sleep. If the target agrees after the ability is explained, the success rate is 100%. If the ability is not explained or the target does not understand it, the success rate is determined by a combination of factors such as skill level and the target's resistance value. Mana consumption, 9. Magic defense bonus. Claw technique LV5. As long as the user is holding a claw-shaped weapon, attack and defense actions receive a bonus, no mana consumption. Optionally, for 2 seconds, a specific action can be enhanced to 250% of the ability stats. Mana consumption, 13. Strength bonus. Ignition LV6. Ignites the user or objects the user is touching within a specified range. The effect ends when the skill is cancelled, but the fire immediately loses control if the user is no longer in contact with the target. The amount of heat is determined by the skill level and intelligence. Mana consumption, 5 every 10 seconds. Magic power bonus. Fire breath LV6, breathes fire forward. Range and duration depend on skill level. Heat depends on intelligence and skill level. Direction can be changed at will during the duration. Mana consumption, 45. Magic power bonus. Scorching breath LV5, breathes a huge, wide-range flame forward. Range and duration depend on skill level. Heat depends on intelligence and skill level. Direction can be changed at will during the duration. Mana consumption, 70. Magic power bonus. Whitefire LV1. Transforms all fire-related skills the user possesses into higher-tier Whitefire. Heat output depends on skill level. Mana consumption, 20. Magic power II bonus. Hellfire Pillars LV5. Generates 2 massive flame pillars that suck in, devour, and consume living beings at a distance of 15 meters from the user. The pillars and the dragon inside them cannot be controlled after being generated. Their movement becomes more active as the skill level increases. Effect duration, 10 minutes. Mana consumption, 90. Magic power II bonus. Devour LV5. Applies a 390% bonus to all stats for 1 second when biting. Mana consumption, 32. Strength bonus. Decomposition LV3. Decomposes the target using mana. Decomposition speed depends on the amount of mana used. Mana consumption reduced by 20%. Magic power bonus. Absorption LV3. Absorbs liquids through magic. Mana consumption, 0. Luck bonus. Other monsters unusable. Sticky Thread LV4 cannot be used. Magic defense bonus. Shed Skin LV3 cannot be used. magic defense bonus. Resonance LV7, cannot be used. Intelligence bonus. Acidic liquid LV7, cannot be used. Dexterity bonus. Mimicry LV6, cannot be used. Dexterity bonus. Spores LV5, cannot be used. Magic power bonus. Mutification LV5, cannot be used. Magic power bonus. Vaporization LV8, cannot be used. Magic power bonus. Poison mist LV5, cannot be used. Magic power bonus. Combination LV8, cannot be used. Defense bonus. Divide LV8, cannot be used. Dexterity bonus. Firetail LV5, cannot be used. Agility bonus. Phantom LV8, cannot be used. Magic power bonus. Shadow crossing LV6, cannot be used. Magic power bonus. Attribute change LV7, cannot be used. Magic power bonus. Earthbind LV6, cannot be used. Magic power bonus. Bonus status values. Each skill has a hidden bonus status value. These values cannot be confirmed for residents and are not displayed on the status screen, so you will not know the bonus status values for each skill unless you verify them. Skill Level 1. Adaptability +1. Skill Level 2. Adaptability +2. Skill Level 3. Adaptability +3. Skill Level 4. Adaptability +5. Skill Level 5. Adaptability +10. Skill Level 6. Adaptability +30. Skill Level 7. Adaptability +60. Skill Level 8. Adaptability +100. Magic power is doubled. Magic power II is doubled again. Skill points required to increase skill level. Prayer to the goddess. 0 to 1, 2 points. 1 to 2, 4 points. 2 to 3, 12 points. 3 to 4, 30 points. 4 to 5, 50 points. 5 to 6, 100 points. 6 to 7, 200 points. 7 to 8, 300 points. Increase in each stat with level ups. Level 110, all stats increase by 3 per level, except magic power, which increases by 6. Level 1120. All stats increase by 4 per level, except magic power, which increases by 8. Level 2130. All stats increase by 5 per level, except magic power, which increases by 10. Level 3140. All stats increase by 6 per level, except magic power, which increases by 12. Level 4150. All stats increase by 7 per level, except magic power, which increases by 14. Level 5160. All stats increase by 8 per level, except magic power, which increases by 16. The relationship between skill level, required experience points, and skill experience points obtained from monsters, estimated values when the required experience points for skill level 1 are set to 100. The experience points required to obtain skill level 1 are 100. The experience points obtained from monsters with skill level 1 is 20 per monster. The experience points required to advance from skill level 1 to 2 are 200. The experience points obtained from monsters with skill level 2 is 40 per monster. The experience points required to advance from skill level 2 to 3 is 600. The experience points obtained from monsters with skill level 3 is 120 per monster. The experience points required to advance from skill level 3 to 4 is 2,000. The experience points obtained from monsters with skill level 4 is 400 per monster. The experience points required to advance from skill level 4 to 5 are 20,000. The experience points obtained from monsters with skill level 5 are 4,000 per monster. The experience points required to advance from skill level 5 to 6 are 60,000. The experience points required to advance from skill level 6 to 7 are 200,000. How much experience is needed to go from skill level 7 to 8? How much experience is needed to go from skill level 8 to 9? List of countries mentioned in the story. Kingdom of Lagraith, the first country the protagonist visits. Kingdom of Waltz, east of the Kingdom of Lagraith. Kingdom of Freyville, also known as the Dwarf Kingdom, further east of the Kingdom of Waltz. Kingdom of Elgrand, country, where the reincarnated individual Takuya lives, northwest of the continent. Velfria Empire, country where the reincarnated individual Shiva lives, southwest of the continent. Kingdom of Albert, country where the reincarnated individual Marie lives, east of the continent. Republic of Ilion, Country where the reincarnated individual hands lives, southeast of the continent. Kingdom of Odessen, north of the continent. A country where there is a high possibility of reincarnated individuals skilled in glassmaking. Papal state of Famel location unknown. A country where the shrine maiden lives. Kingdom of Jure, west of the Kingdom of Lagraith. End of Volume 6.